not to talk. The fans are here. They're ready. They're eager.
I'm super eager. I love these two teams. I feel like these are the two breakout teams. If there's two teams that can contend and actually to take that world spot later on in the year, because everyone's a little bit slacking on the side of Empo and the other hype teams, I am cautiously optimistic, as you said.
That's the theme of the day. Cautiously optimistic. But I hope we get a really exciting draft. We're gearing up for picks and bans now. Look, we're going to keep probably bringing up Mage's bot lane. I think that it's lost some of the joy and excitement, mostly because it's not like we have new additions to the Mage's bot lane discussion.
I feel like the ADCs over here in Europe, they did their part. They played them for a little bit and they said, hey, listen, I tried. I just think I'm a lot better at ADCs right now.
Yeah, look, I think you're completely right, and it's really reflected in both Yopa and Samdi's Corki performance. Look, some nasty numbers. Corki looking really good just generally right now. Dagda described it as kind of, he feels like it's those caster AD carries, you know, the people who are looking for these Trinity Force procs like Lucian, like Corki, or Essence Reaper, whatever, you know, your Sheen item procs that really can fight them back against the mages. We'll see if that's the priority.
I feel like it's one of those compromises that the ADCs are really looking for, because you want me to play a mage, they say, well, you didn't say if you wanted to be AP, so I'm just going to pick my AD mage, I'm going to bring back the Lucian, I'm going to pick the Corki, the Ezreal, and we're just all going to have some fun, throw some spells.
That's a really good point, yeah. Take that, coaches back home.
It's like malicious compliance.
Malicious compliance. Oh, you said I had to cast spells. Most of my damage does come from spells. Technically,
I do more. I did cast all of them, yeah.
There you go. All right. Mainter excited, of course, playing up against slowQ today. Former teammates. slowQ, pretty solid debut, right? The one Silas game was a bit of a stinker, but that felt more like a comp diff than anything else. As we'll get the picks and bans up on your screen shortly as we hot drop in here.
He did have a great... I mean, you are a bit of a hater of a side. I mean, it was a bit of a comp dip, but I feel like given everything he had, for me, slowQ has been extremely impressive, and I do want to see what more he can bring, especially now where he's facing against Mainter. I always enjoy to play against one of your teammates, put them in the dust.
Yeah,
just make him feel
the interview is usually, oh wow, what, you know, it's so nice to play against him. No, there's not more stakes. But then you hear the voice comms, and it's always like, we have to kill this guy. We have to take him out. Now, Camille, Rumble, also the Jace being banned away, so a decent amount of topside focus. And I will say, Mainter, we got used to seeing him kind of on tank duty a lot.
I ljudi moji! Pa jeste, šta ima? Ste dobri? Ja se nadam da ste super. Ja palim traku. Ono od sobija. Idem šetam. Idem da šetam. Tu sam i šetam. I gledamo lagani League of Legends. Gildra nisam sinoć. Se iskreno ni ne sećam. Da, joystick me nešto malo zeza, ali mislim da znam šta je. Mislim da je prašina ušla u joystick. Pa analog stick mi stikuje levo ponekad. Ali mislim da je bukvalno samo neka prašina ili nešto, tako da to bi trebao da... Kad završim sa streamom ću rešiti. Najgori slučaj imam rezani. Ali sam samo sam se s tim bavio da vidim da radi. Izvukao sam neke kodove od ovih Goals developera. Ne ovako, ne. Nemam 10k poena da te timeouta. Uglavnom, uzeo sam neke kodove od developera, tako da u slučaju da imamo ljude koji nisu nikad igrali Goals, trebao bi da imam neke kodove da podelim bar neke igrače da otključuju ljudi. Mislim, ja prvi nisam igrao Goals uopšte. Tako da sam dropovao jedan kod i sebe da imam nekog igrača koji nije 30. Tako da, bit će jako cool. Imam pitanje jedno za vas pre nego što mogu bi da podelim da sam live, ono, to je isto super. Šta kažete što je Tivan benchovo Onera? Ja otvorio Twitter, čitam post, rekao meme je 100%. Kažu, izbacili smo Onera, ubacili smo Paintera. Ja rekao, ma brate, jeste, ono, Janitora ste ubacili. Kad lik se stvarno zove Painter? What we can actually expect from these teams, it is so heavily decided by pick and ban.
It's quite predictable, but also extremely unpredictable because every team has their own read, and you can kind of anticipate the sorts of trades that will be going on with the flexes and stuff. It brings me back to the time when did we have a lot of flexes in Europe? I feel like it was 2021, early 2020. I feel like when it was just flex meta But now, obviously, there's flexibility with the mages and everything, so a lot of these trades are being decided by...
Ne znam, pa privremeno je zamenjen, ali... Iskreno ono, mislim da nemamo nikakva info... Kao koliko je dugo benčovan i sve to, Oriana je ostalo otvoreno što je show. Oni moraju šta da svičaju da pokupe nekog Viktora, recimo.
For those of you who are just joining us, we did remake picks and bans. The bans have remained exactly the same. There was some sort of issue on that first lock-in. So everything you've seen so far is where we're at. But it does mean leaving the Vi up and available, which SK are immediately going to grab. Do you have to break up the Oriana Nocturne combo? Like, is it that scary?
It is quite deadly, but at the same time you can counter it by just not going for this traditional control mage in the mid lane, because if you have lanes that are just not immobile, where they just have a lot of individual agency, you don't really mind the Nocturne Oriana so much, because I'm thinking of champions like Locke. The Kali has been banned, so for example, that was one of the good answers that could have been anticipated into this. The Galio is already picked early. Now I am a little bit cautious.
Silas instead.
The little switcheroo.
So I said it, you said it already. I was a skeptic of the Silas last time. I think it was for the most part a compositional difference. We saw a lot of late game fights. That was the game where Wonder took the most damage in the history of all esports or whatever.
Kako troluju s ovom Shivanom. Kako troluju s ovom Shivanom. Ja, kako troluju s ovom Shivanom. Zamisli Ljudi, neće pikati Shivanu, Silasa, nemojte da trolujete. Silas, Shivana, interakcija broken. Nema klare. Bila je jutros kod Zubara i ona. I rip je skroz.
And the lock-in. Look, I gotta say, like, taking out SK's composition for a second, or what SK can possibly pick, these first three picks, I'm like, wow. Great signposting. You know exactly what Na'Vi are doing. It is strapping a Shen and a ball to the back of the Nocturne.
Samo se razumemo, Mato, vidi. Silas je, mislim da ima i dalje interakciju sa Shivanom, gde kad je ukrade ulti, baci ulti, ostaje ko koće u Dragon formi. Mislim da je interakcija među, sad to kažem, Shivana i Silasa broken. Ne gubi Fury. Da, mogu, samo ne znam. To je, znaš, ono, siguran sam da ja to mogu da uradim. To je neki sajt gdje ja kliknem neko dugme. Ali, razumeš? Siguran sam da je to neki link koji ja trebam da kliknem i da se nešto tu dogodi, ali ja... I vidim kako ona to radi. A link mi nije ostavila.
A lot of engage on the side of SK, but I do want to see a winning lane somewhere, because you have a lot of firepower, you have a lot of ability.
Ja sam skoro gledao da je Shivana u Silasa u suštini jednako loša kao Malphite u Silasa. Da je baš toliko loše. Ću pogledam.
Taken away, obviously the kind of premier AD carry when it comes to pairing with dive.
Yeah, just take away all of that dive. On the side of Na'Vi, they're prepping a top lane bind pick, and that is the problem with blue side in pro play. The top laner is extremely hard to pick, so most of the time you're looking at the bans like Vayne or... Well, traditionally it's just Vayne plus X. Whatever that X is, it depends on whatever team you are and what you want to go. Because you can go the side of Renegade or Ambessa or whatever.
Da, u suštini gledam sad, izgleda je baš... Da je baš prepucana interakcija nazad. Slažem se, vidi, deki, skroz si u pravu, ja se slažem s tobom 300%. Shivana je fajn, mislim, ona je okej kao flex, tako da... Nije ona ni s te strane loša, možeš ti da igraš. Ali kao realno imaš Nocturna, nema razloga da ga ne pokupiš. Čekaj da probam da nađem. Otkud znam šta je radilo.
Now Na'Vi want to see if they can respond here, maybe secure something that gets prio. I want to call back to something that we talked about. I can't remember if it was on broadcast or off broadcast yesterday. We were
Čekaj, možda...
the longest picks in jungle, and when we talked about Vi, it's
možda ovako, čidim.
but, and the but was, you can't let her get invaded early on. So I am looking to see what SK can do to stop that, because you see Orianna, who can probably get pushed. If the top lane matchup isn't good, I don't know, I start to get a little nervous for Skeens, and clearly Navi are recognizing it too, because they lock in the Misfortune, who, can be vulnerable to the Vi, but is definitely powerful early.
They're just going for a lot of wombo combo, and at the point of the Vi being invaded, I feel like it's still not that much of a threat right now, because her biggest weakness is that level 1. You want to walk in level 1, you want to walk in with Orianna, and this Olaf, if this Olaf is going through, we might be seeing that happening live in 4K, because I was thinking that the silos would be enough to deter that sort of invade, but I love the Navi team comp. I mean, I love it, except the MF is a little bit
Nemam ja toga.
What do you like about it?
Ona se vratio, cool.
It's clear. It's clear.
Shen Nocturne Orianna je jako interesantno, iskreno. Pa fajn, hoće da igraju Salesa u Orianu. Kled na topu ne znam u koji, kako funkcioniše na Olafa. Jer Kled, njegov Q bear trepao na rubu, zamisli spell se zove Medveđa zamka na konopcu. Što je jako čudno, kad malo bolje razmislimo. Ima heal induction. Sad je poprilično dobar. Ja ne znam kako će MF igrati, iskreno. Mislim da je ideja MF samo da upali ulti i da krene da bije. Jedino što mi pada na pamet.
Everyone was sad about the very slow games that we are having, that we go to these objectives and everyone is just fighting for position for 30, 40, 1 minute, 2 minutes. But this is one of those games where the fight might just start and end in the blink of an eye, because it's extremely explosive. I like the Kled. It's one of the only answers to the Olaf at the same time. But I'm putting a lot of eyes on this top lane and on this mid lane matchup, because this top lane matchup is not easy. You need a lot of confidence, a lot of courage, a lot of testosterone, because Olaf versus Kled is really one of those checks of how confident are you walking into this, how much of the limitations of the champions do you know, because if you don't...
Odavno je top laner, u stvari jako dobar inci s njegove strane, iskreno. Jako dobar inci s njegove strane.
Going toe-to-toe, 1-1 for both of them in the scoreline thus far. And waiting for the wombo combo. We'll see if we get those early skirmishes. I think the frustrating thing for me as a caster always, Odo, is we float up these drafts where you can imagine the coolest wombo of all time, right? And then it's like, yeah, does that sound exciting? Well, now for 8 minutes, we're just going to wait for them to level up. Hey, but maybe we get a fist fight. You said you didn't know if there was going to be enough prio for them to just invade and go, but they're not even waiting for prio. They just got a cheeky level 1 here to come in and contest the Raptors, a little Nocturne classic.
Aren't you happy that the Shen spun the wheel and then he figured that the best play for him would be to just go with jungle and abandon bot lane, because that's what he did pretty much.
Probat ću da nađem. Probat ću bar za sljedeći game da nađem. Ne, ćemo da imam.
1v1 in every lane and 2 junglers.
But look at the Rail. Rail right now is terrified. Shen walked into your topside jungle. I don't know if he's going to gank top. I don't know if this is 2v2 top, because we did say it as well. Wonder has Ignite in this top lane is extremely explosive, and if he felt that he needs to match that, and all of a sudden he's off tempo.
No, Paris, this is 100 games now in the LEC as of now, and for his 100th game, he's chosen to go on a bit of a walkabout, a bit of a wander, and it's a similar story for Mickey X. Look, everyone's talking about it. Where are the supports going? What are they going to do? The answer is Paris never goes bot ever. That is 19% bot proximity. He is opted for a couple of seconds here just to make Samdi feel like everything is okay, but I assume he'll leave pretty instantaneously, at least based on the stats that we have so far.
Honestly, even though it's 2 minutes in the game, I feel like he did an amazing job, because he walked in, he secured this invade, and then on the way back, look at Skeens. Skeens got forced out of the jungle. He's about to be farming only 1 quadrant. Nocturne is about to have the early game of his life. He's about to clear 3 quadrants, go to the crab, be first, and at the same time, there was no sacrifice anywhere, because the Rail matched him. The Rail matched them and tried to figure out where he is, and he just didn't find him.
That's so frustrating for Mickey now, to fall behind in that way. And good on Paris, as you highlighted. I like it. We'll see just how juicy the steak is, how buttery the lobster is, because Skeens is going for a bit of an invade.
It's the only play he has. There's just nothing to do. All of the jungle is out. And start a fight.
Doesn't even get to hide in the brush. Walks in just long enough for Relech to recognize that his whole gambit, this whole early level 1 has paid off, but Mickey and Yappa committing their time. Try to salvage the scenario. Now, slow Q on the move first, but he's down a level to Poby. Red buff, remember, is the big objectives. Kills would be nice, but it could be a bit of an afterthought. Slow Q dash back, crash down coming in from Mickey. A strong start. Pair's getting lower and lower, and Yappa remains untouched, but a flash out, and it's going to be first blood for the side of Na'Vi. Finding the initial kill as Yappa's holding on for dear life, but Poby grabs another. It's an absolute catastrophe. Real Edge with two. Slow Q nowhere to go. SK, that is not what you wanted.
Absolute disaster on the side of SK. To be honest, walking into this, I feel like it was the only way for them to be winning because their champions are strong right now. But look at AORUS. They're just splitting this fight so well because Yopa on the side doesn't really get to hit a lot. And now all of this fight, anytime you're on the side of Na'Vi and you say, okay, that's enough, I want to get out of here, you're in your jungle, you can easily flash into Fog of War, and on the side of SK, you are forced to commit here because you just cannot get out of that jungle.
Well, Zombie has double buffs. Paris is now top. He's making wonders like hell. He's one bot side of the map. Relech is now 1k up. Bro, he had a full buffet before he had 2 kills and 2 assists, Soto. This is a turbo-fed Nocturne. Watching that fight is nasty. He has the attack speed steroid, he has the AD steroid, he's fully stacking lethal tempo. That's the early game that no Nocturne main in the history of this game has ever gotten a chance to experience.
Man, he ate so well, and now it's third round of dessert because he's still back to full clearing, and he's just so accelerated. He's gonna get level 6 so damn quickly this game.
This is brutal start for SK.
And that's the chaos. That's the chaos of this early game with a lot of volatility. I don't envy Mickey in this position because you would say, why is Mickey here? Why is he level 2 trying to just run around the map and fight the level 3 Shen that is obviously there? There's just nothing to do. He's playing this game of chicken where he's trying to figure out where he needs to be without any sort of information.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the reasons we see the Shen be so disgusting as well, is when you catch the Mickey isolated, you hard win the trade. Shen passive damage when you get the Q pull through is nasty. It is so high in the early stages of the game, and usually it's top lane, right? So most players don't have to deal with that huge burst of damage early on. It's just top laners. But I can see why people like Shen support. It's kind of a gross amount of damage early on.
Yeah, because you would say there's a drawback. Usually you lose the 2v2s because the supports are winning the 1v1.
Ne mogu da naćem ja. Legit sam probao da klikćem i samo ne mogu da naćem. Potrudio sam se. Pojma nemam gdje je.
Jungle diff at 8 minutes since we started tracking in 2022, which is, I believe, when they swapped it so that all jungle camps were equal to 4 CS. Before that, it was kind of pointless because Raptors were like, what, 12?
So it is. But they're pushing up to fight, though.
Mislim, ovdje bi u teoriji Na'Vi, koliko ja god navio za Jopu, Na'Vi bi trebao samo da stompa ovu seriju cijelu. Pobi ima 6. Da. Koriste 6 od pobija.
Well, they're just joining the buffet, offering themselves up on a silver platter.
Yeah, that was all. That's usually one of those plays where you get the first step of the play out of the way, you say, okay, I'm contesting this Drake, I'm about to
Na Streamlabsu samo što Streamlabs ima milijun i jednu stvar i meni je Streamlabs generalno ubogovan, jer mi izbacuje da mi je Twitch primarna platforma, a ne YouTube, i ne mogu da promenim, ne da me promenim. Tako da je jako, ne znam, zbunjujuće mi jako ta cijela stranica, iskreno. Čekao, piše mi Twitch mi je primary, ne mogu da fiksam na YouTube da je primary uopšte. Tako, zašto mi je Twitch možda partnerovan, pošto sam partner na Twitchu pa kao više vredno je to, ali opet... ne znam zašto mi ne da... Ne, nije ni bitno, nema veze. Sve je izbagovano. Juče i danas sam provalio sam shadow banova na YouTube-u, to je najjače od svega. Pojma nemam zašto, juče su mi pisali ljudi na TikToku koji su došli na stream da ne mogu da me nađu na YouTube-u uopšte. Tako da je jako čudno sve, ali realno... A šta da se radi, što bi se reklo. Tako da bacamo lagani chill, pa će valjda sve da se fiksa u nekom trenutku, a betovanje će Klara da fiksa kad se bude vratila. Ako ništa, verujem da će ova serija, to je današnji dan, biti trunku brži u smislu partija. Pogotovo što trebamo igrati Patreon Gamenet večeras. Ali imamo, mislim, Na'Vi SK i onda imamo Giantse koji... Mislim da će... Mislim, koji bi trebao da izdominira? a ovdje bi ovdje bi navi stvarno trebao da bude, mislim, kažem ja navijam za Jopu, stvarno navijam za Jopu, ali da, ne ovako. Ne ovako. A ne, zato ja ovo kažem ljudima, fore što stvarno, znači ti, ako se uzdaš na YouTube algoritam, samo je loša priča. Instagram ili Discord je samo GG's. Dobar MF ult. Šokovi nije kone. Užuj damage. Counter za Quarkija. A vidi, mislim, zavisi kako planiraš da igraš. MF je odličan izbor zašto rašuje BT, tako da tebi od Quarkijevog 6. kad dobije pok preša kod rakete, vam prešava problem, kad dobije Trinity BT ti rešava problem. Tako da je MF generalno jako dobra u Quarkija, ali opet kažem, ne možeš uvek pikati ni MF. Znaš, to je problem. Tako da što se tiče specifično countera za Quarkija, ti ga nužno ne counteraš. Jer kao, nema ništa što direktno uništava Quarkija u tu neku ruku. Jer vidi šta radi Quarki. U all-inu je u MF, također dosta jači. Jap. Nije Quarki problem, problem je MF. MF je užasno u 1-1. Ja nisam. MF je toliko dogshit dok ne dobije item. Ja vama ne mogu da opišem koliko taj heroj nije heroj. Znači dobra je za sustain, dobra je da trade-a. Jer kao basic U sa laftepom je healuje do kraja. Ali u all-inu MF je useless. Quarki nastakuje konkarer pre nego što poče fight i samo je all-inu jači. Serafina carry, aj možeš, ali ono. Tako je, da. Lepo je rekao do Amne. Ne, što je fora? Fora je što generalno MF na svakom spajku je mnogo slaba, dok ne dođe do fazon 3 itema. Previše radi... Previše radi Dobit će kill Jopa. Shen ima to, tiš malo. Stiže ga. 2, 1. To je to. Da, tako je. Mislim, poenta MF, opet sve ti kažem, zavisi kako igraš, ali poenta MF je samo da neutrališeš lane, da scalaš do late-a. I onda vidi, to je jedna specifična stvar kod MF. MF, slično kao neki drugi heroji, ne radi ništa do trenutka kada solo nosi game. MF kad dođe do late-a, jer fora je što ima MF svaki njen spell ima bolesnu količinu scale-a, ali je užasan rano. To je fora. Jer ti kada pogledaš MFQ, najveći value je što je basic attack reset. Što nenormalno scale-uje sa količinom itema koju imaš, jer ako je tvoj basic attack 40 i si resetovo 40 damage, to je ništa. Ali ako je tvoj basic attack 600 jer si full build, tvoj basic attack reset ima ogroman value. W od MF, strat, mimo mobility bootsa i reseta, attack speed ti daje, što je kao Tristana Q. Tristana Q se last maxa, se second maxa, zavisi od situacije, ali kao skela samo od tvog right click damage-a. Tako da ti dok ne dobiješ right click damage, tebi su Q i W useless. I onda vremenom postaju sve jači i jači. Recimo kao Sivir W koji je basic attack reset ili kao Tristana Q. Ali onda kada spojiš basic attack reset i attack speed steroid u late game-u sa 4-5 itema, MF postaje nevjerovatno jaka. Samo trebaš doći do tog trenutka. Znaš što je fora sa Vayne? Vayne ima Condemn. Condemn je veoma jak early game tool. MF nema ništa. MF je dobra u kratke trade-ove, da double-a pogodi, da pogodi laftep, da te udari jednom ili 3 put. Znači svaki trade nakon trećeg basic attacka MF je loša i to 3 put zbog PTA-a. Ali kao ajde, basic, Q basic, pošto je Q reset, možeš brzo da izvučeš 3 napada za presti attack. Ako igraš PTA, vjerovatno igraš PTA. Sve nakon PTA proka, MF ne radi ništa. Optimalno PTA prok ulti. Znači to se ne dogodi toliko često jer ili si u range-u za basic ili si u range-u za ulti. Teško ćeš baciti ulti kad je neko u basic range-u. Ne bi, Shen of Taunt je bio off cooldown tipa za nekoliko sekundi. Nije mogao da preživi Korki. Nije mogao Jopa da preživi. On je samo mrtav. Sheni mora da ulta ranije, ali mislim da i to nije... Mislim da je Paros trebao preventivno da ulta, umjesto da čeka da krene dive pa onda da ulta. Jedina fora s Jopom je što Jopa stvarno igra previše agresivno. I to mu radi jako dobro. Jedina stvar koja mene brine generalno za Jopu je što on ako ne igra agresivno, on ne radi toliko posla kao što bi radio, ako to ima smisla. Kao on bukvalno konstantno nalazi trade-ove zato što ljudi ne očekuju da igra ovoliko hem. A Jopa igra uvek na nabadanje. Što kažem, nekada može da bude i panišovan. Ovdje je Sheni već trebao da ulta. Znači, ulti već trebao da bude channelovan. Jer najgori slučaj da ga ne dajvuju, Sheni je spasio AD Carry-a. To je sve što je trebao da uradi ovdje. Povestili desi? Evo, iskreno, veoma chill, moram ti priznati. Malo me joystick nešto zeza, moram da ga popravim. Ali mimo toga sam upalio igricu, radim i na streamu, kucam u drvo. Imam i neke kodove. Tako da... večera sam spreman za malo fudbala, sutra spreman za neku avanturu.
The safest place for the MF is the mid lane because there's just not enough engage, and I really like that Navi are setting this up because Olaf should be able to push and move, and he should be able to slow this game down.
And there's a bit of a collapse. Now on to Poby, he's going to use the shockwave to try and clear the wave. There's a TP on the way, and slow Q is taken away. The ulti, Paris wants the body block, double taunt connecting. Mickey tanking the initial tower, but will manage to live for an extra second. But now it's slow Q. The tower is not cooled down yet, so he's going to drop. 1 for 1 so far. Wonder forced the D-mount. Mid lane is falling. Odo well called out.
They're just sacrificing Paros and they're just sacrificing everything for gold, and it's just such a great trade because the Herald is up now, and even if you go take it, look at the state of your map, everything is...
Kontroler je ceo kontroler, meni baguje analogni joystick. Znači, na Balkan, ne mogu kažem na TV-u, ali... levi analog stick mi baguje, eto. Ako ćeš da budem specifičan.
This Herald and you have Prios everywhere. This is the one time that SK felt that they could be going for this because look at they're moving. Wonder or like Manta rather was already shifting, and they feel like they need to do this, and they don't even have ultimates up. That's just the only window that they thought they could punish, but Poby did such a great job to shockwave that wave.
Aha. Zato što levi stick mi stikuje perma na levo. Zvuči malo čudno, ali mislim da je samo do prašine, dok gledamo kako... Ovo je bilo lepo na kraju. Gljivica, mi to zovemo drugačije. Nije, ne kažemo ni to. Kako vi zovete to? What the fuck? Mi smo drugačije to malo zvali, to moje nije za program, ali da. Nije ni bitno. Znate šta mislim? To je bitno. Znači, levi analog stick... Kad god nešto mrdnem, on mi ga zalepi na levo, iako je centriran na sredini. On ga zalepi na levo. Mislim da je ušla prašina neka unutra, nisam ga koristio nekoliko meseci. Verovatno je ušla prašina unutra. Pa zato baguje. Tako da sad ću probati još malo, imam neki kompresor, malo da razduvam vazduh, da vidim da li će to da mi reši problem. Tako je, Lazić. Tako smo mi to zvali, tako ja znam. Da, samo što to nije za... tako mi Kevine to zovemo. Imaš leva i desna. Imaš levo i desno. Ne znam, lec ide na TV, ljudi, otko znam, ono da sam na streamu, bole me ovo, nego. Za svaki slučaj. Za svaki slučaj. Da, tako mi to zovemo. Tako su mi to zvali pre, mislim. Tako da moram samo da imam šta mi s tim, ali imam rezervni joystick, tako da najgori slučaj ako mi ovaj zabada samo ću uzeti drugi, stavit ću njega, igrat ću njemu, nije bitno. Da, ja mislim da je to, nema šta drugo da bude. Mislim, nije polomljen, jer kao radio je i stavio sam ga u fioku i onda je fiot stavio fazom 2-3 meseca, tako da verovatno samo je, znaš, malo to i ono, nije ništa strašno. Kažem, nije mi backup ako ništa, nije problem. Svakako večeras da igramo fudbal, vidjet ćemo, kažem, koliko će nas imati, pa ćemo se podijeliti Ali ćemo se menjati ili ćemo igrati utakmicu, pa onda druga ekipa, zavisi koliko nas bude bilo. Ma na šta je fora, gle, on je bio permastak levo, ja sam... Imaš u suštini proces, uradiš 2-3 rotacije, onda kompresor malo i već se pola fiksalo, tako da... U smislu sad mi ne stika perma levo, sad samo ponekad povuče na levo, tako da... I to sam ja, ono, samo, nisam ni s kompresorom, nego sam ovako samo rešio. Ja ne znam što radi Miki iskreno, niti kuda beži na iskreno, nije malo vam pozicije, ali ajde.
Sometimes the hardest thing in League is to punish people when you see them out of position. And that's what you see a lot in a lot of different team cons where you just don't have enough engage tools. But the question on Navi is, how many engage tools do you want? And the answer is yes.
Yes, certainly. I'm a little bit nervous initially that it might not be enough, but...
Nemo gledamo one komentare što mi ostavljate vama na mrežama. Klara čita ono i samo zapisuje ideje. Rekao ne ovako. Samo mi to fali, ono dobit ću u lavoru za noge kafu sljedeći put. I to jedan kratki espresso ću dobiti, vjerovatno. A sljedeći put ću dobiti u čepu od koce sa kutlačom da pijem. Ne znam kako to radi, ali nema veze. Ide Navi. Ja mislim da ova serija... Kažem opet, navijam za Jopu, voleo bi da pobede zbog Jope, ali mislim da je generalno Navi samo mnogo bolje ekipe. 1-1 su, ali kažem, mislim da je Navi samo daleko kvalitetniji. Probat ću na pauzi, imam 10 minuta pauzi među partije, pa ću probati na pauzi da vidim kako ide betting. Ne, deki, sve je razumljivo. I mene je malkice danas sam bio... Danas sam bio u nekim nabavkama, pošto jedino danas mogu da stignem. Onda sam danas išao po nabavku ono gluposti. I boga mi čim izađeš odakle god, samo te sunce ono izudara na najjače. A još juče u Beogradu nešto se zapalilo. Znam možda neko u chatu, ali tipa 40 km od Beograda neki veliki požar bio. I onda i vazduh ono užasan i sve. Što Vaj samo ne prima damage dok Oriana ne dođe, ali Oriana ima... Mislim imaš Magi 14 takova, tako da... Vidi Kesa, i onda ja secnem onako i onda tako, vidi, to nije loše. To nije loše uopšte. Tako da kažem, ljudi, danas nam je play iščilamo uz lec. Iščilamo uz lec, ja posle toga ručam, palim futbal i idemo da rokamo. Da li znam koliko će se uzimati GTA? Brate, ne znam napamet, ali evo sad ću ti proveriti. Mislim, mora da piše negde. Estimated size između 150 i 250 GB. Tako da će mnogo uzimati sa Sonija. A ja ću morati izbrišem sve igrice sa Sonija da bi mogao da instaliram GTA. Peščara, da, jeste. Smrdalo cijelo večer, užasno. Mislim, ubili su Samdija, MF baš i nema kako da beže, mislim da ne igri. Kome će ko sati kolegu građe imaju 33. Ja sam video na... Isto je bilo na Twitteru ili mislim da na Twitteru bilo. Neko je u tramvaju u Beogradskom, pošto nije bilo klime, izmerio vozačevo mesto, znači vozač gde sedi, fazon 49 stepeni ili tako nešto bolesno. Neverovatno. I tu unutra gde sedi vozač. Iskreno, moram da priznam jednu stvar. Miki je smurf s ovim smajtovima. Iskreno je smurf sa smajtovima, Miki. Mnogo lepo smajta. Mislim, support je. Svaka mu čast. Zog, veruj mi, ne znam. Ja nemam pojma koliko je memorije na ovom Sonyu. Ruku na srce, mislim, Sony sam koristio za playthrough-ove nekih igara, nisam previše razmišljao o memoriji, tako da. Jer kao mimo toga ne igram Sony. Volio bi da igram. I kažem, stvarno, svakim danom sve više i više mislim da je GTA bolja ideja. I mislim da bi trebao, samo kažem, vidjet ćemo kako ćemo to da pohvatamo. Ali, jak, Sony koristim na streamu i to je to. Ništa više, ništa manje. A mislim, kažem, sve više i više kako prolaze dani, mislim da je GTA bolja ideja. Mada, jedno po jedno, sve ćemo smisliti.
just now closing where the Nocturne Oriana combo isn't available. Boom, boom, both cooldowns now up and available, making it so much harder for SK and Yopa, the only member of this team ahead of their respective opposition. It's the double taunt. It's
Dobar kombo.
It's a beautiful wombo, but it's not quite enough damage to finish the Corki. Crucially, Silas takes away the stand united. Gives AD carry another.
Mislim, ovo im je solo, ovo je huge za Navi, iskreno. Oterali su SK, Kled nema port. To je skroz okej. Jopa, ali ne može, mislim. Jopi treba Infinity i LDR da možda napravi razliku. Sad trenutno ne radi dovoljno damage. Nije go off topic. I ovaj Dragon Soul je dobar. Samo je Cloud Dragon, ova grafika s leve strane ružna. Sad to krene ranije. Ja sam rekao, ove godine iskreno vidjet ću. Kao, bukvalno sam rekao da je 99% bio. Sad se neke stvari dešavaju, sad je malo manje od 99% da bude. Ali ne znam, kažem. Vidjet ću s Klarom da li da napravimo neki pola-pola, ono, sa Inatom Klaraton, da li će ga biti uopšte, da li ove godine samo da streamujem GTA, pa onda posle da streamujem pred novu godinu. Ne znam što ću raditi, iskreno. Kažem, sad trenutno čekam. Ne sem i dalje, Kevine, ne. Trenutno čekam neke stvari. Kad budem sve dobio ono potvrđeno, onda ću moći da pričam. I svako ću, ono, Patreonima ću prvo podeliti, ali podelit ću i na stream relativno brzo. Sve šta i kako. Čim budem dobio zvanične informacije, da ne bude pričam jedno, pa se onda za 3 dana promeni pričam drugo. Tako da, kako se razvija, tako ja vama prenesem. Trenutno je pitanje šta će da bude u krajem godine. Previše damage, a Corki nema dovoljno. Danas sa poslije imamo došli materijal za krovove, čoveč. To je smrt. Još gore na krovu. Ja mislim da na krovu 60 stepeni. Još po onim gore kad se ugreje sve. Ne mogu zamislim kako je gore, iskreno. A onda pogledaš temperaturu kao na telefonu i piše kao 39 stepeni maksimum. Nikad ne ode u 40, a napolju ti osjetiš da je 50 stepeni. Znači da stavim jaje na ćelu i da se prošetam niz ulicu, jaje ono na oko rešeno za 2 minuta. Znači ne može da bude 30 kogod stepeni, 30 stepeni danas pisalo 30 stepeni. 29. Znači užas. No vidi plavi, ja mislim verujem ti, ja kažem, ja stvarno nisam igrao, ne očekujte od mene da ću igrati ništa spec goals, ali igramo, sprdamo se, nema veze, mislim. Naučit ćemo kad budemo igrali. Krenemo večeras da klikćemo, pa ćemo vidjeti, znaš. Kao, mislim, ja ću igrati odbranu, jer što da ne, ali kao, koliko je meni teško, bit će i drugoj odbrani teško, nema veze, šta. Prvih nekoliko partija malo da dohvatimo ono osjećaj za igru, pa ćemo poslije da igramo još bolje. Ja sam zaboravio i dugmiće koji se klikću, nema šta je šut na krug ili na kocku. Ali naćemo. Fair, Kevine, to je razumljivo, nemam ni ja od sebe neka velika očekivanja. Ja sam nisam pali 3 mjeseca, pa ni ja. Kad sam zadnji put igrao Sony na Sinatoru? To je pre 8 mjeseci ga nisam igrao. Bukvalno. Ima dobrih igara za Sony, stvarno ima. I Final Fantasy, i Rise of the Ronin, stvarno ima fenomenalnih igara na Sonyu. Samo što treba vremena, mislim. Znaš, to je stvar. God of War nisam upalio. Imam što način, mislim da imam fizičku kopiju God of War-a i nisam je igrao. A da, moj Sony ima ovi ulaz za CD, ja nemam digitalni. Ne, bukvalno ne. Znaš sam u fazonu imam CD, znam da imam CD, sam u fazonu da mora da je fizička digitalna, ove bre, da nije digitalni Sony. Znam, ne vidi, i stvarno kažem, igre na Sonyu, sad išao neki novi Marvelov Fighter, to sam isto video, samo ne znam kako se zove. A to ima i na Steamu, Marvel Token Fighting Soul se zove. Izašao nov Marvelov Fighter, to je recimo dosta cool.
It doesn't really matter. You get, it's kind of like a bonus item because you're still fed, you're still strong, you get the bonus
Still
item.
have 25 stacks on your Medjais.
Yeah, it's not like he fell behind on this. He just went a little bit sideways.
He's not even
Tako je, da, Mateo, desi.
He's still ahead, even after
Probao sam Rise Ronin, isto tako si vidio bolje Gostušima. No, mislim da Gostušima je sigurno bolji.
Loki right now.
To šta? Ali, kao, ono, i Rise Ronin je jako, jako dobra igra. Ima puno dobrih igara na Sony, samo. Znaš, sve te igre, pogotovo te story igre, zahtijevaju neku određenu količinu vremena da komituješ. Sam kao i sve ostalo, jeli. Samo što recimo, zašto je meni Gildran bio toliko simpatičan kad sam ga igrao, što mi nije zahtijevao toliki komit vremena. Znači, kao uđem, odigram sat vremena, mogu da ne igram 7 dana i nakon 7 dana odigram još sat vremena. Isto je za goals. Kao uđem, odigramo 2-3 utakmice i ne moram da igram godinu dana goals. I za godinu dana mogu opet uđem i da nastavim tamo gde sam stao. A te story priče opet ne valja nekako na pola. Znaš, jednom kad kreneš, hoćeš da je završiš do kraja. Ako uletiš na pola, ti se ni ne sećaš ni šta je bilo, ni priče, ni ništa. Nije to top. Dogledamo kako ekipa navija polako, ali sigurno siđa vamo SK. Kažem opet, oni gledaju dive, ali ne moraju da dajvaju. Ne moraju da, samo će da uzmu bazu. Super minion, screen u screen, molim vas, producenti, šta se događa gore na midu. Kad mora se rotira dubi ovu veliku plavu tačkicu. Ma što je način Zogi ova godina i za komp isto brutalno. Ima i toga. Ove godine i Sony i komp imaju baš dobre release-ove. Ne, ovo je samo free za Navi. Sam da ima free DPS. Pogledaj koliko damage radi. Viš sad MF. Kad je krenula da dobija iteme. Šta radi? Wunder je živ, wow, okej. Ulti nije konektovan na skinza, Wunder mora da padne, ja mislim da Navi ovdje završava game kroz bot. Ali da, recimo, ove godine 3 igre koje su meni na vidiku sigurno su na kompu Ion 2 i Animo. Kažem Ion 2 pogotovo što je MMO, pa možemo svi zajedno da igramo. Ako, mislim, ja sam tu, koliko bude mogu da budem tu, kažem, sad sve čekam ove vesti da podelim s vama, pa će vam biti jasno što možda me ima, možda me nema. Animo isto MMO, to je tip igre koji ja jako volim i GTA. Mislim, nema šta, GTA, story mod, prelaženje, fizika igre, ono, trkanje, znači to možda bude ludnica. Tako da jedva čekam. Uglavnom, donekle očekivano, Navi uzima Game Boy 1 najiskrenije. Verujem da će uzeti Game Boy 2. Navijamo za Jopu da možda uzme neku kajsu, nešto slično pa da može da nosi. Svako pauza, 10-ak, puštamo desk, chillaju, pričaju, tu smo za 10. I vraćamo se sa Game Boy 2.
He knows the jungle is completely cooked for him, tries an invade, and then what?
And then what? Madness ensued. That's, if anything, sick and madness. So it was an invade that SK went for.
Yes.
And problem is you're
Yeah.
invading with a level 3 blue buff Vi. This Nocturne has default tempo and red buff. He is 3 times the champion Vi is here in the extended exchange. And you just see, it's just a stat gap. Like, sure, I think Mickey found a really good engage, but in the end, it doesn't really matter, because the moment that really stacks up that lethal tempo, has that Dustbringer at AD increase, he's just so strong in these early skirmishes.
Alongside that, Slowq having to flash to try and chase Paris means that he's not in the middle of the fight getting that AoE damage down on the Silas. So, yeah, it's one of those games where you see the first few minutes and you think, if this was a scrim, it's being remade immediately.
Yeah.
And after that point, you could tell for SK that everything was like a, well, we've lost already, how do we find a way back in?
I mean, it's not getting remade. It's a pause into 7-minute discussion of like 3 players in the team wants to remake, and then Wunder's up there, guys, my lane is going great, I don't want to remake this game. But it's a turbulent early game.
I have 2 questions for you. First, do you have to go for this play? Second, how can you come back after something like this? Because they clearly didn't.
First off, no.
Okay.
You do not have to
You
go
do
for
not
this
have.
fight. Like, obviously, SK are kind of screwed from the early jungle, right? Like, Skins looks for the invade. Paris does a really good job on his roams, right? Roams to get the first invade off, then comes down and spots Skins as he tries to go for the red buff invade, which is why Skins backs away. And so Skins then is in a position where it's like, I will get 3 camps. And that's all he's going to be allowed. So I understand the logic behind the invade. You don't have to do it. You can just say Skins is going to be behind, catch-up XP will come in at some point, and then we can play around 6s. But you are going to be very delayed to that first ultimate on the Vi.
I mean, problem is, if you don't go for this invade, you're playing a game where the jungler who hits level 6 first has such an advantage.
And it's a Nocturne.
Nocturne versus Vi.
Yeah.
Okay, I 100% agree, but you went for the invade and then you lost the game.
Yeah, no, I'm saying
if my
that if they
options
don't
are,
go for
I
invade,
lose
they're
the
conceding
game.
the early game, medic. They're conceding the early game.
Concede the damn early game. Like, I would rather lose the first 14 minutes than lose the whole game. And obviously SK thought they could win the fight, and I understand that. But you are flipping the game.
Yeah.
Like we said it in the caster room. I was like, okay, here comes the level 3 flip.
Yeah.
And they just lose the game because of it. So I think just back off. Accept your losses.
All right, they didn't. That's what happened. And then what? Then it's flip over flip over flip over flip, trying to come back, desperation plays, trying to make things happen on the map. It doesn't work either.
Now, I feel like every single play that SK made this game after that early game was just trying to claw their way back, just hanging by the ledge, trying to do a pull-up, is trying to get over it again. But it was just impossible because the gold deficit they're in, because the draft deficit they're in from the champions they picked, made it so difficult. They didn't have the tools to go. Here you see Wunder, he's trying to be creative, delaying his recall, tempo trapping onto Poby, and they're sending everything to kill him. And in a normal game, he would be dead. Here's a squishy Orianna being pushed up by himself. But the stand united from Paris, all the shielding is able to come out, and just lacking one longsword. If you're at 350 more golden Wunder, anything would make the difference there. That's the reason that play doesn't work out. And that was the story of the game.
All credit to Na'Vi, right? Every time SK tried to make a play, Na'Vi were either covering that play really well or covering and making plays on the other sides of the map. Like we saw an SK dive on the top lane tier 1 as well, while bot and mid were being pushed by Na'Vi. Like, often we see with Na'Vi struggles to have influence on multiple portions of the map. We talked about it in the ready check as well. We're saying usually it's only through Relech. Here we saw Poby standing up. We saw Mainta standing up. Everyone on Na'Vi cohesively was working to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, the really good thing about this game is that the plays made sense.
Yeah.
SK going for that invade, sure it was a bad invade, but it made sense. It's super important to get your jungler ahead. And I want to praise Na'Vi so much because we've seen in our league, teams are all over the place. The plays don't always make sense, but Na'Vi, with the lead they got, actually played a fantastic game of League of Legends. They didn't do anything unnecessary. They didn't give SK some weird leads, except for maybe in the bot lane where Joppa popped off. In general, really, really well played by Na'Vi, and a very promising sign for them as they're developing throughout the summer splits.
All they need is a 3k lead at minute 5 in every game, and
There
then they're going to win. Like,
Hey, I've seen teams with 5k leads.
I've seen Na'Vi throw with a 5k lead. That's the reason we're praising them. Like, they should win from this position, but in the past they haven't.
This is the bar that low. We're like, wow, they finished the game with their...
Now listen, we've been really critical over their mid-game especially, and I do feel like they pulled it together this time. On the side of SK though, a bit disappointed because their first series was great. Even the loss against G2 looked good. I had more expectation coming in today. To me, this week for SK, having to face off against Na'Vi and Vitality later is the test that is going to prove whether or not they're a good playoff team.
Oh, agreed.
Absolutely.
After this game, I have my share of doubts. So what are we looking at? What improvements are we looking at? You guys mentioned Yopa.
Yes.
We know that he's been a standout player. Is he the one who can pull this series together in the next games and draft maybe also make it more simple for yourself?
We can talk about draft in a second. Yeah, I agree with
Yeah.
you. Making it more simple makes a lot of sense. I do think that Yopa has been the standout performer for SK, not only across summer, but also in spring. I think he was the best player for them in spring. Here we saw just a knowledge of his champion's spikes and positional play that was exceptional. Right? He gets the 1v1 kill after somebody's used his ultimate on a bot lane dive. He then manages to get a kill in a 1v2 and almost escapes Paris. Like, Yopa on this Corki especially is absolutely top tier. Right?
It shows that he's willing to step up when the game looks rough, because the game looked really rough at that point. But the fact that he can find those solo kills and still be the guy that, okay, you guys can play for me, you can rely on me, is a very comforting sign if you're a player on SK right now. But I also want to go back to the draft, because the draft was very volatile from SK. You have the Sylas into Orianna. Orianna is a power pick, and they banned their Akali to set up this Orianna. Sylas has to do way more in this game. Into Orianna. He has to work twice as hard than Orianna to be useful this game. Same with the Kled into Olaf. Very volatile matchup. Not easy to execute on. I think SK came out in game 1 swinging, trying a very aggressive draft, and it didn't work out. Now I want to see into game 2 if they can now hone back a little bit. Hone back on it a little bit and just play what works. You have strong carries. You have Skeens. Give him an early game matchup, because on the Vi, when he didn't get ahead early, he looked really struggling.
I also think that's why I don't have too many perturbations around SK right now. Like, usually, you see a team lose like this, I'd be more concerned. But because the draft was, as you say, very volatile for SK, and also they just threw the game in the early game, I'm less worried about SK holistically from this one performance than I would be about other teams.
Back to the drawing board. Take a deep breath, guys. You got this. Bring it for game 2. We haven't seen much from you guys. We know that SK, they are capable of, so let's see if they can give us a series after this.
Die, Eco, Ale, let's go.
Waka,
Samina, Sandriva, Isa for Africa. Var det så vi gjør det? Vi skjuter deg. Det er noe ting å renne. Bein og flash. No flash.
But it really has just been about jungle and support. Is now trying to force the play in the mid lane, looking to lock up Samdi. Wonder collapsing, and that is at least the pick that they were looking for. SK finding one back.
Good job, guys. Nice. Really good early game. Well played.
Yeah. Good job.
Brother, let me try.
Wait. Brother. Let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna last.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Heavy is the head, got the crown seat soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head, that the crown she's soon. keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution. Man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together.
Hello and welcome back to LEC Summer 2026. It's week 3, day 2. That roadshow always messes me up.
Yeah, it gets a lot of people.
I forgot that was week 1 because we weren't in the studio. It's week 3. I'm
Hey, it's
up.
week 2 in the studio, technically.
And if you've been not here for whatever reason, that would be silly, but nice of you to join us. Navi just clean stomped SK. Super dominant, super convincing game. MVP performance from Paras down in the support position on Shen. Looking broken, unlike in Riftbound, where he looks useless and armpity, but that's a story for another time. We're about to get into pick and pan. Oh no, there's a lot of armpit going on. If you know, you know. SK have chosen first pick. Navi have chosen blue side. So we'll see what SK want to do with this particular first pick, because they got cooked from level 1 in game 1.
Cooked, indeed.
Let's see if they can last a little longer in this game too.
We'll see. Camille, Hoppy, and Rumble out.
Yep.
Syndra, clear standout for me. When you go first pick, you really want to make a champion OP. With the junglers being out Vine auction, I feel like those were the big ones in the previous game. I'm looking at the likes of Syndra. I'm looking at the likes of Jarvan. You pretty much just want to find combos and just throw an OP first pick.
All right.
The log ban.
Log taken away. So are we going to see early Syndra priority?
I'm looking at the things like Syndra, because Cassio is out. Syndra is honestly the big standout for me, because Log is just great versus immobile mages. So,
oh my gosh, it's like you coach a team.
It's like I've been here since the game was born.
That's true. don't remind me of that though. This brand new game, it's like 2 years old, right? Don't tell me how old it
League
really
Classic was a great throwback for me.
League Classic
I felt
was
young
an
again.
Throwback.
Then I stood up and my bones hurt.
Yeah, they tend to do that when you get this age. Now, Victor is going to be the response. So we had our 80 carry versus 80 carry match where, okay, I will say both 80 carries were completely abandoned by their supports. So maybe supports just abandon their 80 carries no matter what now. Now we're kind of setting up for a mage v mage bot lane, although technically there's still room for some flexies.
Exactly. The Victor on the side of Navi, which is second pick in this time around, will dictate a lot of flexibility, because it's all absolutely great pick in the mid lane now, and even on the bot lane it can stand its ground even against the mage, even against an AD carry. All around great pick. The Lee Sin on the side of Village, a lot of agency on his side. He identifies that if this team wants someone to carry, I will be that man. I will pick the blind monk and I'm gonna go kick some butt.
I like that. You know what I like even more? Point and click CC.
Hey, you can never have enough of that.
Exactly. Why skill expression when you can point and click? That's my personal philosophy. Because while I respect Relech, and if he has a great Lee Sin, I'm going to give him that praise. I like champions that guaranteedly give you something. Pantheon, Leona, 2 of those champions. They provide CC. Now, is it high Merc Treads value? Maybe a little too high.
Perhaps.
Yes, but...
SK is taking a page out of Navi's book. They say, how many engages did you have last game? I'm about to get just as much this game. I love the proactivity. I love that they're not dissuaded after that first game where they just got stomped in the early and the mid game. They feel like it was just an oopsie. I can come back into this game, and if you give me enough tools, I will be proactive. I will take the fight to Navi, and I will fight them for that early and mid game spikes.
Yeah, and we saw how important those early skirmishes were. Leona, a demon in early skirmishes. It feels like a late game tank. Yeah, full build is your starting item.
Yeah, full build once hitting level 2.
It's hitting level 2. Level 3 would be nice. You don't even need it. This champion is so disgustingly tanky. Alistair, we know, notoriously terrible early lane phase. Wants a few more levels, but post level 6 can still be a massive source of engage. That said, with the Gnar hover we saw earlier, it does feel like Navi are going to need to be a little bit more reactive with their carries. Victor isn't the big proactive follow-up that an Alistair or Lee Sin often look for, and With the Anivia banned away, it looks like they're trying to deny some control mage options from the side of SK.
Makes me feel like this Victor is shaping up to go into the mid lane because your main weakness was the fact that you're immobile, and trying to get these counter picks away, you need to figure out where do you want to put this flex pick, or at least take away all the good blind pick options on the side of SK, because still,
Došao sam kafu, a ne vodu, ali Vitigdos. Gde si Marence? Kakav si Marence sa igračima? Ne znam da li si stigao išta igrati. Ali se nadam da si uspio pokupiš neke cool igrače. Vidio sam su bacili KSI-a i Ronaldinha. Mada mislim da KSI mora da se kupuje. A Ronaldinho... Nisam baš 100% siguran, iskreno. Mislim da Ronaldinho može se kupi s onim pojenima in-game. Navi drafta jako, jako dobro. SK drafta ok. Viktor je giga broke na botu, vidjeli ste juče na streamu. Alistar je giga dobar support. Lisina, ako imaš Lisina igrača, svi igraju dobro Lisina u Lecu. Radi dosta i samo im treba neki AD na topu. Ne znam, mi intrigra i reliju. Daš daj se, da, ali to mi je nekako ne znam. A mislim da može Ronaldinho se kupi i bez, zar ne? Ja mislim da Ronaldinho može se kupi i sa onim pojenima. Zelenih, odlično, odlično. A koliko sam vidio, KSI nije nešto jak. KSI je... Mislim, ja sad sam malkice ušao u igricu da vidim jutros. Ne znam da rizikom se mislim nekračak on. Ušao sam jutros i vidio sam da kao igrači imaju potencijal. Pa je onda fora da ti kao uzmeš nekog igrača kao koji je lošiji, pa onda polako valjda buđiš, daješ mu poene. Kao što više koristiš igrače i kako on stari postaje bolji, onda postaje i... Ono postaje bolji.
That's the only lane that has proactivity. Everyone else is follow-up. Ambessa is follow-up. Lee Sin is follow-up. Alistar is follow-up. You need one guy...
A nasumičan rating. Ja sam... Mislim da je Ronaldinho bolji od... Mislim, trebao bi da bude bolji od KSI-a. I vidio sam da imaju neki izazovi koji su baš teški da kao dobiješ epic igrača, a Legendary ne postoji. U beti su ga... U beti su delili ono epic legendary igrače ko ništa. Sad, boga mi, za epika trebaš da radiš kukulele. Kukulele šta trebaš raditi. GTK, daj mi... Eti nije... Pošto nisam mail dobio... Napiši mi na Discordu ili napiši mi samo kako ti počinje mail pa mogu da virnem. Ne moraš cijel mail da mi daš, da mi samo prva 2-3 slova. A evo, naš sam, ne znam. Ne mora li ti ostao Niki vamo. U gamer tieru si. Sad sam, znaš šta je najjače od svega, da, a ti si, kako mi nije došao mail? What? Jako čudno. Jako čudno. Da, ok, u gameru, zašto vidim da si mi pop auto odmah gore vamo na sajtu, a nisam dobio mail iz nekog razloga. Da, vidio sam, u gamer tieru si, brate moj, hvala ti puno na pozdravu jer mi je došao nazad u Patreon. Ne kažem, večeras isto, ako hoćeš da igraš futbol s nama, skidi goals, mi ćemo podijeliti, kažem, ako bude više ekipa, igrat ćemo best of 3, pa ćemo se menjati šta god, napravit ćemo neku foru da klikćemo. Tako da. Vidjet ćemo kad se budemo skupili na Discordu koliko nas ima pa ćemo se deliti. To je plan. Igrat ćemo cijelo veče samo gol. Znači nema arama ovdje, nema ništa. Samo gol cijelo veče igramo. Malo fudbala da se družimo. A i realno ko zna kad će posle vratiti 5 na 5. Mislim, pitaću odmah ove developere kad planiraju, ali... On je meni rekao prvi put, ja kad sam ga cimao, on je meni rekao da im je plan bio. Sad ću vam kažem šta mi je tačno rekao prvi put. Rekao mi je... Čita poruka. Oko septembra, oktobra mi je rekao. A oni su ga u avgustu ubacili, tako da možda im je release 5 na 5, septembar, oktobar, ko zna.
He might still be able to have an MVP level performance just at a later stage in the game.
Yeah, exactly, because a lot of it will come down to him, but bot lane action has been a little bit sleeper.
Ma dobro, kažem, ićemo na zelene igrače, ćao, realno. Zelene igrače, svako će imati bar po nekog zelenog igrača i to je to. Da, Zog nam nije tu, da, pa dobro, da, biće još, mislim. Možda i GTK hoće da igra s nama, kapiram da biće još na disu ljudi da uleti, tako da skupit ćemo se. Da, popunit ćemo lagano. Što je najčešće, stavit ću ja na Discordu, možda ima mislim ima sigurno patrona koji nisu.
Decided it's his time to roam. His people need him. Although Kobe not too phased. Reelec is on the way, as is Harris. The pincer here too. If they overcommit, it could cost them dearly. But
stavit ću vamo ja i na Discord.
Reelec with first blood. The return kill really not there from SK. They're splitting their cooldowns. Reelec getting lower. Flash forward for Skeens. Bit of a fumble there from Reelec.
GTK, pazi, na Patreon sajtu odeš na settings, na connections i tu će ti izaći bukvalno da imaš preko toga što si Patreon, imaš da konektuješ moj Discord. To kad uradiš, on će te ubaciti na Discord i daće ti rol automatski. I onda ćeš vidjeti sve ostalo. Kevin može s nama da igra. Iskreno ne znam da li će biti treći tim, ljudi. Ne znam da li će biti treći tim. Verovatno će biti 2-3 igrača pa će oni da uleću da se menjamo. Kažem, nije ni meni frka, ni ja. Ne znam da li ima spekta. Ako ima spekta, mogu bi ja da iskuliram neki game pa da komentarišem. Ma i to bi bila fora, iskreno. Ali vidjet ćemo. Vidjet ćemo koliko će biti sad. Moraju spekt da ubace nekako. Kevine, ti si nam dobrodošao uvek, ti to znaš. Mislim, Deki, ne znamo će Deki igrati. Dobro, vidi, Deki je čovek koji cijeni svoj mir. Tako da nisam 100% siguran da će Deki teti da igra futbol sa nama. Dekija, ja razumem Dekija, ali on je brat koji u fazonu vidi. Ja ću blejati s vama na Discordu, meni je tu lepo da igramo sad futbal, znaš. Ne bi me čudilo da Deki hoće da iskulira samo. Znam da on cijeni svoj mir pre svega, a mislim da mir u golzu 5 na 5 sa nama neće dobiti. Šta kažeš, evo ga Deki će da igraš s nama. Šećer? A, što Luis spava kod tebe? Pa ne znam, lego je, dam pojma. Došao je, lego je tu kod tebe da chilla, ja ga malo pomazio, on tu bleji, ima malo sunca na krevetu. Tako da ima sunca, nije mu vruće, kapiram da je zato došao. Vidit ćemo kakva je situacija, onda ima Parusa koji umire 100%. Ne može da preživi, nema šanse. To se ne događa. To se nikako ne događa. Ja sam rekao, Klara je ustala u 7 ujutru i onda je nema nikako, tako da to je fora što je ustala giga rano. To nam je ugao.
The Eclipse fades away and it's Reelec to grab another kill. Odo, you're not allowed to talk. That's what we've learned, bro. The plays are going to keep happening.
I don't know why he's there.
Yop is there because that's his tower. That's where he's supposed to be. And even that's not safe, Odo.
there's no safety in this game because once Navi gets unchained like that, it's just crazy. It all started from that part.
Inače, GTK je legalno, vidim da si pojačao i patrona, hvala ti puno na tome, nije mi jasno šta se dogodilo, tako da kad spojiš Discord nam samo mi objasni, pošto ne znam koji si ti Ruzo, jako sam zbunjen. Ali, jako sam zbunjen. Kako si to uspio da uradiš? Brat je postao custom patron, jako sam zbunjen. To može uopšte. Neću komentarišem tuču i opet. I šta se izdogađalo na botu. Ovo mi je prvi put da mi se dogodilo da je neko postao Patreon i da ne piše koji je tier.
And he is Elite 10, he's matching the damage, it's nasty, this is the highest Merc Treads value purchase I've ever seen. Major though now running, I think he's still just level 5 as the flash is there, Eclipse to try and tank, public execution completely the wrong way.
Navi što, čoveče, ljudi, chill. Chill, ne sam pogledam na drugi monitor šta radi Navi. To je ono što sam rekao kad Lee Sin igraš, zna da igra Lee Sina, gledajte šta se događa, nevjerovatno je. Baš je nevjerovatno. Kad Lee igrač zna da klikće, to je... To je to. Baš je ludnica. Goran, javi se u chatu. Javi se u chatu, ti pomognemo da spojimo ovo. Da nam se joinaš na disu. To mi je još jedna stvar što mi je dosta bitna. Kažem, ima i patrona koji su i dugo patroni i dalje ne znaju za Discord. Mislim, to ti sad stigne, ti čim postaneš Patreon, tebi iskoči to na celom ekranu, ali opet, ljudi, mislim, kao ono, ne čitaš to osim ako ti neko ne skrene pažnju na to. Jer izgleda kao terms of service, bukvalno. Ali u stvari je jedan od najbitnijih benefita jer se sve tu događa. Popo Legendo, a vidi, ako sad trenutno upalim kameru, banovat će me s televizije. Mogu, posle ovog gema ću da obučem majicu i sešću pa ću da upalim kameru. Trenutno mi je zanimanje bliže tvom nego mom. Ne znam baš da li to na TV sme, tako da još ovaj game ću da se šetkam pa ću poslije da sednem. Obući ću se i onda ću da, mislim majicu ću da obučem i onda ću da upalim kameru. Onda sam ugašen. Ugašen sam jer hodam. A iskreno u majici da hodam skuvo, mislim, iako sam ispod klime i dalje je puno, baš je previše vruće. Inače, Popo Legendo, hoćeš da igraš fudbal s nama večeras? Znači, kažem opet, kogod hoće večeras Patreoni, javljajte, spajamo, skinite, to vam je 200, ma nije ni 200, nešto malo megabita, možete na tosteru igrati. Iako niste kući, ako imate negde laptop ili ste šta god, radi bukvalno na bilo čemu. Kaže, mi ćemo se menjati, napravit ćemo više timova, to je najmanji problem. Static Shiv, AORUS na Jopi. Možda Static Shiv, Rageboy, Terminus, izgleda je to postao jako dobar build.
And honestly, when you get to this position and this banana is secure, it's so hard to wrestle. You have to walk through this Alistar and the fight start.
He's trying to walk through the Alistar. It's only a level 5 Alistar though, so a little bit easier to walk through. The Drake has now gone to Navi. Ulti good from Yoppo. They're getting just...
Jesi probao Acke, legitimno neće se upali. What the fuck? To je nevjerovatno. A Shady pa ništa. Mislim, i dalje se prenosi. Prenosi se u Hrvatskoj, prenosi se u Sloveniji. Nema u Srbiji, ali da. Program kao program postoji, samo ne kod nas. Lagano, Popo, nema veze. Ne, Golz je, mislim, kao baš je turbo nezahtevna igra, da kažem, opet ko će ga znati. Evo meni recimo na ovom kompu pa ne radi Gildran. Koji je jako Ono, nije zahtevna igrica, ali samo nešto se softverski nije poklopilo izla. Lagano. Vidi, ja volim da pozovem, to je bitno. Ko može, neko leti, ko ne. Neko uživa. Mora staviti drugi email za dis. I to ti je moguće ako si, ako ti je... Ako si ulogovan na više akauntova. Jesi spojio? Gogo, vidi, ajde, samo spoji na Patreon sajtu spoj Discord. Da dobiješ rol. Vidit ćeš sad kad budeš rol dobio, kad budeš spojio, mada imaš... Kevine, jel ti nije frka Gogi da pomogneš samo da spoji... Da spoji ovaj... Da spoji dis. To. Je. Gogo, ako ne možeš se snađeš na sajtu, Kevin je GOAT, on je tu da pomogne. Tako da spojit će ti on. Jer poćeš vidjeti još jednu sekciju cijelu na Discordu. Za Patreon sobe da gledamo filmove i radimo svašta nešto. Tako da, kažem, ja ručno mogu da dam rol, će da skine. Nego moramo da spojimo da bi onda automatski sve to radilo lepo. Gogo nam je inače GOAT najveći, samo što je češće na TikToku. Kapiram da mu tamo više odgovara. Ali lepo da vidimo čoveka i ovdje. Ima i tamo Legend i Vuk isto dosta češće na TikToku. Ali eto, i Vuk nam se sad joinovo vamo i Grdana nam se joinala na disu i Gogo nam se joinala na disu. SK lepo, imaju dobre counterplayeve ako ništa. Kevin technical support, Kevin je GOAT, iskreno, Kevin je... Ne. Realno i tokom sajnatona koliko je Kevin ispoštovo, vidi. Sam stvarno poštujem to. Zna Kevin da ja to cenim, iskreno. Ono, sav troll aside. Mislim, nije nikad troll aside, ali... Ono, što jeste, stvarno. Ima za 3 tima. Probamo da izvučemo da bude za 4, pa se onda miksamo skroz. To bi bilo najbolje. Da možemo 4 tima da napravimo, pa da imamo utakmice. Ono, polufinale, finale, šta god, možemo se zezati, možemo svašta radimo. Čašu puno. Vidi. Sljedeći put možda budi malo soka, ali samo malo naravno. Ne previše. Se ne navikneš. Da li mislimo da ekipa SK može da pobedi ovaj game? Izgledaju solidno. Imaju decent skill, ja i dalje mislim da gube. Hoćeš Klaru iz ovog tvog grozog velikog.
Before Kai'Sa, Varus walked so Kai'Sa could run in terms of just building random nonsense in the bottom lane is really what it feels like to me. Yeah. The OG random Zhonya's Hourglass.
I feel like there was never a bad option. You could do ultimate bravery with Kai'Sa and you would still get a good build.
To je true.
As long as it includes AD, attack speed, or AP, yeah.
As long as it is AD, attack speed. Šta god da imaš.
You know what, you can make anything.
I mean, you're taking me to a place where I'm thinking of Kalista and then all the tank items she builds and then you're saying that...
Ali definitivno može da radi.
I'm glad that we don't see as much Kalista. That's too much APM. No one needs to be...
To definitivno može da radi.
Alright. Nappa, a nice little bit of poke there. It's just enough. Also, Varus uses AP very nicely. Kind of nasty AP ratios. 1-to-1 on the ult.
You don't even need to kill, you just need to rock up here, put the Herald. Herald's gonna generate you enough pressure. You have position for the Drake.
Fore što SK iako vodi 2000 gol da nemaju ni jednog Drakea, oni čak i idu na neki Soul Elder Wincon, treba će previše dugo dok to dođe online.
There is no way you walk there. So I like Navi's response. They're going to the top lane, but again, SK, they're solidifying their position in the game. And even though it's gonna be one Drake to one, I still like their comp. I still feel like they're scaling quite well, and I still feel like they have a lot of tools as the game goes on to find a lot of this picks.
Yeah, definitely feel really like they're gonna have this really big threat in the side lane. Of course, there's no clean, easy Drake stacking, as Navi did grab that first Drake. See now what SK can do to press this lead forward. Mid already pushing in their favor. Yapa pretty full control here of the mid wave. It'll only get easier once he's fully stacked that tier and picked up the Muramana.
And you already see Navi going for attempt number 2. Right, just push this top wave all the way in. And now he's over here. He doesn't need to go top anymore. All he needs to go to catch that top when he hits the tier 2. But again, SK knows it. They know that when no one is showing that top wave, where will he be? It's honestly, it's smart play, but it's just so telegraphed. And if you keep your eyes on that minimap at all points, you will be able to find the answers. Because again, at any point, if you want, you can even just Grand Skyfall and make the counterplay.
And good for SK that they're still feeling confident enough and not losing sight of what they need to be playing for. We see a nice little pump back onto Mickey. Waited for the Alistair ultimate there as SK continue to establish control mid lane. Because as much as you say it's easy, just look at the minimap. We see a lot
Best of 3, best of 3. Obično najbrži način da provališ, Smekso, ako pogledaš kockice pored imena. Vidiš kako sa leve strane od Navija i desne od SK imaš, Navi ima jednu punu kockicu, SK ima 2 prazne. Tako da to ti je generalno najbolji način da provališ. Da provališ šta gledaš. Mislim, nebitno je, pitaš mene, odgovorit ću ti ja, nego ako gledaš nešto, gledaš neki prenos gde ti streamer, komentator, šta god ne čita chat, vidiš odmah. Samo trebaš da znaš gde da gledaš. Ima malo previše informacija na ekranu. Između roll questova, Drakeova, Rift, Void grabova, Golda, Kula, Plateova, series vinova, in-game vinova. Zbuni se čovek. Kao što se Wunder ovdje zbunio. Scatter, Ryze je mrtav. Ryze ima flash, dobar flash. Ryze nije mrtav. Ryze nije mrtav. Ryze je, naravno da je Ryze mrtav. Alistar je sad također mrtav. Pa dobro, lepo je da SK. Uspeli su da već 2 puta za redom okrenu, jako lepo play. A i Opa nema Muramanu, tako da on kad dobije Muramanu bit će još jači.
That you are. Another tower falling. Of course, Mater gonna grab one here, but it's so good that you call it out, right? It did feel like SK might be a little bit behind the play, but they have the Pantheon semi-global, which allows them to recover what started off as a pretty clean pick for Navi.
And that's just so much CC flying randomly. I'll be honest, there's not a lot of damage coming from that CC, but it just buys just enough time for Skis to arrive here with the Pantheon. Finally, the point and click is there, the damage is there, and he's the one who secures all of these kills.
Yep. He's able to grab one, Yelp grabs the other. Harris is now caught out of position, forced to use that unbreakable will a bit early. Root from Yapa is good to deny the follow-up, as now there's a TP coming in from behind, and it is a very tiny little mini Gnar who wants to buy a bit more space, but as that's happening, Mater's already been taken out by Skeen. Scatter manages to connect. Wonder's about to go mega! It's an absolute nightmare for Navi! Relich can flash away, but Poby, tenacity can't save him from death.
And he's just so scrappy, and it feels like they're finally running out of enough damage. The TP comes in from Wonder, the big shield from the TP, and the nimbleness of this mini Gnar is just enough. Usually the Gnar is, oh, he's coming in, we can one shot.
Mislim da ide na LDR.
He just buys enough time, goes into that mega, and now...
Ide na LDR ili možda ide na shieldbu. Moj Gnar je goated, on je samo bio neki Relia Challenger Smurf sa Vesta. Sve je lagano. Neki lider, on naljutio se što igra u... Što su ga kikovali iz leca pa je otišao niz da si živio nad ljudima. Nego, znaš, nisam to na streamu, teo kažem da ne bude kao, znaš, izgovori ovo, ali znam ja sve to. Mada kad gledaš Wundera, gledaš i mene u godinama otprilike. Mada mislim da je Wunder mlađi od mene, što najjači. Wunder League, ću da vidim. Čuj, Wunder mala beba u odnosu na mene. Da. Wunder nema još ni 3, sva to je bebac mali.
Would make a lot of sense though.
It's an education day.
Yeah, some of the tanky members on the opposite side. Wonder now with the completed Black Cleaver, double Black Cleavers for SK. They're doing a victory lap. This is really, it's the run back in reverse from what we saw in Game 1. We wanted a close series. We're going to get it in the context of game scores if SK can close out here, but both of these games have been incredibly one-sided at the moment.
Exciting, and to be honest, draft defeat. Because, Jay,
Diffy and the Drippy. Okay, we were talking about the draft. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Odo, because you're the man sitting in scrims, you're the man helping the team cook up, or talking to people who are helping the team cook up drafts. I just feel like simple is always better. And I see Leona Pantheon, and I go, it is, like, I'm not telling you I can play Leona Pantheon on stage, but I think I can play a Leona team fight on stage. You know what to do in that champion. You don't have to be tricky.
I mean, we saw it in game 1. You saw it was telegraphed, it was easy to execute, and this game is the same. It's just so clear cut. You want the Leona ult into the Pantheon stun.
Razmišljam koliko treba ekipi Navije ovdje da naskiraju da u stvari mogu da kontestaju. Ali da, Jopa ide na LDR. To sam napomenuo, skoro su počeli da buildaju LDR kao pen item na svakom AD carry-u. Ezreal isto recimo, ja sam volao Cyrildu na Ezreal, kao daje ti CDR, daje ti slow, a realno Ezreal baca puno magije, onda ima ti slow na spellovima, je popričao zgodno. Ali izgleda taj damage, taj cutdown ili šta god, jel je efekt kad radiš više damage što je više tanki meta s druge strane do nekog kepa, samo preveliki amplify. Tako da, kao okej, razumem, iako ne ideš na full crit build, da i možda pivotuješ na kraju dana, možda ti da uzmeš Infinity, Hexoptic i da imaš, otvoriš sa, ne znam, Shiv Muramana u 3 crit itema, sad AD carry kad imaju slot više, mnogo im je, kao mnogo je realnije da mogu drugačije da buildaju sad, ovdje Mainter možda umre. Slukavi, treba samo da ga ulte, mislim.
Gonna grab another tier 2. We've talked about this a lot already, even since MSI. This first Baron isn't usually that strong, but it's already faded away, and they're still able to keep the pressure up.
This is the timer for them to try and find this fight on the side of Na'Vi, because you might just keep getting baited from the fact that this tier 2's up, but no, they'll back off. And for SK, great Baron usage. They got 14 out of 15 plays when it comes to these tier 2 towers. This is the absolute most I would say that you can get. Sure, maybe you can get that last play, but the rule for us, or when I was playing, it was always first Baron, you take all the tier 2s, second Baron, you're ending the game. So they're on track. They've done a great job.
Excellent pace of game. Again, credit to Na'Vi for finding those initial first couple kills, getting that first dragon. It definitely slows SK down a little bit, but right now it's a tough spot. Slowq also 4 stacks away on the Splinters of Wrath from getting that additional AP steroid, 15% max HP, already has the execute.
Dobio sam permu za cheat third party tools. Ok, prva stvar. Nemoj ništa se brinuti, sve je lagano, sve polako. Riot tokom leta radi sa polu nekim skraćenim radnim vremenom, ali uzet ću u obzir da ti je subota danas, očekuj tek ponedeljak ujutru da će ti stići odgovor. Znači, zavisi ko je sad zadužen za to, ali najrealnije ti je ponedeljak tokom dana. Ponedeljak, ono, ne znam, u 10 ujutro, recimo. Tako nešto. Opet ne garantujem, samo ti govorim kako mislim da oni obično funkcionišu. Znači, ponedeljak, recimo oko 10-11, tako nešto bi trebalo da ti stigne sad američko vreme. Oni su iza nas, tako da možda čak i 3-4 popodne po našem vremenu. Kažem, zavisi gde ode ta žalba, ali u suštini pošalješ mail, objasniš situaciju, oni će ti možda tražiti neke dodatne informacije, tako da ono sve polako, lagano, objasni šta i kako. Evo, skoro je neko rekao da je kupio polovan komp, da je taj komp imao hardware ban i kako su ulogova na svoj account i njegov account je dobio hardware ban. Tako da svašta nešto sad događa s Riotom. Tako da ono, polako, strpljivo. I to je to.
Enemy team didn't get 2 control mages in a single composition. No. So there's a lot of slowing down that can happen in this game.
The wave clear.
That's a death cap too for Zombie. So as much as it's been a struggle for the Victor to get involved, this is
there's one way to clear those battle minions is with the death cap.
Yeah, and SK do still have to respect. We've seen a lot of games where people underestimate the Victor damage because Victor hasn't done anything but wave clear the entire game, and then suddenly
SK chooses to take it slow. I wouldn't mind it. It is the smarter play because there is no risk for you to take when you're 60 gold up. What's winning the game in 27 minutes? What's winning the game in 35? A win's a win.
Very, very true. We have a Dirk now coming in for Yopa. I wonder if we're going to get a Serpent's Fang. There is a decent amount of shielding.
A death brush over here happening.
Oh, so cute. Dash forward.
Ne znam što radi Rilač iskreno s ovim kikom. Ovo je sa Baron za SK. Mislim da zavisi, da, mislim da za neke stvari postoji instant, dobiješ instant perma, ne mora da... Znaš, od težine slučaja ti je i trajanje bana, tako da neke stvari ti daju instant permu.
And again, skins from the side, Wonder came from the right, and Na'Vi feels like they have to take this. They need to go in there. Great flash from slow Q to counteract the Lee Sin flash combo. And at this point, AORUS, you're just stuck there, buddy. Your mages don't do anything.
Skins Lee Sin? What do you mean, bro? I would never do that. Yeah, I did flash.
Bro, this is a serious game, bro. You're down 0-1 and you're roasting your jungler. Aura. Oh, I mean, respectable. I got a lot of love for Yoba, bro. He's been popping off. A lot of funny moments.
I love him. Every time he just roasts the Unk and then he drops bars like this.
I think compared to him, isn't everyone on this team kind of an Unk? I actually don't know how old Slow he is. Mostly Unks. This is an Unk lineup.
Skins has been here. When was the first time we saw Skins in the LEC? It was 2018, I would say.
Yeah, it was quite a long time ago, 2018. He was part of...
Certified Unk.
Certified Unk. And I think that he's a guy who we always wanted to see, you know, get another chance because he was part of one of many cursed Vitality lineups, I think it is safe.
Don't get me started on
yeah, we'll let it go. We're not talking about Vitality right now. We'll talk about them later. But not today.
Send the Cow in.
Morph is in. Cow is into the backline. Relax looking for a good angle. The Varazol is connecting onto everybody. Main turn's finally in the backside.
Ma kakvi, ne, SK je samo previše ahead ovaj game. Nemaju kako da izgube. To jeste Zola, da, ima i toga. Isto, Kevin, ja sam samo čuo priče. Znaš, ako dugo streamujem LOL, pa onda čujem sve i svašta od ljudi, znaš. Recimo, čak i za taj slučaj, to se sudi, to smo pričali na streamu, sudi se dogodilo. Jer je on kupio RP preko telefona, a tu je provider imao neki problem jer je bio u fazonu dok ne platiš šta si ti, ono, taj RP ne dobijaš account. I onda je morao da im plati da bi mu otišali account, čista glupost, mislim. Jer kao nije njegova greška, bila je greška do providera, ali dobro. Bilo kako bilo, bravo za SK, uspeli su se vrate, na kraju moja prognoza nije bila tačna, SK uspio da nađe win i idu u game broj 3. 10 minuta pauze, malo da iskuliramo. Vidim da li još moram da hodam sljedeći game ili ne. Pa boga mi moram, imam još 2000 koraka. Tako da, intervju, pauzica i onda idemo u game broj 3.
What did we see there, Joppa? What was the difference between game one? Because that looked a lot better.
Yeah, I think the first game draft was horrible, and my coach should get permabanned for it, so this draft was much better.
Okay, so you said your coach had to be permabanned. The moment the enemy Lee Sin tried to kick flash, you just said that was Skins Lee Sin. Why did you say that?
I mean, Skins thinks he can play Lee Sin, but he's like 27, so he's washed.
I'm also 27, so that's okay. Whatever. We're gonna move back to the couch. Best of luck in your next game, Joppa. Thank you so much. And yeah, let's talk about that game.
Talk about Yopa, please. Like, this guy has zero chill. Flaming his coach, flaming his teammates. Dude.
Finn amused me though, because Finn said to the answer he's 27, so he's washed. Finn said I'm also 27. Now Finn, I don't want to tell you that there's a reason you're on the analyst desk.
But he knows this.
Rather than playing anymore.
Yeah, I can play Lee Sin. I can do a mean insec. I still got it.
Okay, Grandpa, let's take you to bed and talk about the draft, actually. You guys said we want to see improvements. I'm sorry, dude. Like, come on, just get real.
It's like seeing my life pass in real time. Don't worry about it. Okay.
You know what? You may not be able to play the game, but you can talk about it.
Yep, those who can't do teach.
Yeah, okay, let's teach. So, we said game one. SK had a very volatile draft. They had the Kled, the Silas, the Rel. Very hard to execute. Now we pan over to the draft this game. We see a Gnar, Orianna, Syndra, and a Varus. Very stock standard. A lot of CC in the comp. Everyone can start a fight. This is what we wanted to see from them. We said game one, please SK, just draft more mellow, more normal champion, just a stock standard draft. And even Joppa said it, game one was a draft diff. Now in game two, night and day. They looked so alive this game.
I think on the other hand, Na'Vi put a lot of eggs in the Relech basket in this game. Like, especially post-early game. They had a great early game. They managed to make a ton of plays around the map. But after that early game, I think it became very difficult for Na'Vi to actually be proactive unless it was going through that Lee Sin. And SK understood that, so they're like, well, if Relech ever jumps in, He's instantly getting shoot of day breaks. He's instantly getting chain of corruptions. He's instantly getting scattered the weak. Like, there were so few options for Na'Vi to actually start fights on their terms.
It's either that or a random public execution hitting.
Oh, sure. Or an Alistair flank. Like,
yeah, we haven't seen a lot of those ambassador ults hitting. But one thing that still worries me when I watch Na'Vi play is that unless Na'Vi is at an early soul point, I still struggle to see them have a firm grasp of the mid game.
Yeah.
Because I kind of want to bring it back to one of the things that was kept happening in this game. Their play was to dive Wunder on side. They kept slamming everything onto Wunder on side. And when he was standing there, tiny little Gnar on their tower, and Wunder has made a career out of not being dove. He doesn't get dove. He outplayed all of these dives, bought so much time here in the first one, find a massive Gnar, slam them all into the wall until the team comes and cleans it up. And this is kind of the worry for Na'Vi. What do you do when you can't find these mid-game easy plays through the dragons?
It's going to be really difficult for Na'Vi if they don't find a composition that can just play through bot and mid priority to get those dragons. I want to give credit as well to SK. Triple TP comp, have the Grand Starfall as well. Their speed of reactions to Wonder getting dove were exceptional.
Avengers Assemble.
Yeah,
literally.
exactly. It was like, well, we could let Wonder get a dove and probably die eventually and take stuff on the other side of the map, but they said, no, we're always going to go and try and protect Wonder. And because of that, they were able to fight back, even though Wonder did often die in the side lane eventually.
And they're one of these teams that can find solution around the map. And we saw them taking an attempt at this in game 1. They didn't have the tools to do it, but even if the early game didn't go their way this time, they're always going to try to be active on the map, find those setups and be creative around this, which is what I think is one of the biggest improvements from SK. And you've talked about this, Finn, the fact that now they're an actual team that understands how to work together and how to work for those setups.
Yeah, I mean, for me, what defines a good team, I said this before as well, is that how do you use that dead time between dragons? It's 3 minutes, 30 seconds till dragon spawn. What are you doing on the map? And to me, SK is a team that's very aware of what the enemy wants to do, and they're very good, although I'm going to talk to it on the cast as well, about attacking the play, attacking the setup. Here, in this Grubs fight, it's not really attacking the setup. Here, they just really want to fight Grubs, but it's almost a reledge with a super nice flash. He doesn't look 27 there. He absolutely outplayed Na'Vi's attempt at shutting him down and just set up this incredible snowball for in favor of SK.
I mean, this was the fight that really got SK back in the game.
Yeah.
Until this point, they've been losing every single skirmish. We had Na'Vi with 1,000, 2,000 gold lead, and so SK's understanding of when they can take a fight like that, I think, is exceptional. It's kind of not attacking the setup, as you say, but understanding their windows, which is what they do really well when setting up around objectives as well.
Now, Skins on Listen, apparently not good. Although, for me, he was really good on Listen.
That's his champion!
But,
I also thought Skins was the Listen guy.
Skins on Pantheon here.
Yeah, H.
Great job, honestly.
Yeah, he was honestly the MVP for sure. Almost every single play, if you watch a replay of all the plays this game, there's always a Pantheon included.
Yeah.
He was never excluded from any attempt, and any time that Na'Vi tried to attack his side laners, he was there covering, he was engaging, he was setting up the fights together with Mickey this game.
So I think the question now becomes, what do we see in game 3, right? Because we've had both teams draft simple compositions and win, and both teams draft more complicated compositions and lose. If both teams draft simple compositions, likely to have less early skirmishing, because usually that's more complex, who actually ends up taking the victory in game 3?
And adding to this comment, what do you make of this when you know that Na'Vi win conditions are either setting up reledge in the early game or stacking Drakes?
Yeah. So
where's this going?
So for me, I see it in 2 different ways for both teams. For SK, I really want them to hone in on having multiple sources of engage.
Sure.
SK needs to secure ways to start fights for multiple players because they're so comfortable playing volatile, knowing their windows, as we highlighted. If you know your windows, having the tools to start fights is crucial. Meanwhile, for Na'Vi, I'm looking over to the laning phase. I think Na'Vi is a team that needs a strong early game. They need strong lanes so they can start that dragon stacking early. Their first dragon this game was at 11 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. That's a very late potential soul point. If you can't secure that early soul point, I think Na'Vi sometimes loses their grasp they have on the game. So for me, early lanes for Na'Vi and a lot of engage for SK.
All right, we had 2 one-sided games so far. Both teams came in ready to fight. Let's see what game 3 brings.
What are we doing? We doing a... Oh wait, we don't have shoes on. For the people.
Good job, bro. That's what matters.
I'm ulting them. I'm ulting them. Logitech tar, sorry. Rise now, sounds.
Iggy?
Ja. Look, Alistair.
Very good job. I'm looking for more. Okay, no flash rise, no flash rise. And that's gonna good job. Yeah, Donacije. Hands up in 3. We got it! No, base! Guys,
Incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move. He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Superlight on-stage standard initiative aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. About to lunch with my girls, grant every request.
To salvage the year, we'll probably have to win it, but that sounds a bit harder, you know, done than said. But yeah, I think making Worlds would probably be decent enough to, I guess, make up for the failures before. I think with the change of leader, probably, I think we should be a lot better in terms of being on the same page about what we want to do. I think he kind of had a different vision of the game compared to the rest, I would say. That's also why we kind of had to look for a different option. And I think slow queue is a lot more in tune, I guess, with the rest, and it's a lot easier, I guess, to discuss whatever points we have, and he also has good ideas himself, so yeah. What is at stake? Well, I guess my reputation already took a hit, so there's not much else besides, I guess, trying to restore that and prove to people that we are actually not bad. Because I think we showed some glimpses of that in the past 2 splits, but we were still a lot worse than the other teams. But I think now, if we just play a bit better together as a team and are more decisive, I think we can show up a lot more and have better results.
That was some very jolly music for some only slightly optimistic
optimistic
talk. Yeah, it was a tough one, right? His reputation has taken a hit, but it does feel like after that game, there's that little spark of hope. Obviously, Worlds is a hugely ambitious goal, but we pretty much every team we've talked to that is scrapping it out at the bottom of the standings, Odo, has made it really clear. It's one game at a time. Everyone is just trying to survive, hoping they have enough time to improve, to level up, to hit that higher tier.
Usually when Mickey says stuff like this, I think it's complete cope. But this one time, he might be right. He gives me some hope because, again, SK has been improving. It hasn't been unheard before that you have bad first 2 splits and then you make finals, because I did it. Sure, easy.
It happens.
But it happens sometimes. We did get super stomped afterwards, but anyway.
That's fine. It's fine. You got there. You lifted a trophy, bro.
On the side of SK, again, I didn't expect the bounce back. I was fully on the Navi train game 2.
Yeah,
I didn't expect this bounce back, and that's what he's saying. That's what Mickey said.
And I imagine
it's all about these slow confidence points.
I think it might be a similar story for Navi. Everyone just feels like they're trying to find their footing in summer. I think the great mystery that a lot of people are figuring out is kind of where did that footing go. But at the same time, all that matters now is who can come out on top in this game 3. We're going to be hopping into picks and bans now. Navi have chosen first pick. SK have chosen red side. So that means we just have a normal draft. We don't have to do any of this weird red side, blue side, swippy swap stuff. So it'll be SK with counter pick. We'll see how they want to use it, what they want to look out for. Odo, you did a really good job of highlighting the Syndra in the previous draft as a champion to look out for. And in game, it kind of manifested. So I'm curious, is there any other champions as we go deeper and deeper into Fearless that you really think about that really immediately jump out to you?
Oof. Off the top of my head right now, I wouldn't say so. Maybe once I see the Fearless graphic, it's going to be easier. But Navi for sure has an idea because they did go for this first pick. And that usually means you can cook. You do not scared of that counter pick. You feel like you can make one of these champions become completely OP, take over the game. The Casio is out, the Jace is out, the Pop is out. Completely OP champions. I expect the Rumble to not be going also through this draft because, again, when you go into game 3, you're struggling a lot to find these sorts of counter picks. And the answer so far, this draft has been telegraphed. The Camille is out because there's nothing left to counter. I would expect, again, a Rumble ban, and on the side of that, a lock.
Lock band away. Kind of, yeah, bans have been pretty samey this entire series, to be completely honest with you.
Rumble is out. Akali is rising into Prio a little bit because I feel like there's not a lot of counterplay over there.
Yeah, and honestly, I've liked a lot of what we've seen from Akali's thus far.
Lucian Milio is a combo that is extremely strong right now. I do expect this first pick needs to be really strong on the side of Navi, and also the 2-3 needs to be a really good combo because you want to go to 4-5 and you want to give a little bit of flexibility to your other lanes. It's really easy to just pick the AD support now on 2-3. The Anivia comes in, fake flex.
Fake flex.
Especially on blue side because you will need to show your hand at some point. But it's a good start.
Okay.
It's a good start to the draft.
Solid control mage obviously gives you a little bit more of the scaling element. And Popey's been overall individually, I think, probably the most consistent member of Navi so far this series. As Paris and Reletch struggled a little bit more in game 2, Popey really was the center of attention and did as much as he could in that game. Now the response from SK is going to be this Wukong team fighting powerhouse.
A little bit slow, though. I would have expected champions like Jarvan and Zao to make their sights in. Ooh, the Nautilus. In a world where all the engaged supports are out, Nautilus becomes king.
Well, it's kind of weird because he used to just be king by default, but you're right, in the modern era, there's just so many champions that outshine him. I do wonder if we will see something like Paris return to Bard in this game. Not great yet. We would really like to see more immobile champions on the side of SK as the Tempered Fate. That's really where it's best utilized.
SK is sacrificing a lot here to go for this teamfight comp to secure already disengaged tools. And Navi, I like this Braum. Traditional counter, we haven't seen it once in the LEC so far. I was thinking that maybe they will be going for this range support approach where you get to punish the Nautilus in lane. But when you have this glacial comp from Navi already set up, it becomes quite telegraphed. What does Navi want to do? Navi wants to invite you to fight in it, and all you have to do is close the door and build a frosty wall against SK.
Yeah.
Zahen. Now that's a flex, and I think it is jungle for Relich.
You think it's going to be jungle Relich? The return. Okay, we have the long-range Ziggs, which I'm actually really curious to see what this 2v2 is going to look like. Because normally we talk about roaming supports the second you see a mage, Nautilus great at roaming, Braum kind of bad at roaming, but also pretty good at punishing the Ziggs with the Unbreakable, get on top of concussive blows. So we'll keep our eyes there. I like Braum paired with any kind of melee divers, so there's a good start. But as we go into the second ban phase, it's clear that SK do not want there to be a scaling angle in the spot side, as they've already taken Sivir off the board.
They want to force this roaming game where Mickey is unleashed to go on the map and the Ziggs has a strong 1v1 lane. That's why the Sivir is there, because the Ziggs traditionally coupled with the Camille, because you have a lot of setup, you have a lot of fight, you have strong 1v1 against pretty much any enemy AD carry. So I'm curious to see if they will double down.
Evo i mene.
Another one of
Evo i drafta.
pesky bot laners that can survive.
Evo i vode. Da vidimo što se događa ovde. Anivija da blokira Cassie u stvari kinda good. Šta? Dobre. Izvinjam se, gledao sam u luk pola sata, ne znam šta se događa s mojim očima, tako da ne znam šta pričam. Braum je okej u nota. Za Henu 2 milija je fajn, i opa na Zigzu je užasno.
And as you brought it up earlier, Braum is not going to have a great time to roam around. The TF ban coming in, TF and Vayne being out signals that the likes of Renekton are on the table, the likes of Cassante. And even though there might be a crazy world where this Zahen ends up going top lane, even though I do not believe so.
I think so. Room to answer. Potentially with the Zahen flex, they're hoping to bait out a top lane pick here. Instead, they're going to get mid lane. You called Anivia a bit of a fake flex earlier. We'll have to see if they are willing to move it around. Hard to imagine the triple flex setup, but we do technically, there is potential for it to happen. Annie is not a flex pick, however. SK, very honest drafting. Everything is going exactly where you expect it to go, but it's a lot of magic damage.
It is a lot of magic damage. There's going to be a big emphasis on
Any Ziggs. Njima treba carry pick na topu da Wunder nosi kroz AD, što ne znam da li se ikada dogodilo. Ali okej.
Okay, we got the Yunara locked in, so this is the scaling element. If we go late, it's good. Now, it's still just going to be really hard for this Yunara to survive the upfront damage.
She's not going to have fun at all.
You don't have an enchanter alongside her, which is usually why I feel like this champion gets to be strong, gets to be relevant.
Now we will see the flexes resolve. It will become a clearer situation. And the Cassante getting hovered.
What? Zahen jungle? Who could have seen it coming? It was you.
No, really? Is it your first time playing it? No, we saw it before from Village. This is comfort pick.
Sad Wunder treba da izvuče Vayne. Ali Wunder, prvo što ne igra Vayne, a drugo što je Vayne banovana. Wunder Fiora, ne. Ne verujem. Apsolutno ne verujem. Renekton je realnije. Nije hyper carry u late, ali ajde.
But it's a powerful champion, and it can still do a lot of work.
Some people might be even angry from the fact that you get the slam dunk, the choice to make a slam dunk against the Cassante, and you take the Renekton, but that's just how it is. You pick the Renekton because you need a little bit more frontline. You want to all in on this bruisery / skirmish style team comp. You will have the Nautilus coming to your lane, and the pressure is on SK here. There's a huge amount of pressure on SK with this sort of draft to find themselves strong going into that mid game, because Navi are very happy to just sit there and relax. As long as they get an objective first and they establish that position, they will be having a great time, because honestly, there's not a lot of ways for SK to sneak into that position once that wall has been built.
Jako me zanima šta će Wunder moći da uradi na Renekton, iskreno.
Proactive tools, the Wukong, the Nautilus, paired with that follow-up from the Annie, the Ziggs, but we might hit that point in the game where if the combo isn't perfectly set up, Poby, Samdi could still be left standing. Could similar story for the Zehen as well.
Huge pressure on Paros.
Yeah,
huge pressure on Paros this game. He needs to find Mickey, he needs to read his mind, he needs to get into his head and follow him everywhere on the map, because this team comp from SK is do or die by Nautilus's activity in the early game.
That it is. Final game in the series, 1-1 the scoreline between Navi and SK, even as both teams stand.
Ne sviđa mi se draft SK za ovaj roster SK. To mi je donekle poenta. Ne, Wunder ne igra te pikove, to nije Wunder, to ti je poenta. Lider da, Wunder ne. Wunder nije carry igrač. To je ono što ti kažem, znaš, ovaj draft SK nije loš, ali mislim da je jako loš za SK. Wunder na Renektonu, mislim, može da bude, Renekton dobija Xantea rano, može on da snowballa, da je to neki Adam u Xantea, sigurno sam veliki lead. Wunder, ne kažemo to, ne može da će biti jako teško. I opet Jopa dokazano da mnogo više nosi na carryima nego na Ziggsu. Kogod se nafido Ziggs ne može toliko lako sam da nosi game.
Will the Ziggs be getting zoned though? Because this is extremely important. If the Ziggs ends up missing all of these 3 minions of XP, then the state ends up being not that bad. And he doesn't.
40 gold.
Well played, Ziggs. Well played to you. You played safe and now he's killed.
There you go. Firecracker Ziggs.
Man, ADCs are having so much fun. I would love to just throw some bombs like that.
Yeah, it's so chill. It's so laid back. What do you mean you want to A move? No. Just Q and walk away. First strike as well for Yopa.
If you want, you can rebind your A to Q and then feel like an ADC.
That's true. Also, I don't A click. I don't know if you've ever seen me play AD carry. It's a lot of canceling auto attacks. So I'm kind of happy about this meta. Is it
WASD for you then?
It's actually so true. I wanted it. They didn't drop it in ranked. I was gonna do an unranked WASD stream just to see if my old boomer hands could do it.
Ooh.
But luckily we don't have to linger on that topic. I think people aren't a big fan of the WASD. Well, despite things initially going south and being down a pot, Poby is still trading really well up against Slowq. Is this a good matchup? It doesn't seem like it would be great like Annie.
No, it doesn't seem like it. It feels like you have the looming gang threat, but at some point you are an immobile short-range mage, and maybe against level 6 pops the wall, pops the glacial storm, and you're not having fun. I don't see how Annie will be getting the push later on.
I don't really see it either, but maybe they can find that setup. You also mentioned it when we talked about it in picks and bans. Jungle, right, for Skeens, it's the Wukong. This is a slow champion. I think an even less explosive early game than the Vi, who at least has the Q flash. So it is just the power farm battle back and forth for both of these junglers. So this is probably just going to be our quietest early game. Mickey now after that first round.
Nema quietest early game, please. Pogotovo ne za SK. Ja mislim da ekipi Navi odgovara da ovo ode u giga hyper late. Xantea, Nivea, Junara, Zahen, Braum. Oni imaju toliko dobar late game scale da stvarno ne znam koliko im se isplati da idemo u giga late.
The sensible thing for you would be to just go and trade for the top side. AORUS, just a Braum.
Marking up Skeens.
Just a Braum that has to flash.
Yeah, just poor Braum has to flash. Good side step on the hook, but doesn't stop the staggering blows from coming through. Paris gonna get taken out. Heal from the Guardian, not quite enough, and that's first blood inside of SK.
Dobro, SK first blood nije loše.
Because you've been for a long time. Can you tell me why was the Braum there?
Well,
you can say you don't know.
No.
Because I don't know either.
No, okay, well, here's what I would say is, we talked a lot about the pressure of Roams. Never mind, we're going to talk about this top lane play. Wunder is probably dead. Oh, has the second dash. Quick stun. Is he just going to hold on to flash? No, that makes it even worse! Oh, avert your eyes, Wunder enthusiasts. Benno is luck on Riftbound cards. That flash, good read from Reledge.
Deserved then. He pulled some great cards.
Pulled some great cards. Good read from Reledge. Really bad flash from Wunder. I think wasn't sure if he wanted to use it, used it just a little bit too late, and ends up getting caught out anyway. And as regards to the support roam, well, Odo, I'm not 100% confident. But at the very least, only Mickey X got the kill, so it doesn't matter a ton.
You know what I'm confident about?
What's that?
This top lane matchup will suck. Renegade.
Yep. Što traje partija, to je gore.
Yeah, that does seem. I mean, you even get to start with the helm. You come back with all that armor.
Još i Miki dobije kill na Parusu, tako da i to im ne znači ništa.
It's awful. It changes so much because you wanted to bully him for so long, and now the Cassandra is accelerated. That was a rum.
That was a rum.
Well, that's all he can do. At least he's there.
And I think the thing about Braum that we've seen, and this is, when he's great, he's truly just transcendent, right? Unbreakable is such a powerful skill.
Yeah.
But God, is he awful at them. And Wonder.
Cassandra's gonna bring the pain. Topo strikes.
You know, Wonder, you can, you can tell me if I'm wrong here. I'm gonna say that Wonder lost that trade. That didn't look like.
Nah. I think it's fine. The wave actually is in a great position. It's still slow pushing, so it was calculated. I mean, that's the only thing you have in the top lane. When everything goes bad, you say, at least my wave is good.
There you go. Well, at least his wave is good. And he's got support on the way.
Now, this is an awful feeling for Skins, because what you wanted to do is pretty much go and set up position for this cap, but then you have to bail out top lane.
Physical damage. Okay. Pathmaker. Q misses completely. Okay, that's a good angle. They're going to get the flash.
Ali ova partija će baš da bude grind, iskreno. Mislim da ovaj game stvarno... I ne vidimo na kom delu mape mogu da radi išta konkretno, eventualno prvi mentara staje malo više behind, ali nebitno je. Svaki dive na topu, previše riski, čak i da ubiješ Xante i da bude clean. Da recimo Navi uzme play tilt 2 s druge strane mape, ti je okej za Navi ovde. Tako da ova partija će bude giga grind jer SK mora da pravi playeve, Navi samo treba da im ne da. I onda hoće samo da odu 40, 50, 40 minuta, recimo da će samo da outscale-aju jako.
I love it from the side of Navi. They want to accelerate the pace of the game. They see they have a good window of opportunity. They want to kick things off. Wonder no ulti. Skeen's getting forced back. And custom blows can do so much work fighting in this choke point. It's an ideal exchange for the side of Navi. Skeen still just level 5. Relech takes him down.
And this is just so awful for Skins, because all of these scams are going to be getting contested. Maybe he won't lose all of them, but he's just getting set up so behind. He used that time to help Wonder at top lane. Top lane stabilized a little bit, but they use so much tempo, so much resources, and they just give so much time for this invade to come through.
Yeah, and remember, Relech is a 4-1 on this Zehen. This is a very big comfort pick for him. And when I look at the enemy composition, we've said this before, but it really is just, can you survive the upfront burst damage? And if the answer is yes, oh my god, Relech is going to kill it.
Yes, right? it's Relech and Mainter paired together, because it's, when you look on the side of SK, you have the Ziggs, but he is the only long-range champion in this team comp. You are making space and you're skirmishing a lot of, against the likes of the Necton, the Wukong, even the Annie, once she does her flash engage, is just a full-on brawl. And Zehen, to be honest, if you're a Navi fan, you are extremely happy. There's no champion that you would want to get fed more than a Zehen when he will go into that mid-game and get those revives, get those ults in the middle of everyone.
And there's no traditional AD carry, right, that can stop him from being this massive terror without risking their own life in the process. Yes, if Ziggs lands everything, you can see the angle, but it's hard to do as Bomba. Ulti on the Samdi gets the barrier. Samdi gonna pop an ultimate of his own, starting to transcend as he uses the dash to escape. Now a bit of a re-engage.
In the meantime, the grabs are being taken and it's for free. This was usually the timer where you'd expect Skins to be having this cross map. The only time when you can trade tempo and get these objectives at the same time, because if he goes for this Drake, all of his top side, there is the risk again that it will be getting attacked. Relech doesn't even need to commit and go for all of the grabs. Well, his joke's on me, he has the smite. But look at it. He's about to go into his bot side. He's about to do the full clear. And this time that Skins has been using to take this Drake, he will need to be going back to the camps, and that's the timer when Relech will be looking to get active again.
Top lane already pushing in his favor. Mid lane now resetting. See if he can find that angle. He'll know exactly where Skins is as they see the Chem Drake fall. They also have vision in the pit, which makes it pretty easy. Mickey now trying to get active, hoping to up the pace of the game, because right now, when we look at scaling, the path to late game is just so crystal clear for Navi. The execution, as we've said before, is on the side of SK. They have to execute better in this fight. So a slow pace of game, a relaxed pace of game where Na'Vi have a slight lead. It's just about everything they could possibly want. You see they're trying to up that pace on the top side. CC finally coming in, flash, everything committed to Mainter, and they'll at least be able to grab...
I ovo je ono što sam pričao. Ok, dobit ću kill na Xanteu. Xante će da padne malo behind, ali opet je nebitno jer Xante samo će outscalati Renetona svakako. S druge strane Junari ima malo free farma, Nivi ima malo free farma. Šta je ova Nivija kuj, zašto je nevidljiv, to je pitanje, nisam probao da igram puno ovaj skin. Mislim da ovo skroz ok za Navi. Kažem, Gigasport game, ali Navi ovo odgovara. Samo da se ništa ne dogodi i to je to.
The fight over, I assume, a respawning red buff, or...
It's not even the red buff, it's the Yunara coming to the top lane because 3 grabs are here. What you want to do when you have these 3 grabs, you want to start the cross map because even though you have all of these 5 people in the top lane, even though this TP is happening, you don't really mind so much. Ziggs TPs, Sandy doesn't even need to stay here. The choice is on him. He can base and go ball. Every time there is a match of number, or a mismatch of numbers rather, due to these 3 grabs, it becomes a race. Who takes whose tower first? And when you have these 3 grabs, you want to match. Ziggs executes tower. He's notorious for executing towers, but he's not a great pusher. So Na'Vi is finding themselves in a great position in this early game, going into mid game, because every single time they go somewhere, SK has this threat on them that they need to match, otherwise their towers are going down.
I mean, you get that TP essentially for free, just trying to save Wonder, and I think fair that they did, right? He didn't have access to the Dominus, probably wouldn't have been able to survive the dive. SK now trying to make a push with their own as we've swapped our lanes around, 80 carries, or bot lane carries rather, staying topside, but now Na'Vi just setting up for the same exact play, this time knowing there's no Ziggs TP.
And that's all from dragging them around the map. You get to walk, SK is Navi's little puppy, and you get to put them on a leash and just walk them everywhere, and what happens when you walk your dog everywhere? He's behind you for most of the time.
They're treating their dog very poorly. Ottawamne, as Wonder is in trouble, they pull him out from the tower. As Mainter goes all out and the kill gets picked up, SK forced to respond with the TPs. There's not much of a counterpunch here. Mickey finally arriving, and you said it so well before. SK are just behind the play. They're forced to dance to the tune of Na'Vi. They're getting walked around the map. They need a little bit more exercise. Paris trying to run though. Will at the very least get picked off as they're trying to kick this fight off, but slow Q again is really only damage that they have. Schemes, that was a one-way trip as Poby grabs the kill.
Get the kill on a support, it doesn't really matter anymore. And we already saw once that initial engage goes. Hold up, TP is coming.
Point TP.
Angry Crocodile
does have ult flash.
It's just a tempo TP. Or is it? Yeah, it is.
How crazy is he willing to go? He could trade flash for Yunara ulti, but that doesn't seem worth it. Here,
it's just so hard. You're always one step behind. No matter what play you do, you're damn or be damned in that sense. It doesn't matter what you...
Najcrnije od svega što ovo od početka se vidiš. Mislim, vidi se u suštini šta bi trebalo se dogodi. A to je beyond sport game, gdje Na'Vi pokušava samo da kupi sat vremena pre nego što dobiju game. I SK će probati da forsira play-eve, obično play force-ovi se ne završe dobro, Na'Vi razlači još 20-25 minuta i onda traže win.
We're at the thrift shop here in the top lane. No one can afford an item. They're all just broke, boys. But the rest of the map, items are coming through hot and fast.
I'm excited for this dragon fight. I feel like this is going to be one of those fights that is going to make or break this early game, but whenever you build this anticipation around a neutral objective, more often than not you just see a cross map and a trade.
Very true, Odo. But we have to remain optimistic. That's our job as casters. I think we'll see a full fist fight.
And everyone's going to die, and then it's going to be 5-for-5 pentakills.
And that's called optimism, predicting the death of everyone. League of Legends! SK. It's a fight for mid prio. It's a fight for bot prio. All of this in the name is set up around that objective. Mickey, though, still placing vision on the top side means Na'Vi have control.
The more important part is this TP on the side of Mainter, because you can see... Look at Wonder. He's forced to round out the river. He is forced to give up this top minion wave, XP, plates everything just to be in this position over here on the mid lane to walk in. Because otherwise he would be late.
Ulti on Samdi, forced to retreat. Ziggs ulti across the top, but now it's Relech off to the side, slowly stacking up that passive.
this is great response from Navi. The TP comes in, just matches it instantly. You don't need to risk anything. And again, you have this position. The pressure, there's massive pressure on SK to walk in, and you already see Wonder is going top lane. He knows that there is no way they get in here.
Yeah, 2 ulti for 2 ulti trade, but they didn't really do much of anything other than force Samdi away. Excuse me, kept his ulti. I thought he popped it there. Slow Q now caught out by the wall. Will be able to speed out of there. He has the Swifties to try to make his life a little bit easier. The Swift March now. Poby takes an awkward angle, but Mainter's going to be back in the top lane. The Drake has been picked up. Navi got what they came for. Now Relech is powerful enough that he can just keep fishing for these angles, but you want to be careful not to stick around too long.
I was just distracted by the fact that Anivia threw a basketball.
What? Anivia throws a basketball?
Yeah, this game. Did you not see? He put a wall and then he threw a basketball.
Observers? We're going to need to see the next Anivia Q.
Nije basketbol, nego je dinje. Yep.
It's bad Anivia. That's not
it's just a chroma.
basketball.
It's fine, it's fine.
They don't play that in Romania.
Mislim, ovo je noć veštica Anivia, tako da ima smisla baca bundeve.
Oh, that's a tree. Oh, that was a pumpkin. Pumpkins grow.
I thought they made some like apple pie America Anivia skin that I missed. No, that's a pumpkin.
That's alright.
That's fine, bro. Things happen.
Every day you learn new
And
things.
or you're about to tell me that you play basketball with pumpkins, which would be interesting.
Oh, we don't play basketball at all.
Okay, fair enough. Well, then the pumpkin mistake makes sense.
Yeah.
Navi, having had enough of throwing pumpkins in the bottom lane, are now throwing hands at this poor Rift Herald.
This sort of game state favors Navi greatly. If I'm Navi in this game, if you would just airdrop me in this game as a player, I'll be so happy to be in Navi's shoes, because again, it feels I don't have to do anything. All I need to do is just exist. I just need to go there, press S, call SK's bluff, and just be extremely mindful of the flanks, of the Nautilus, of the Annie, of the Wukong trying to find something, because you just want to corral the front flag. It's so hard once you saw that wall, you saw the Glacier Stone. Mickey's still trying to make space here, but it's just there's not much to do.
Your cross map is an Annie pushing bot.
And with no grubs.
With no grubs. It's rough. And the gold lead is now reflecting a little bit of the lead that Navi have built for themselves. But again, the big reason why we say this favors them isn't just because they're trading up or trading slightly ahead of pace. It's because their comp scales so damn well. We really thought that there was going to be an angle here where, like, Mickey gets active early, Paris isn't able to do anything to respond, and that really only showed itself for 1 kill. The rest of the game has been Navi kind of out-pushing, out-fighting, finding better angles like around that first red buff. And it just feels like SK, I mean, you said it best, right? They're just getting taken for a walk. Navi goes here, they're forced to respond. Navi goes there, they're forced to respond. It doesn't feel like SK get to do anything that they want to do.
Exactly, because scaling is such an odd thing, because it manifests in so many different ways. And in this game, with the fact that we know, and they showed us in the first 2 games, that the fight is all going to be about positioning, SK, that's why they're trying so damn hard now, and they're throwing everything at anyone they see in front of them, because they need to create better conditions soon, in 2 minutes, for this Drake to find this side prio, to find this prio somewhere, so that you can break this sort of stranglehold that Navi will be...
Neće se, ja ne vidim kako dobiju side prio. To je druga stvar, mislim, kao kapiram šta pričaju kasteri, s druge strane, u Aniviju sajdu nikad neće moći 1-1 da uzmeš prio. Jer Anivija u najgorim slučaju šota wave. Reneton Uxantea, ni Anivija, pardon, Eni Uxantea ne može da igra. Niko ne može da ga izgura iz lejna. Tako da, stvarno nema tu nešto puno... damage, what the... Možda overextend od Navija, ali šta je bio ovaj damage od Zahena, what? Ula, bravo. Zahen damage. Ja se slažem, vidi, ne, Jopa je stvarno... Ja mislim da je Jopa dokazao da zaslužuje svoje mesto unutar leca. To je moje viđenje. Čak i da SK menja sve, mislim da Jopu posljednjeg menjaju.
SK just all crumpled up as a ball on top of each other, but still, you don't get to do anything because you don't have consistent damage. The Ziggs can only provide burst, and you need to find a squishy target somewhere. And Danivia,
Even though she was there, she was not squishy at all.
Yeah, and I will just say, I think that was a bit of a fumble from Navi. Again, the position in the game means it's not too big of a deal, but the big thing we're looking at right here is all of the missing flashes. Yes, Yappa did give his up. Yes, Skeens did give his up, but Annie with flash here on the opposite side, that's the big mismatch. That's the big playmaking tool we're going to have to keep our eye on in the coming fight. If SK can get something out of that, it's not going to hurt to lose that mid lane tower, but if
it's critical on Annie to keep this banana brush over here, because this is the one advantage you have on the side of SK. The fact that this is just a vision hole for Navi, they don't get to see, and if you misstep a little bit, Annie can get to flash, because you pointed out very well, there is no flashes. This is the one fight that SK would have the advantage in.
True.
Wukong flanking from the side.
Banana contested now by main turn. That control ward will finally fade away. Looks like Mickey not going to connect. Skeens on the side.
And look how difficult it is for Navi as well. You can't really just walk in and just get poked for free. Anivia wants to sit still and wait for enemies to come at you. But now they have to walk through these chokes and they have to put themselves in danger.
And this is the downside of the Navi comp. They don't really have good proactive engage tools. From a very good defensive pick, if they can get some space here, they can do a lot.
Ajmo da vidimo. Ovdje Navi ako uzme fight, pokupi Drake-a mogu samo... Nije. Wukong je, to jest Zahen je bio previše daleko. Full fokus na Samdija, Wunder ne znam gde se deša, ali dobit će kill svejedno. Wunder je sam izonovo 2 čoveka. I SK je stompovo ovdje. I užasno od Navija. Znači ovo koliko je Navi bio lagan, ja ne mogu da na što su ovdje uradili. 20 minuta igraš toliko clean i onda samo odluči imaš najgori fight ikada. Wunder je sam zonovo 2 čoveka. Pogledajte njihov split u fightu. Znači ti ili komituješ desno ili ideš levo. Oni su, znači Braum, Xante, Zahen su desno, a Junara i Anivia su levo. Šta radiš? Jer oni nemaju damage-a svakako, mislim. Ovo je loše bilo. Ovo je jako loše bilo.
What did he say?
I think he said please.
But somehow that's what happens when you have a team comp like this and you get forced into this uncomfortable position where you're playing away from your win condition. You say things like, somehow we need to engage even though we cannot.
Yeah, and again, when we talk about scaling, it is the scaling threat of the dual carries here. We know how much consistent damage output that Poby and Samdi can bring. And that hinges on them being first to the objective. If you have to walk into the Yunara and the Anivia and the Zahen, your team fight is going to feel impossible. But if you have to split up, if you have to walk into SK, SK can instantly start a fight in the blink of an eye. They can pick anybody they want and they can try to 100-0 them. Navi don't get that proactivity. They don't get that choice. They did get it earlier because they had better push in lane and they had better setup. But I think it was a big fumble for them to try to contest that. And it certainly has cost them and has put SK in control. A massive gold swing, 2.3 in their favor. And this is where it gets a lot easier for them to play their composition. This is the first time that they've really been able to dictate the pace of the game.
Exactly.
Baron's up. 3 minutes till Drake. Odo, what are we looking at? Is it still just posturing for wave control? What do we need to keep our eyes on?
The Renegade will be looking to gaining a lot of pressure in this bot side, because when you have 2 minutes 40 to Drake, the main consensus is that people are still posturing for this Baron control. Albeit, now that I think about it, I might be wrong. There is no way SK's team comp will be looking to do this Baron. You don't have enough threats.
That is a really good point.
Your solo lane,
do any damage.
Your main damage threats are the Ziggs and the Annie. You are still looking to catch people. You still want to rotate. You still want to get the Annie and the Renegade to push side lanes, to group up and find Navi when they're trying to set up vision.
Ne, užasno bilo. Ovo je bukvalno što kažeš, ovo je legit spike situacija bila. Neverovatno. Ali kao jedan razlog za taj fight. Okej, ovo je Big Jopa, nema flash. Sad je Jopa mrtav ovdje, ali ga je, Rilač ga je baš odradio na majmuna. Mislim, Navi, kažem, Navi nije loš, kao imaju dobri igrače, ali ovaj jedan kontest možda i košta njima skroz.
That Ziggs flash might be critical for the upcoming fight, because in the 1 minute 30 we do have the Drake. And what happens? You saw Navi. When they don't get there to the position, they're scrambling, they're panicking. So you might start this dance a little bit earlier than usual, where you sacrifice settings. When you go to the objective and you look to sit there for a little bit and have some sort of ARAM. But we will see. Resets are coming through. Everyone's wanting to get in condition. Everyone wants to get power spikes for this Drake setup. And we see the same on the side of SK.
Yeah, the calm before the storm, as it were. A minute till the objective means now we get to see that setup take hold. Do the classic caster thing, check in on items. It's pretty much 2.5 across the board, although we're still looking at bits and pieces for main as he did stop off for some healing reduction. So no massive advantages. Summoner spells, as you've highlighted already, Odo, are...
The flashes are up on the side of Navi. On the side of SK, the main players who will be looking to engage would be the Annie and the Renegade flank. We already saw how strong it was the last time. Mickey has flash, but it doesn't really matter in this situation. So going into this setup, Navi, again, from the other side, now it's a dance. You wasted your flash on your previous engage. Now this setup looks a little bit better for Navi.
And I will say, Odo, that I'm glad that this game 3 has actually been back and forth. Because we did just get two kind of wampa stops. But SK did a good job of punishing Navi in that previous Drake fight. Now they're fighting for a bit of control.
This just says the team's fundamentals. How much do they understand these positions? How much do they value being there first and having these solutions to all of the problems they might be coming? Because SK is late to this midway, but what's important for them is to be in this position. So I want to see how much will they fight for it.
Bot wave pushing in favor of Navi. Mid wave even, so Navi have a better way to set up for positioning.
Daniel flash.
Nice sidestep, excellent engage coming in from Parrots to kick things off. Skeen completely forced out of the fight. Grim Deliverance now coming in for Reledge. It's a bit of a disaster for SK. Spinning through on the cyclone though, they're looking for a re-engage, but Reledge, he has the...
Reledge je fajn, da ide samdi. Nema vision, mora se izvuče. Ko bi nema visiona tu, fajn i dalje. Sve dok igraju sporo i polako, Navi je skroz fajn ovde. Nekada je uzalud. Neverovatno mi je iskreno. Mislim, neverovatno mi je, znaš, ko u tom trenutku povuče trebaju da se biju, to meni nije jasno.
Control of Banana Brush that you highlighted in the previous fight just really wasn't there.
It's always about the banana. And keep your eyes on Annie here because she's trying to join in here and she has no flash. And Skins felt this pressure that he needs to help slow you because they need to fight for this banana. Annie was pushing up for a flank that never arrived because she took the 4 patting. And once that formation breaks and you don't find this engage on the side of SK, you already saw from Navi. Navi just needs to exist, they need to be there, and they will just pick everyone apart.
No, that was a really rough fight from Slow Q. You highlighted it well. Doesn't have the position, and then Flash comes up just in time for him to flash over, and then they don't get anything. So now not only is Flash gone, but it didn't really do anything in the fight anyway. All of your carries flashes, all of your flashes actually just entirely are down. And while, yes, Samdi was forced to flash, Navi have a pretty clear path into Baron, and unlike SK, actually have the damage to take it down.
This was such a critical fight for Navi because we saw SK get a foothold in the game. The item spikes were still quite good for SK to push their lead, but Navi, time is on their side. They will only get stronger, and the answers from the side of SK will only get lower and lower.
Tough spot to be in. Death Cap on the way for Yopa, delayed, and Archangels just settled for the tier, trying to get more and more damage under his belt. Isn't going to be shredding through the tanks, but really wants to be able to one-shot Samdi in one of these fights. Poby with the upgraded Mercs is an incredibly good purchase.
If you're SK, you're not happy here because, as you brought it up earlier, the Baron Nashor can always be taken by Navi. You always have to be scared when you don't have TPs or whenever you don't have your Necton there because he's the main person who can walk forward and not get chunked. He is always looking at either that ult wave and also being here for the control.
Walking to the wall, but Relatch Grim.
Hey, it scared them.
Okay. Mind games, we'll say. But that's Relatch is all gone for nothing. He didn't know that. He thought that hook would connect, so he had to buffer there. Unstoppable on the ulti. Call that a dub. Is Yopa just clears waves, and Odo, we're back into the... It looks like no one wants to start Baron. Which, you know, fair enough, it's a pretty big risk. But
it's even if you're Navi and you start
Even je, ali Navi ima lead. To je fora. Znaš, mislim, Even je u smislu... A 28. minut je već Navi s ovim skillom je u prednosti. Jer SK baš mora da vodi ili Navi baš mora da zagrifa. Ako se dogodi isti onakav fight 2... Mislim, čak i da se dogodi isti onakav fight za 10 minuta, Wunder će samo biti shotovan. Mislim, kapiram da je deo razloga zašto je taj fight bio toliko dobar za ekipu SK, zašto je bio 20. minut i tad je Renekton najjači.
Depends on how much the zoom is. If it's like 8x or 40x.
If you got that new iPhone, bro, that camera goes crazy. That's not a shout out. It is just a crazy camera. But you can get, there's some funny facial expressions that happen. We run them on broadcast. I don't think we can knock people for taking the photos.
Well, my favorite one was some guy, I had a bad game and he just took a zoomed out, like maximum zoom out picture of my face when I just died and I was still.
Okay, so you're
Thank you, random guy on the internet.
I see, so there's personal attachment.
Yeah.
It is for you, Odo.
It was a throwback for me.
All right. Well, guys, just think that's an unlimited content that mine for people in the
Just
audience.
farm the players for content.
Farm the players for content. I mean, we are. That's what we're doing here at Riot Games. So we can't judge the audience for trying to do the same.
All right, let's bring it back. 130 to Drake. And now enough of trauma dumping for me. It's all right. Huge item spikes on the side of Navi. These item breakpoints are extremely important when you play these games because you don't really look at gold. Because obviously as a player you don't know what the gold is.
You can't see it in game.
Yeah, so what you look at instead is you have more completed items than the enemy. So if I am, for example, let's say Relich, I would be feeling a lot more confident to take a fight against Skins because he has only 2. So you're looking at these spikes, 3 items to 2 items, or 3 items to 2.5 items. So that's one of the ways where you get this sort of confidence on how strong you are and how much you can push it up when it comes to these objectives.
And Death Dance is an especially big item. That is a...
Oh, it is for Zahan.
Yeah, it's a nasty pickup. And
Da,
if you want
da.
to double mage comp and say, hey, like, surely you'd want...
To je glavna stvar. Glavna stvar je što samo je skill preveliki faktor. I Navi možda dropa sljedećeg Drakea i da kontestuju onog tamo što je 36. minut gejma. Gle, 36. minut gejma stvarno će im biti jako teško da izguba osim ako baš ne izrifi. I opet oni forsiraju fightove. Što ubiće Mikija, Slowkio je mrtav, on nema damage ovdje. I čak sad, zamislite, kažem, za 10 minuta kasnije koliko bi ovo bilo unplayable za njih. Ovo je opet, ja ne znam zašto je Navi forsirao fight. Šta god da se dogodi ovdje nisu morali da ga forsiraju. Ovo je even fight, jer kažem opet, oni su hard commitovali ovdje. Ja pojma nemam zašto.
Yeah, even though it was the side of Navi to start, the only reason they get this win is because the jungler is alive and they get to start this Drake. Because I am extremely critical of Navi. You really didn't need to do that. You had all the conditions going for you. This fight was a 4v5 on the side of SK. Look at how the fight starts. Renegade is still in the bot lane. He's not TPing because he thinks this fight is lost.
Zašto ja mislim da nije se portoval ni očekivao da će ekipa Navija koja skijela Kaletu odlučiti da hard engage-a.
Comes in and says, "Oh well, I guess we can fight this," but it was still not enough. Navi still gets away with that third Drake, and that just adds more to the ever-rising pressure on SK.
And while there's a gold lead for SK, again, it's traded for flashes on both Slowkio and Yalpov. Samdi and Pobies just came back up. So it's going to be hard for them to take those carries out of the fight. And look, the Yunara's only getting scarier. That's a 4th item incoming pretty fast.
But again, those are the most important resources in the game. The flashes on the side of SK, pretty much all of them are on cooldown. How are you going to find the fight? They pulled a miracle in this one, but now Navi, I really want to see them accelerate this game.
I would like that too, but instead I think we're going to kind of
don't do this to me.
It's like professional boxing, you know, you only get a minute and then you got to take a break. They're going to, you know, put some Neosporin in the cut or whatever. I don't know anything about boxing.
What do they even use
blood into the thing? I don't know what the rules are. I know there's a lot of rules about it. Navi are accelerating the pace of the game. They don't want that. They don't need the bell. They didn't hear it. The round is still going. Baron being started as SK try to approach. All 5 members will be here, but on the wrong side of the wall.
But is it the flip? Is it the Baron flip?
Pulling back. Navi don't want to flip it. They did get a TP. They did get a TP at the very least. That's Slowkio's TP gone, so they can reset. Be happy that they essentially got that for free.
The only way Navi can get that Baron is they put Cassandra over the Baron pit. Realish.
Flash. Poby flash. Bird flash. No. Poby no. Poby yes.
No. Poby no. Definitely no. So usually as a player, I have an explanation for everything that every single player does because I can put myself in their shoes. And I might have done that myself, but even when I did it myself, I had no explanation for what I did. And neither does he.
But perhaps he gave his life to bait SK into a false.
And this is a godsend for SK because this is probably the best situation they will be in.
Isolated, they have the man advantage, no sustained damage. It's a split call though, because Skins is still hitting the Baron.
It just doesn't go down. They just don't have any damage.
They don't have any damage. Are they going to win the 4v5? Relet's going full in. He's about to get the reset.
Samdi. Double. Samdi. Triple. Beef ovaj W, nebitno. Unplayable, ja. Ali, Oj, bože. Ali, fully unplayable, stvarno je unplayable. Znači, 10. minut ove partije vidi šta se dogodi za 20 minuta. Ne mogu da igraju. Što duže traje game biće gore. Navi nema razloga da enda. Vanguard 57. Ču pogledam šta je to. 1, 5, 7.
Keep your eyes on Samdi in this fight because he is going to be untouched. The moment the Braum gets in front of him, he dashes forward. He doesn't care about anything. There's no CC.
Vanguard, to je full Vanguard error izgleda.
Back for a single second because he knew already this game. If he has his front line in front of him, he doesn't need to be scared of anything. The engage was already away from the previous fight. The flashes were out. There was just nothing for him to be scared of, and it was so easy for him to play that fight.
Riot pravila. Meni crashuje komp recimo nekada zbog Vanguarda. To je jedini driver na kompu koji mi je nestabilan.
And the Baron is still there for 2 minutes 15. This is one of those Barons where you're not really gonna end the game, but you're gonna about to seal the deal.
A nema, kažem, ne, ova partija je samo gotova, pa je gotova, nema to šta. Ovo je najbolji fight koji SK mogu da nađe. I šta je Samdi uradio? Crni Samdi. Možda pametan TPO da nije gore duvati wave da nemaju šta da radi. Ja ne mogu da verujem što je Samdi uradio. The damage came from Samdi koji je odlučio da face checkuje. Znači, pogledaj ti poziciju Samdija, brata moga. Zašto je on uleteo pored svih svojih saigrača? A Eni je utrčala u njih. Ovo je samo grif od Samdija. Hard grif od Samdija.
That's okay, but if you have the ult flash, there's just nothing to react to. They just ganged up on him so well. The chain CC was there. And this was a great kill, but again, these ultimates are down. Ani ulti is down for 5 seconds. The Wukong ulti is down. And Mindter, Navi needs to buy a bit of time for Mindter to get into this position because Drake is up in 3 seconds and Mindter is still dead for 5.
Are they going to risk the 50-50 in this game state? Kobe flashed over the wall previously.
This Ziggs hurts so much.
Yup was isolated on the side. Is going to use the satchel to escape. Samdi knocked up.
Da, ali mislim Samdi ne može se pozicionira tako. Solo im je dosta big ako mogu. Oni završavaju solo ovde. I Samdi mora flasha. Samdi je flashovo. Mora neko da ubije Eni ovde. Prego što se reza Samdi. I mislim da Rileč ne stiže. I Samdi je mrtav. Da. Sad samo je pitanje koliko pobi Rileč mogu da nosi, a mislim da je dalje dovoljno. Wunder ne radi ništa, Miki je mrtav, Ziggs nije tu, ovo je možda game. Samo je pitanje da li Opa možda isklira wave ili 2 dovoljno brzo. Mislim, kažem, znači, sve dok Navi ne izinta, ovo je njihova oni ne mogu da izgube ovaj game. Osim ako, kažem, Samdi ne ušeta u ult range od Eni, ali mislim u kom slučaju stvarno onda je pitanje šta se tu događa.
And you already saw it in this previous fight. Look how much the space the tanks are making on the side of Navi. All of these brawls are gonna get even better for them with this soul regen because all this team comp on SK is Yopa. It's only Yopa. The moment he gets split like this on the side, it doesn't matter. Skins is trying his best to support them, but the moment the engage fails and the tanks can just cause chaos alongside SK, it's just so damn hard to fight anymore.
Yeah, you see Yopa didn't really get to do anything in that fight. Mickey hesitating for a moment because he thought they had the angle on Poby, wasn't able to peel. Main sword, of course, with the Pathmaker is so difficult to stop, but SK, if they don't get that picture perfect grouped engage, these fights look awful for them.
It's not easy. It's not easy. And they had that one chance. They might have been the only chance they had with that desync timer on Mindter being dead. But again, it's never over. 1 minute 40. I have seen already a Ziggs miracle. We might see another one.
It is. It could definitely happen. Look, one of the reasons, although not the most important reason, but one of the reasons that mages feel better in the bot lane is because they get an extra item now if they go bot lane.
No, please don't make me think about the Ziggs with 7 items. Why did you have to do that? Now why did you have to do that?
There's a QSS, the GA is down, Samdi is a vulnerable void.
Yeah.
You
Mislim, ne znam ni Giantsi koji, mislim neće biti full clean, ali Navi kao jako jednostavan način da završiš ovaj game. Znači, vidiš šta ti je sljedeći objektiv, imaš minut, to čak nije ni dovoljno vremena za starovanje, tako da odu lepo očiste full vision. Znači, ovo sve na botu nije bitno, i vardovi nisu bitni. Znači, očistiš Baron Vision, uđeš u njihovu džunglu, deep warduješ njihovu džunglu, praviš pikove, kad krene Baron ili ga forsaš ili trnaš, ali trebaš igrati oko topside u svakom slučaju.
Buy a Zonya's, sell it, buy something else. Give her a Shadow Flame, buy something else. I don't know, what's the absolute max AP you can buy?
I feel like 1.1k or something like that, I would say. Alright, natural setup.
Here we are. Tell me about, how do you set up...
Kranilac, pa mislim možda bude meni jedan razlog, možda bude... Mislim, znajući Crownija, verovatno ima nešto s njegovim mentalitetom, ne znam, opet kažem, ali eto, ono što smo videli, nekako mi se čini da nije on... Ono, ne želi on da igra sa bilo kim, a mislim da također ide obostrano da možda neki igrači ne žele igraju s njim. Jer Crown je dosta emotivan kao igrač i onda, znaš, takim igračima ti uvek treba sve lepo se uklopi, ajmo da vidimo. Bravo, multi. Wunder je level 20, ali level 20 Renekton. Level 20 Renekton i dalje ne radi ništa, oni će ga prodati ovde. Dok gube kulu na botu. Ne znam da li Navi ovde flipa Barona i dalje Wukong ovo možda ukrade. Ja bi trnovo ovo iskreno. Ja bi iskreno trnovo ovde. Ali fore što je Skinzi da uleti ako umre za ovo izgubi Guardian, da li je vrijedno da uzme Barona. Jer je mrtav Wunder. Da je Wunder živ, onda bi bio play da ovaj proba da flipa. Jer 4 na 5 defaju. Ali ako ovde ukrade Barona i umre, onda je 5 na 3 pitanje da li bi mogao završiti game.
Someone is overextending. They full send it, and even though their team comp is a little bit slow, is a little bit tanky, they don't have ways to engage. When you're a tank with Ocean Soul at this point in the game, and this team comp on the side of SK just doesn't have consistent damage to deal with you, your body is an engage. Just throw yourself out there.
It worked incredibly well, too. Parrot's feeling unkillable with that Unbreakable up. Potentially poor target selection from SK, or maybe just overcommitting. But
or just no target selection, because you can't.
You don't get to choose who the targets are. It's 2 minutes on this Red Bull Baron power play, a minute until Elder spawns. Last time Na'Vi went for this push, it was the miraculous SK comeback.
It's always risky to go for these pushes. Every time you're just conglomerating in one position and there's 5 flashes up on the side of SK, some crazy stuff can happen.
That it can. Mickey the only person with healing reduction, hilariously. As there's a Hex Flash coming in, but Relux is just going to start the fight on his own terms. He needs to be the
Relux je fine. Ma da, sad je ovdje već... Sad je već skilluje. Ma kakvi. Sloki se flashovo, umre, Tiberza... Ma da, nema. Mislim, kažem, ovo smo znali u 10. minuti. Samo je bilo pitanje vremena da završavaju 34 ili 50.
cleaning up the series 2-1.
He saw his backline getting one shot the previous fight. Now he says, I'm the backline, and he just goes all the way in. Incredible stuff from Rilich and everyone from Na'Vi. They should be really, really happy with this win because
it was clean, right? We saw it.
It was also hard. They had great comebacks, but it felt like it was just control. It slipped away at some points, but overall, just good stuff. We saw big improvements from the previous week.
That we did. Vote for your key player of the series, Relach, Poby, or Paras. All good options. The side of SK.
Ne, ni svako, mislim, kažem, ovo je bilo očigledno. Bilo kako bilo, pravimo pauzicu, mislim da je tipa neki 12-13 minuta. Stavit ću 12 minuta, nek bude pauza, ostavljamo program, bit će intervju, nakon intervjua smo manje više rešili prvu seriju. Vraćamo se na Giantse i ko je Oskarinim protiv Mirvina. Biće u najmanju ruku interesantno za gledanje. Pauzica, vidimo se nakon pauze, vraćamo se sa serijom broj 2.
Looking good, playing good, but we're going to send it down to our analyst desk with special guest Major. Take it away.
Yay! Congrats on winning this one.
That's a lot of enthusiasm.
No, but honestly, no, I was looking at all of you guys bowing on stage. You were the only one happy. They did not care at all.
I'm happy. Every little victory is good, so why not?
A win is a win. What made it difficult, though?
Yeah.
What made it difficult?
Oh, I don't know. It felt like just hard. A lot of champions were like, you know, enemy had like a lot of clear and range, us the same, and we have 0 engage. So it's a bit was hard to engage and kill them all.
Okay.
So game was super slow.
But how do you make plans in those games? Because you guys had very limited engage. It was basically really trying to flash W or you cannot play the team fight. How was the plan making in that situation?
After we lost on fight, we just said like, okay guys, just go like a beef, tank something, like start
like
even bad fight. Yeah.
Okay.
Like just Santa step up, Braum step up and die. And if fights, like fast fight actually happen, we just win.
Yeah.
So basically we just committed into bad League of Legends, you know, without good macro, without engage, we just step up and force any fight.
Okay. If the enemy doesn't know what you're doing, how could they plan for anything, right? Go back to basic. You talk about going forward. There's a specific play that I want to show you about one of your teammates actually just like jumping head first.
Yeah.
Poby, let's look at him. That was
I'm gonna base him for...
Start now. Jay, he's basing for Jay.
They have full board.
You should take this bush.
Ziggs is here, no flash.
Oh.
Okay, shit now.
Oh, we flash, we flash. It's bad, it's bad, it's bad.
Not good, not good.
Don't go, don't go.
It's okay.
your coach. That is the reaction. That's the reaction that I would expect from you guys. But like,
I'm
you stayed
really
calm
proud.
and collected. Yeah.
This moment is showing a lot. We are growing as a team.
Okay.
No one reacted. First, good sign. Second, he was not afraid.
Yeah.
He's step up in the Giga chat. He ready to flash in to show confidence. So big respect to Poby. And coaches, I mean, they're just doing it for content.
Of course.
Yeah. I don't think they're like mad or something.
No.
So should be okay. I'm proud of this moment. Yeah.
Did you think they would manage to turn the play around? Because we watched this backstage. Finn was outraged. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like, Poby, what are you doing? And then they still win the fight.
I mean,
4v5.
I've learned to just like when Baron is started, just enjoy the ride. No matter what team is ahead, no matter what the
Close your
goal
eyes
state,
and
just like enjoy the fireworks and just sit back and relax and enjoy. Because you guys did end up winning that fight and kind of coming back after that. But Mater, I brought you onto this couch because I have a dilemma. I'm playing solo queue right now in Grandmaster Challenger, and every single game there's a support in my lane. Minute 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
What do I do to not solo lose the game?
Basically, first 30 seconds you just watch movie. I usually watch first bush, and I just watch. I don't even step up for 3 minions. I just watch. If I don't see enemy support, I just watch.
So I'm just trying to learn what movies are good to watch while you're waiting for the minions to spawn.
you just pray for your support to be like smarter, you know?
Yeah, okay.
It's just unplayable.
Okay, so
I'm stuck in Grandmaster as well.
Okay, I feel you, brother, I feel you.
Finn was, during the pre-show, he was complaining about the meta from a top laner perspective. Does it bother you as well, the state of the game right now?
I think, no. Meta is, I need to be honest, meta is really good. It's just support should be deleted from the top. But a lot of champions, like you can play Vayne, you can play Gnar, you can play Rambo, you can play Xante. Every champion is playable. So I'm pretty happy, yeah. It's not like 2 champions meta and other champions is a bit bad. No, it's good meta.
See, when you're good at the game, you actually like it.
I mean, if you like to play Vayne top, if you're that kind of person, you know, I don't have much to say.
Vayne, Teemo, I enjoy all these champions.
I did play against your Vayne in solo queue. I remember now quite recently.
Vivid memories coming
wrong
back.
person to ask about the meta.
You said something, we talked about the game, I want to talk about the top laners in the LEC because in a recent interview, I believe it was with Sheep Esports, if I'm not mistaken, you said your top 3 top laners in the LEC from the laning phase. Raiding only laning, Naknako, Rooster, Kana, all more dangerous than Broken Blade. I don't want to ask why you don't rate Broken Blade that much, but where do you rank yourself?
Myself?
Yeah.
As a laner?
Yeah.
I need to be honest, I'm not that high pressure laner guy. I would put my name like in the middle after the 3, like 4 guys, yeah?
Okay.
I'm top 4, top 5.
So I'm curious, what does Mainter at its best look like? Like when you're playing at your absolute best, how does that feel? Probably good, but like,
I want to believe
that
I can choose matchup, and even if I'm not like aggressive laner, like a Kali, Rooster, Monster, I still can pick my matchup and win it because I watch a lot of VODs, how to play Vayne, even if I'm not Vayne player. I can pick it into Gnar, and that's why some teams are banning Vayne into me as well. So I just try to abuse knowledge more than micro.
You strike me as the guy that watch a lot of Keen VODs.
Yeah, I watch a lot of VODs, a lot of macro points. I try to be fast on swaps and all the stuff. So yeah, I'm kind of like Broken Blade, to be honest. I'm trying to be. He's super smart, and his champion pool is much more wider.
I see.
So yeah, that's the biggest difference between me and him. He can pick like a random Kled, Swain, you know.
Well, if you want to learn Kled, you have my number. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I know. Your Kled is goated.
Yay. I mean, so yeah, something has to be.
Okay, that's just underhanded, okay?
I'll give that to you. You can still play Kled. Finn. I'll give something to you as well. Kia player of the series was again Relech.
No way.
Like,
are you
last
shocked?
week.
I'm shocked.
Last week, your support was complaining about this. Do you feel like he's getting too much attention from the fans?
Yeah, of course, because he's a goat. But what can I say? The guy right now on the race, he's like top 1 of MVP of the year against Caps, like they're perma fighting. So yeah, at this point, I don't want to steal his award, you know. I want to give him space to get MVP. I pick little Xante, play for him, so yeah.
All right, all right. The vibes are always good at Navi, and that's something that we've noticed as well after game 1. Let's take a listen, because the vibes were Shakira today, I believe.
Die, Eco, Ale, let's go.
Waka, waka,
Samina, mina, Sandriva, East Africa.
Okay. Usually Poppy is the star.
Okay.
But today, maybe he was not in the mood, maybe not the best sleep, so we gave him space.
I see. Who's the best singer?
Poppy.
Poppy still?
Yeah, Poppy, rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and then other people.
And then the rest of the team.
Yeah.
You're the backup singers, actually.
Yeah, we just
of the team.
follow up.
Amazing. Love it. Well, you guys can sing. You guys won the series today, so congratulations on this. Thank you for joining us, Menjam.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure talking to you. And we're going to take a short break right now. We'll be right back. For the second series of the day, it's going to be MKOI versus GX. Spanish matchup here. So come back.
Lose him. Match him. Yeah, he's good. On me. Yeah, coming. I killed Aslan. Nice one.
Back, an excellent wall catches that slow cube, but he looks to turn and burn. Flash engage, kicking things off. His Skeens is now in the midst of 3, but Relech is fully stacked, and there's just not enough damage. A double kill is there, but Yappa is still living. Relech manages to take down another triple kill for the Ziggs. He's been finding kill after kill after kill.
Oh my god. Okay, good job, guys.
Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. outplay the world. It's time to express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh, that's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy?
Okay, you can close.
Welcome back to the studio as we're gearing up for a second matchup of the day, the Spanish brawl between Movistar Core and Giant X. And for Movistar Core, it's about going home. It's about the journey to Spain, making it to their road trip is what they're aiming for here in their very own version of the Odyssey. Actually, when you look at what the team has been through so far after casting the curse of Poseidon in Game 1 in Paris, falling against the Cyclops, falling against all the Giants, and starting the season 0-3 here, we were wondering if they were actually going to be able to make it. Last week happened. Last week, I believe the monster bit its own head when you look at Fnatic, honestly. It looked like an easy matchup for them here. And then they almost fell in the whirlpool of shifters, losing one game to them. Today, they're setting sails to the Lestragonians, the Giants, of course. What are we thinking about this matchup? Because if you think about this, both teams dropped a game to shifters, so we should be looking at something pretty even, no?
Yeah, perfectly even matchup, obviously. That's how the law of transitive exchange works. And yeah, I do think coming into this, you have to see MKOI as the favorites. Like, they just, man for man, to me, they are the better team. You still see some foibles and some failures from MKOI, but I think a lot has been built up about the fact they went 0-3 in the first week. I don't think they're the team that will go 0-9 against the rest of the league, right? We've already seen 2 wins My expectation is that they'll continue to level up and will be in our top 4 by the end of the split.
Yeah, in my personal opinion, I think Giant X is misplaced on this map. I think after today, we're going to see Giant X back over there in Madrid because they are Telemachus, because MKOI is their daddy.
Oh my god!
I definitely...
Rewriting history here, yeah.
I think after today, we're going to see where it really stands.
I like your version better than Christopher Nolan's, actually. So, yeah, that's the story we're going to decide to tell today in the LEC. That's all yapping from us here. Back to the casters for the game.
Is Flacker going to call Super Dad?
Now, the question was, is MKOI GX's daddy? But my real question is, are you my daddy?
What? No. What?
What? I was just asking.
No, I'm not, bro.
Oh, okay.
That ages don't add up, bro. You're...
Well, that's true.
That would be concerning.
Yeah, why did I think about that?
No.
I mean, you know, LEC summer, a lot of weird stuff is happening. It's fine.
There's a lot to unpack there. Anyway, I don't have a good transition, and the prompter just says ad-lib. So we're going to ad-lib. We have a bit of time until we get into this game. The desk was talking about the MKOI Odyssey. I think, personally, that MKOI Odyssey, if they can win a bot lane one time this season, that's where I'm at, Odo. And that might sound harsh, but Supa has been playing terrible. And look, I bring this up because he's going up against Flacket, battle of Spanish 80 carries, and I want to see peak European performance.
Yeah,
I want to see a 2v2 to be remembered, Mr. Wamne.
It's about time for Supa to wake up and show us a little bit more dominance in the laning phase, because we have seen time and time again, mid-game, late game, he's still clutch, he's still got what it takes, but in the early stages of the game, especially in this meta where it's just going everywhere, it's going places, he brought out the Kali, he brought out the Victor and all of these shenanigans. I want to see some dominance from him.
I do.
Give me some stonks on the Supa stonk market.
We'll see. Keep an eye on the paternity test too to see whose father. Maybe I am Odo's father. That'd be weird. Who knows? Science fiction. Crazy thing.
That wouldn't be too bad.
Like, thank you, Odo. Thank you.
You'll be a good dad.
I would be a grandpa soon. That's crazy, dude. Whoa. Whoa.
Time flies.
Nah, I can't wait. I can't wait to meet my grandchild. I think it's going to be a great time, Odo.
Yup.
We'll see. Very proud of you. Never mind. Sorry. Look, we're just waiting for Big Man. We need something to talk about. It's one of those days where, you know, after the 3rd Red Bull,
you know what I want to talk about?
No disrespect to the product, they don't hit me as hard, so I'm looking for that little something to bring me up.
Yeah, you got a little bit of saturation there.
I think it'll be the picks and bans, Odo, to bring me back to life here.
I hope so too, because I want to see some spice. I want to see what these teams have been cooking over the week. We already saw GX versus Shifters. We heard from Oscar earlier yesterday. He said that. Well, he didn't say that, but I'm just going to say it for him. If GX just don't play that second game and throw the way they do, they're the best team in the league, and they will make Worlds. Because if you think about it...
You said that funny way, but do you mean that? You feel like that was 2 of the cleanest games we've seen?
They have been quite clean. It's just their game 2 was eventful. Let's put it like that. Because these teams, it is very important. This matchup is extremely important. GX versus MKOI. We had this discourse about who's going to be our 3rd best team. Who's the team that's going to make 2 Worlds. MKOI fumbled a little bit. And with GX taking this gamble with Oscar and Flacket, this is the time to show up and lock in.
Definitely true. Now, the story for GX, we saw pretty disastrous game from Oscar in game 1, but he salvaged it because of the power of the Ornn. Need to see if we can get that peak level kind of Warwick performance we saw in game 3. And the story for MKOI sadly has been the same that it has been many times when MKOI have been struggling. It is a 3-man show. Elyoya, Jojo, and Alvaro. Those are your reliable pieces if you're looking at MKOI. Both Supa and Mirwin have struggled. Now, they've had some good games too, but if we see more of those struggles in the early game, GX looking like a strong enough team.
Are you happy with this? You said you want more from Alvaro and Jojo. Well, you said from everyone else, but now they're just putting themselves in a great position to give you a lot more, because that Shen Nocturne, that's quite spooky.
Do you want to know my full take here?
What about the half take?
I'm very nervous about this because I feel like MKOI are so reliant on early plays, and I mean very, very early plays, pre-6 plays, to take control of the game. That is when I trust them most. That when they lock in Nocturne, even though it is going to be paired with an Orianna most likely, they're going to get that power.
Evo nas nazad. Evo nas nazad. Da, game broj 2, serija broj 2, Giantsi protiv Koja, Oscar protiv Mirvina. I možda najbolji milioner u Evropi, jedan od bar. Zajedno sa Kapsom i Kjahuom. Tako da vidjet ćemo kakva je tu situacija i šta se tu radi.
this Oriana? Perhaps no. It's a bait and switch. Oriana is locking in, and I really like that you brought this up about Elioya because he is this very dominant early game jungler. But again, he finds himself in the most comfortable position when he gets to fight a lot. Now, Nocturne, he can invade, he can skirmish, he can clear incredibly fast, but we might need to be seeing more. But at least they cover their bases because going into mid game or even at that level 6 mark when it comes to the grubs, when it comes to the dragon, they already set themselves up for success. And the burden of execution already is on the side of GX. How do you counteract this whole combo? You have the Jarvan, incredibly fast clearer, Cassiopeia, good mid lane matchup into the Oriana, and the Rel still provides additional skirmish value. The Xayah ban coming through from the side of MKOI. Again, we saw it before in the previous series. You want to find more targets for you to...
Jojo Oriana. Ja se nadam da će biti full AP, ono full burst Oriana, bude zanimljivo.
Olaf the takeaways from GX. You mentioned it. We saw this in our first series, Game 1. Paris on the Shen, up against the Rel of Mickey X, was able to find that really creative level 1, really take over early on, and set up his Nocturne for success. See if MKOI are looking to replicate some of that. I imagine they'd be happy to have it as we've seen Ezreal taken away. So both sides focused on removing the mobile carries. This is a miserable game to play AD carry, I will say. Supa, though, is going to get his hands on the Corki, and Corki has looked really, really strong.
He is so strong. He is so strong now. The lock is being hovered.
Cassio bot, perhaps?
Perhaps. It would make sense because the Corki is already locked in. You can pick the lock at any time, and we already saw it's a good matchup. But do you really want to play that lock when there's a Shen on the enemy team, there is a Nocturne? It doesn't make sense. It's alright.
Možda na Jackies ovo nije loša ideja. Cool, nice, ok. Respect. Nije, ali kao, ko je bolji?
But there's just so many factors on the other lanes. There's going to be so much action on this mid lane. There's going to be a Shen ready to roam around the map and make your life miserable from level 1. I'm not sure if it was, but at the same time, it's alright. There's a lot of explosive. Is the explosivity a word? No, explosiveness. That's the word on the side of.
Honestly, explosivity might. No, I think it's explosiveness. You're probably right. Whatever. Anyway, there's a lot of explosivity or explosiveness. Maybe a combination of both, depending on which one of those is a real word.
Zahen, that's a lot of volatility in the top lane. I would say in isolation, the Zahen matchup is Zahen doesn't like this matchup. He doesn't like playing into the Renekton just because there's just a lot of fighting and Renekton thrives in this sort of chaos. So I'm not sure if this was the best answer. You could have picked champions like Gnar, have a little bit of mobility. Jarvan doesn't really get to have a target, but already it's quite even, to be honest. It's one of those drafts when I'm looking at it and I can't really favor everyone because both drafts have such a plethora of tools when it comes to fight. So it's hard, but the one person that I really want to look at, again, as we did in the previous series, is that Shen. Is the Shen and Nocturne gonna get the foothold in this early game, or are GX gonna weather the storm?
Good thing for us to keep an eye on. Jungle support of MKOI. Can they take over in this early game, accelerate the clock on that Nocturne, find an early lead that they maybe don't expect to have? And on the opposite side for GX, I think it's safe to say that eyes will need to be mid lane. Lock a champion that has, frankly, under-delivered on a lot of those initial expectations and has been nerfed.
Yes, it has been nerfed indeed. But if there is one good matchup for the lock there around the world, it is the lock into Oriana. So let's see what these two teams can cook for us today.
The Battle of Spain, the fatherhood battle, which...
The paternity test.
The paternity test. Did the analyst start that, or did we start that? I can't keep track.
I think it was Spain with the whatever his name was, the ancient Greek guy, because I'm not that cultured to know ancient Greek. With Telemakos or whatever his name was.
As long as it wasn't Oedipus, I think we'll be fine.
Yeah.
Here we are, GX. Moving down to the bottom lane.
Koji je 2-3, ali opet kažem, 3 luza su bila na lanu u Francuskoj da ih najmanje vole, tako da nije strašno.
LEC leading the world, or close to. These were the stats at the start of the day, so it has changed a bit since our first series, but we're actually the number 2 proponents of this meta, so... LCK enthusiasts, you guys have nothing to complain about. That's all I'll say.
I do feel like it's slowly getting LEC really sees going away slowly from these mages is still in this trial phase, and what is also in this trial phase is the Shen laning phase, because we saw in the first series, he went a completely different route, invading and causing a lot of chaos. But when you do have the Corki Shen versus the Cassiorel, you can look for those fights, but with this trade in the mid lane, this is just a preview of how volatile this matchup will be on the mid. Great dodge of the dissonance.
Yeah, really important. Like that electrocute proc, 2 abilities. Jackie just re-engages, forces the flash already. Okay, I see why this matchup is pretty good. It's like a Kali, but she gets to play the game at level 2.
It's a Kali with a dash and another dash, and he just gets to dash, and now Isma gets to skip his camps, and
no flash, nowhere for Jojo to go. He's gonna be dead. They're gonna find the kill. Isma takes it away.
Honestly, that was gonna be a solo kill. That's just Jackie's playing this matchup masterfully well, because it's not easy. The great thing he did was he timed that level 2 to happen at the same time with Oriana, which is really, really hard, but he knows his win conditions so well. Isma? He's just everywhere.
That he is.
He's going, man is going places.
And this was the concern for Isma, or for the side of MKOI, is GX are going to have more tools in the early stages of the game. Are you going to be able to find an angle? Thus far, they've been slowed down a bit. The good news for the side of MKOI is that Oscar just ate a random power shot, which does really stop that dive.
The wave was in an awkward position, and now Jackie's. Tell me what you can do.
Dash out?
You can dash out. He can do that.
Reminder, okay, so if you see Jojo Pune turn invisible, or any champion like turn kind of half invisible, it's not because we've introduced ARAM augments, it's because there's a visual bug with Lock right now. I'm not sure if it's on PR or also in solo queue, but basically he futzes with the visibility a bit whenever those ritual nails connect, so fret not. The players don't see it. It doesn't affect the pro players at all. It's just a spectator bug.
He's just so OP, and you already saw Isma trying to be active. The wave on the top lane wasn't in the greatest spot, but Elioya gets a great timer here to get some deep vision and maybe perhaps orchestrate and invade onto the Raptors. Isma is forced to sacrifice his jungle tempo, because when you play jungle, you usually have a set amount of moves on each clear. Usually it's 1, and we already saw him cash in on mid lane. And then we saw him try to cash in another one on the top lane. So what happens now, he has to skip his blue buff. He needs to go to his Raptors, otherwise his tempo is completely messed up. So he now has to pay for the fact that he took that action, while Elioya, he's free to go around the map. His tempo is fine. He still didn't do his 1 play as a jungler per clear, and he's investigating. He might pick himself up a blue buff.
Really good spot to be. The gold will still favor Isma because he was able to pick up the kill, but ultimately, the XP is going to work out nicely for Elia, as well as an additional blue buff. Alvaro moving up into mid lane.
Might be a great time to localize the fight.
Catch back from Jackie's, though. Ash in pursuit. That blink, instantaneous. Not really anything you can do to stop him from getting away.
Mislim, Loki giga jak, ali fora sa Lokom specifično je jako, jako interesantan. Jer ako promašiš kuove, samo nemaš damage-a.
It is for Oriana to play when the wave is here. Lock cannot extend trade for Oriana. If you're scared, you just take a step back. The tower is right there, and you get to have the wave on your side. All the fighting in the top lane is not going to amount to much, but it's only going to get more spicy as time goes on.
Very true. Level 6 for Oscar, and feels like just infinitely more powerful than the head level 6?
Well, as the time goes on, that Dominus gives you around 800 damage over the course of it, plus 400 HP, so while Zahen just jumps, he just jumps.
And he gets free armor pen.
Does he?
Yeah, he gets free armor pen.
Really?
Yeah, for rank.
I thought that was just Ambessa.
No. Maybe I'm wrong. I just checked his score.
Well, we will see him jump.
Yeah, well, we're not going to see him jump, in fact. We're going to see him get spun on.
You can't jump if you're stunned.
Very true.
Great from Isma, to be honest. That's Isma signature, or his playstyle in a nutshell. He is so happy to sacrifice jungle tempo to get everyone on his team ahead and also just disrupt the flow of the game. Because if you can see already, the junglers, that's a 4-camp, 5-camp.
Boga mi, Giants su počeli baš dobro. I Jojo je mrtav opet. On nema flash, on je samo mrtav. Damn, Giants igraju baš lepo. Rel Jarvan Lok je također toliko dobar kombo u early gameu, jako je teško igrati u to.
Good enough or active in the early game, it has to be GX, because Isma likes to skip camps, Jackie's loves to fight, and every time you see that wave not be parked in front of Oriana's tower, she is in danger. Flash still on cooldown. I doubt we're gonna see another timer for mid to be getting ganked, but overall solid punish from the side of GX.
Very true. lock something maybe MKOI could have considered in their second ban phase, taking out of the equation.
This is just the trade-off of the jungler situation, because Elio is already level 6, Yzma still needs to catch up, and they will trade all of these early aggression for the dragon, for position on grubs perhaps. It's on MKOI really needs to get some trades when it comes to the actions we already saw. More when fighting.
We're fighting no Dominus, Grim Deliverance. Sorry, no Dominus for Oscar, and Grim still has the Grim Deliverance, so happy to keep this wave pushed forward. Just opted for Thorn Mail. Opponents at least, to reduce some of that healing. As, look, I think very strong start for GX. I think the biggest struggle is you've done the lock thing early game. Great, love to see it. 1-0-1, a great spot to be. We'll see if he's able to do it again. Misses the second ritual now. Crucially, that's Ashton Pursuit. Dash in, Purgatory on a Jojo Pune. Looking for the solo kill. They need to get him just a little bit lower. They can put his butt in the box, but they can't finish it. They can't get the damage down. Really good response from Elyoya, but still feels fine for GX because they are able to get that.
Bulijaju Jojo, što je čak i legitimno kad pogledate generalno ko izgleda loše kad god Jojo izgleda loše u suštini, jer on im je, ja mislim, najbolji igrač.
The Nocturne ult is out. This was the one big timer that we expected from Elyoya to get MKOI back with a foothold in this early game, to get them a little bit of pressure among the lanes so that they can start stacking up these drakes, going for these objectives, and also transition some pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, and Jojo Pune has held on to his flash, crucially, as has Elyoya. So still some playmaking the next time that ulti comes back up. But Jack is going all in on the Jojo Pune. Jojo Pune doesn't have flash anymore. That,
The things Amanda's for a Canon minion.
That is fair enough. Fair enough.
Hey, that's how you die in solo queue.
Did he get it? I wasn't looking at that. I was looking at the.
I wasn't sure, to be honest.
Well, if he missed the cannon, that would be highly embarrassing. It did just cost him his flash. His Blacken now going all in onto Supa. Supa waiting on the Valkyrie cooldown, or doesn't quite have enough mana. Has now been forced to flash back. His Blacken is just walking him down in the one. MKOI!
I don't think
Go back to base sooner, dude!
I don't think he had the Valkyrie because he probably used it to clear that minion wave. Rumble ulti on Corki W is just OP like that. And Flag it, presence of mind, great presence of mind.
Boga mi Giantsi baš lepo igraju. Flag ti izvuko Casio. Mislim, najgora stvar, ovo je jedna, ja volim da prediktam stvari, još što mi je zabavno. Ovo je ogroman damager je Jojo istankova sva triku, ali postoji šansa da Jackies dobije 3-4 kila, Giga se nafida. I onda jednom fajtu samo vidite kako promaši 2 od 3 kuva, uleti unutra i bude šotovan.
Yeah, if I'm Jojo and I'm just getting ganked 5 times in 8 minutes and a half, I'm not really smiling. I'm smiling, but I'm not really smiling.
Smiling through the pain.
Yeah. Some of those ones where you say, it's fine, guys, I just tanked 5 of them, and then
you also died in the side lanes.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe next Nocturne.
Maybe next Nocturnal, which is up now. They can go for the combo here. Purgatory goes out. Jack can go on. He still gets the kill! He doesn't pick up Jojo Pune's soul, which is now trapped in that tiny box. But that was a bad trade deal.
That's Heavy Lock's dream. Did he get to fight for 9 minutes straight, and you get to fight on cooldown, and a GX again. Great early game, setting him up for success.
Look,
Jojo is not having a great time at all.
CS dead even, but in the bottom lane at least. But Flackett was able to find that kill, giving him a small gold advantage. And we know how tanky and how menacing this Casio is going to get. Supa has swapped into mid lane and will grab a plate. But Isma's already wandering in. Elyoya moving in top side. Pullback is there. Grim Deliverance is there. Oscar Renan trying to get tricky on his escape path, but it's hard to see this one working out as we do have a stand united in the mid lane. Supa will live.
Buying a lot of time.
Renan, a lot of rage stacked up here. Dash over the wall, and he makes it out.
It's so damn difficult for MKOI to find any sort of counterplay because who can you target? The Cassiopeia is strong 1v1. The Lock has been running circles around your Orianna for this whole early game. The Renegade, 1 item up, Black Cleaver up at 10 minutes. If you're Elyoya and you cashed in on all of that tempo...
Mislim, Jojo je preteško da igra, iskreno, baš se ne zabavlja. 3 ova Q-a u dash basic od Loka ti gubiš pola health-a.
trying for a nice taunt flash from Alvaro to really kick off these fights. And as you saw there, Oscar's ahead, yeah, but he can just walk away because there's not enough instantaneous damage and there's not enough CC to really allow MKOI to shut him down.
Now the question is, well, this contest will be happening for the Dragon. If I'm MKOI, I'm not sure if I'm strong enough to fight on this. Nocturne ulti up in 3 seconds. He does have the Hex plate up.
Ulti into the bottom lane, looking to lock up Flacket. The Fear going back. Instantaneous ulti connects on the 2 right as the Fear comes through. Well timed by Flacket. Extra movement speed as the Noxious Blast managed to connect. Now he turns his sights to Zupa, and it's an excellent engaged follow-up. Purgatory, another soul in the bag. Alvaro going to join him. Jackie's with the double. Absolutely nasty as Flacket takes out Elyoya 2.
And this Log is down everywhere. He is running this whole map. Elyoya, this is the one window he has. Cassiopeia without the flash from earlier. Feels like he needs to do it. Wonderful petrifying gaze, stops the play in his tracks, and GX had the inside track from that ever. The Lock was moving because he's just there at every single fight. And that Purgatory, oh my lord, he's just collecting kills and stacking up that ultimate endlessly.
You've heard of put the fries in the bag. Now it's put the souls in the bag. And it's looking good for GX. Calm excitement on their face.
I don't see Kyoto happy often, to be honest.
No, he's a very serious man. He's a very stoic, serious man.
Seeing him clap, like full clap, is
good.
What went?
Speaking of full clap, looking to clap.
Will he clap though?
Nope. No play there. Still, Zahed versus Next.
Nice try.
The top lane. But almost a 4,000 gold lead.
Hey, I'm just gonna say it, just so we don't say it later. Don't get too excited. So we have seen GX do some miracles with this team.
That is true. And it is, I would
Iskreno budem, ako Giantsi dobiju koji 2 put. Iskreno nemam pojma.
But it's still really hard to execute as you get later in.
It is. It's going to get increasingly difficult. Now, will they well, they're not even going to make...
No, they're just not even going to go for it.
Honestly, I think it's a blessing because he was out of range. Because that Crocodile was going to murder everyone.
I think you're probably right, especially as the rest of the team was already roaming the support.
Yup.
Pull back, good there, Dread return. Still just a top lane fight. Sorry, Edo, your role still...
Hey, it's fun. You get to fight for an hour and then you just press base.
There you go. And then an 80 carry shows up in the lane, or a mage, or support.
Yells at me, go bot, this is my wave.
It's true. Every wave belongs to 80 carries. They're a very entitled group.
You know how hard it is to get 80 carries to learn a new class?
I mean, I think that this entire bot lane thing has been a very clear example of,
yeah. I think it's a big social experiment to see how fast ADCs can learn a new class. Because top laners, they have to learn different
stuff
classes
all the way, yeah.
Well, like MKOI is they're going to learn that they're going to get those.
Nice shockwave, gray health. Healing up 400 HP for Jack as he turns back. Once again, going to pull Jojo in. Is on another killing spree. Another reset on the Ashen Pursuit. Dashes in, dashes out. Not even. Jun will fall. It's 10-1 in kills.
Što Giantsi rade?
Yeah, I got nothing. They learned the lesson. They were going to get dove. The Lock 6 kills. I want to keep an eye out on how fast he's going to get that second item.
Mora neko strateški da betuje na drugu stranu, ljudi moji, ja vam kažem.
You want top lane to be exciting. It's not going to happen. So, we take a look back at this. It's pretty cut and dry. He pushes his buttons. MKOI don't do enough damage.
That gray held 473. What about like 12 minutes in game, and that heal is pretty big. But
I wish I could say it's because this champion is OP. I do think he's really strong, but he's also just mega fed. And like, we don't often see assassins be this fed in pro, partially because usually the only viable pro assassin is a Kali, and she doesn't do anything until level 6.
But we don't see pros fed like this in pros. Log. I mean, we don't see pros get fed very, very often, but we don't see Log get fed like this in pro games quite often. So I'm really excited to see, and also a bit tentative, because I'm a bit scared that they won't close this up. But I want to see GX snowball with this Log, because he's already here. He's not going both. He's not laning anymore. He just wants to complete stacks.
Another soul.
He's everywhere.
In the box.
Strašno koliko lepo igraju Giantsi.
It's just the canonical performance here.
6k gold up at minute 15. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's not the Shibuya incident. It's the Berlin incident. We're witnessing it right now. This man is putting people in little tiny boxes and using them to empower his ult. 2,000 gold lead. Holy heck. Odo, I mean, I know what you would say if you were in scrims. You'd say, okay, guys, we're going next. But
no. In Europe, you have this culture of you never FF scrims anymore.
Never FF anymore?
The logic was there was a turning point. There was a big turning point when G2 did the thing where they were leaking, not leaking, but posting result.
Publicly shaming you
Publicly
guys.
shaming you for canceling scrims. And also, I am a firm
Ne, jeste, Vuče. To je nevjerovatno. 109 evra sad ćete da preskupo, iskreno. Mislim, ruku na srce, cijene svega su baš ono van svake pameti, ali okej. Znaš, ali ti pogledaš ono, odeš ti sa još nekim ono 200 evra samo da sedneš dok put, dok hotel, dok ovo, dok ono, ti ispod soma i po ne može pređeš.
Previous series where we saw two really one-sided games. The team that has the lead, as long as they're not making big mistakes, can really just set the pace of the game.
There's just so much map that GX can be playing through because let's zoom this up. You have this ball lane being pushed up all the time, and then you had Rel up until here, and you put this vision here. It's so hard for you to play with just any space. All the rotations that you're looking to do between the lanes with them, trying to find this one play that brings you back. And you guys not having a great time because there's too much distance to cover. Everything's on fire.
And now, because the game is kind of in the same state, Odo, it's time for a little story time. Let's talk about these top laners. And I know you've been excited. Never mind, no time for stories because it's time to fist fight. Ulti in, flashback is definitely good. Escape, still hoping to be there for Jackie's. I don't think they want to extend this play anymore.
I don't think so. And he has a dash again.
Okay, well,
okay, story time.
They got it. Anyway, top lane. I want to remind people about this matchup. Now, if you remember the absolute peak of Oscarin in fandom, it was when he completely Goomba stomped Kana and looked like Thanos. The next day,
Ma ne, isto. Mislim, gle, ja, ono, bolno moram se adaptiram, ali ja moram da izlačim mage'eve. Ja sam eto i solo queue počeo mage'eve da igram. Ne što želim, nego što moram. Šta da radim?
Underperformance, that big disappointment after he had such a heroic turn. But you can see these guys have so much history. 45 games played between these individual players. And the match score might favor Mirwin, but the game score neck and neck. And it looks like Oscarin is on a pretty good road to put one more in his phone.
He said it best yesterday. This split is a defining one for him.
Oh, that's soup. Some daggers. Oh, calling in the Shen. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough. They're just forced back. That is infinite side lane pressure. Never mind. Forget it. We're not allowed to talk about top lane. Jackie wants us to talk about him, Odo, I think.
Yeah. Every time I was about to glaze Oscar, he just wants to steal all that smoke. Like, he's so greedy like that.
He does have a 10-stack Medjai's.
He wants more.
Oh, he absolutely does. And it seems like he's earned it. Oh, you're going to try to scare him away with his Fear Tether. This is a tough... Welcome to casting, Odo. This is a tricky one, because it's a 6,000 gold lead.
It's fun to see other people suffer. Usually I was the one suffering all the time when I was playing. You guys used to yap about it. Now I get to see people suffer. I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way, Odo. MKOI certainly are suffering quite a bit. Dash through from Alvaro. Nice play to kick things off. The flash is still available. It gets turned right back around, and once again it's to Jackie's in the nick of time. Reset on the Ashen Pursuit. Going right back in, and this time he goes way too far.
Now that's what you deserve for buying Medjai. Get those stacks out of here. Oh, he's still at 8.
Isma? Telling him to take notes, flash forward. Cataclysm, flash out from Jojo. Isma's still going. Flag, drag, auto attacks, shield back. That was...
So my question to you is, when you see...
How down bad was that? Very
No, when you see a Java running at you, and he's about to slam Cataclysm on you.
Ja ti kažem, Mato, neko uvek mora da kontrira, to je uvek... To je uvek tako.
I think the take notes is always frustrating. I think it's an advanced psychological warfare tactic. Like those guys in poker who wear sunglasses or whatever.
Oh, they're so cool.
They're so cool.
Yeah.
You never see what they're thinking. They're stone cold. Isma, you always can see what he's thinking because he spams take notes. Well, Jack, the sad news for MKOI, Odo, is that...
Oh, he picks up the coin.
Yeah, he picks up... No, you gotta pick up the little container, otherwise you can't get the souls.
I ain't gonna call it a coin even though it's not a coin.
Fair enough. Picks up the coin. He's already got 2,000 of them in his favor over Jojo Pune.
Yup.
And also 9 stacks. Oh my gosh. Blackout is also so far ahead. Really good utility items.
Just so hard. It's just so hard for MKOI to find any. I'm trying to cook over here. I'm trying to reverse engineer a plan or find someone to go on, but there's just no one to go on.
Look, and I don't want to add to the pile here, but Supa's been having a struggle, and it's hard. It's something that we need to track in the coming games in the series if he can be the hero once again. Because this is a guy whose ceiling we've seen, and the ceiling is damn high. But the average right now, this split, is pretty awful. And this game isn't the redemption performance, and this fight certainly is not either. MKOI felt pressured to walk in, and GX happy to punish.
Listen, GX, I was about to make fun of you for throwing at Nash yet again, but man, that turn was clean. Everyone was just so coordinated.
Look, if you just get far enough ahead before the Nash Odo, it's kind of impossible to throw at Nash.
Clean, iskreno, nema šta. Mislim, stompali su Jojo na početku, ja kažem. Jer na topu znaš da Mirvi neće raditi ništa. Jojo je manje više jedini koji ih haos nosi. I njega shutdownuješ na početku i ekipa koja se raspada.
Has no flash.
But that's what I wanted to see from GX. That's what I wanted to see because I've seen them throw this situation so many times, but now they started at Nash and they said, when they come, we will fight. And fight they did.
That they did. Fortunately, the fight is bad for him, boy. The game continues to get worse and worse. Cope angle is like 2 items for Elyoya, 2.5 for Supa.
Now that's an angle.
The anti-cope angle is, I think that even if Jackie's hits only a single Q at this point, he can probably 100-0 most people on the map.
Yeah, he's in montage mode over here.
Yeah, because the thing about Assassins in League of Legends is a snowballing game, right? It's like we're not playing Valorant. There's no opportunity for MKOI to like reset the rounds, play on even footing. Like this guy is just mega fit. Like you can hand the keyboard to a much worse player than Jackie's and they'll still kill a lot of people.
Ovo je, daj ne. Lok nije takav heroj, ne bi se složio s ovim delom. Problem sa Lokom je koliko god da ste fed na tom heroju egzekuciji dalje jako bitno. Napravite grešku i useless ste.
You can't even stay under the tier 2.
Yeah, that rule of getting one baron to tier 2s and then whatever, it wouldn't matter.
Sure. The other thing, the downside of this composition, as much as it served GX really well in the early game, is they're very short range, and their siege is terrible.
Yes.
If they're not just going to dive a tower, right?
It's a slow setup because they did this setup to take this Drake, and now I'm expecting them. Well, it looks like Oscar is going to go top, so they will be looking to transition all of this pressure into the enemy top side jungle. What I would expect them to do is they take this entrance, this exit rather, and they go into here, and they want to put vision into here, into this brush over here, and this brush over here, and now you're just playing for these tier 2s.
I like your drawing. Thank you, Odo. All right, let's see if it happens. You were 100% correct on predicting the opening for Jun thus far. Isma as well, so nice read on the map as a whole. Well done, Odo.
Usually what teams do when they have this Nasher, they just identify what they only care about the side they're going to.
Oh, Isma forced to flash out. That was a little bit over-eager, skipping some steps there as his team was not in position to support him.
He was winning too hard. He got distracted by it.
No. Blackout now going to walk up, pop the Crystalline Overgrowth, take a big chunk out of the tower. Dread Return does pull him back.
This is alright, just let the minions do the work for you. You have low range, but already look at this mid lane. Mid lane is getting progress slowly. The Loki is still winning 1v1 against Doriana. All you need to do is protect this cannon. The minions will be doing the work for you. When you take Baron, there is no reason for you to put in a position where you're in danger. Just let the minions do the work for you. Live in their jungle the way GX is doing right now, and this setup is clean.
Da. Mislim, ali opet, koji samo ne može da radi ništa i onda Giantsi uzimaju killova koliko mogu da nađu.
So hard to choose. That's the problem. When you have that inside line in the jungle, you have to choose on which tower you want to defend, and now they get to defend neither. The Lock took the mid tower as well. They took top tower, 10k gold up, and Lock. I do wonder, before the next objective, will he get another item?
Feels like he probably should. We forgot to log into the spectator client, or we can tell you how much money he has.
Yeah, it's a lot.
He did go back and build Seekers, but obviously the other component of that is needlessly large rod. I imagine he would have sold the Doran's ring for it, so he might still be a pretty decent.
Nah, players never sell Doran's.
Alright, fair enough.
That's the biggest pet peeve with pro players. They will never sell Doran's blade or a Doran's ring.
Alright, well he
has
somewhere between 0 and like
a lot, gazillion.
Yeah, a lot of money. Not enough to actually complete his onions, but something just short of that.
Great map movements from the side of GX. They just kept tempo up now since they got that reset on top lane. This tower might go down. This is one of the ways to fight.
Top blast, that's the way they want to fight. Immediately they just pop Jackies. Take a couple pages out of the book.
To je ono što sam rekao ranije. Lok može da bude nafidan koliko hoće. Da, to je ono što pričam. Što Kasteri kažu kao možda daš lošijem igraču, ne možeš. Lok je takav heroj da je jako punishing. Isma. Mislim, Mirvin ima rezi dalje, on će da umre i samo se reza.
They're going to back off. 2 quick kills picked up by MKOI, and immediately 2,000 of that gold lead just disappears.
And GX get a little bit ahead of themselves. I think they could have won that fight 4v5, but already when the low goes down, all they can think about is let's just not throw anymore. The game is in the back. Let's just stabilize the game. A little bit of an oopsie, but a great job from MKOI to find this angle. Renegade is rotating top. They already think this fight is free. Great on flash from Alvaro, and the follow-up is there. Great shutdown. I do wonder who that shutdown went to after this replay, but this was the one time where MKOI had it, and I'm happy they seized it because this was a very, very important kill.
Yeah, taking Locke out of the equation makes the rest of the fight so good. And even if Locke was in a slightly more even position, a really important character to kill early because he gets those resets. So if you start to lose a fight, it's really impossible for you to come back. In the extended play, pretty good. Now Locke is still terrifying. 7 stacks picked up.
The Lord of Locke is overstepping.
Veoma dobar breakdown Mirvina. Ja kažem, nebitno, 11-3, ali znači taj hero je toliko težak za igru konstantno.
The Lord is tipping. Here he comes. And
everyone is running. Alvaro.
There has to be a sacrifice to the Lord.
There it does. 12 kills is the record from Scout so far in Tier 1 play. We'll see if they can get past that record. Is just going to keep hitting Alvaro. He's going to wander in and proc the Crystalline Overgrowth. Okay, all right. Kind of a, you know, if you got to go out, kind of a swaggy little way to go out. So respect to Alvaro there.
MKOI trying to buy a bit of time here, pressuring the Nash so that this Dragon take from the side of GX gets delayed just a little bit. They need to buy as much time for Alvaro to be back on the map, but even then, it's so hard to mount the comeback from this position because it's soul o'clock for GX and they're about to cash in on it. You know what's scarier than a lock?
A lock with any soul? Cloud Soul?
Cloud Soul is probably the most horrifying one.
That's pretty terrifying. He will just run you down.
Yeah, those resets that slow.
Mislim, dobit će svakako 7k Suahija, tako da imaće Soul. Pogledajte na što liči ovaj Cloud, znači, bukvalno ovca koja nema, znači šta je s facom ovog Cloud Soula, baš mi nije jasno. Čudno, čudno.
When we eventually see Jackie's sell his Medjai's in shame and or commit to the bit, he's gonna do a lot of
Hold up, look at this flank from Isma, because this is the time where MKOI he walked over a pink ward, but this was the time where MKOI were preparing to fight the GX when they were going for this vision, so he was thinking a little bit ahead of the play, going for that, but even then, nice pathing to walk in here, and GX, we already saw it in the previous Baron setup, they're getting this vision down, and they're about to replicate the same play we saw before. Start the Baron, have people in good flank positions, just so that you can focus on this engage so much.
Yeah, and again, luxury items are really where this gold lead is going to be felt. Double Zanyas and the GA mean that even if MKOI find that angle with the Nocturne Orianna, it likely won't result in that one shot unless the target has already been CC'd in the case of those 2 Zanyas. So just so difficult for MKOI to find that angle in production. Quickly flying up that little gold graph just to remind us of how dominant of a game this has been.
Oscar face plants into the wall again with Renegade.
A little bit awkward engage now coming in. Blackout off on the side, and the back line is the lock looking for resets. One getting taken down, another one going to come in. Reset on the Ashen Pursuit is there from Jackie's as he fidgets for one more.
Nolk je dobio previše ovde. Da, dobio je previše prostora. Možemo da završi game ovdje, mislim, kroz stop. Mirvin će se rezal, Flagged ga ubija. Nahila se malo dok se ovaj vrati. Setupuje Q o mijazmu. Nema poison. I dalje ne, ok, sad ima poison. Ode Mirvin, ovi završavaju kroz stop, dobro. Samo su ih previše prelomili na početku, mislim ovdje nema šta. Posljednji best of 3, tako je. Lepo su odigrali, nema šta. Uzeli su Loka, nafidali su ga lepo, tako da... Iskreno, GG za Giantse, vidjet ćemo da li će moći da ponove. Svakako, imamo 10 minuta pauze, nakon toga se vraćamo u Game Roy 2. Tako da, puštamo caster 10 minuta i ajmo da vidimo da li Giantsi završavaju ovu seriju.
Be a little bit more active in the early game. You cannot just wait and pick these champions and pray for the level 6. Pray that nothing's gonna happen there so that you can start playing the game. But enough of us yapping here over at the desk. We're going over to the other desk where the analysts are gonna pick it up.
Yay, that's us. The other desk.
Is this a desk?
It's not. It's
the desk for ants.
Yeah, it's a table setup. Whatever. It was much closer than I thought. No, you know what? It was not even close. I really did think that MKOI would take this one. Looking at the teams, looking at the strength, and especially looking at how GX looked yesterday, despite the fact that they won, but yeah, convincing. And convincing with the approach they came with as well.
I mean...
You're taking notes here, like Isma. What is that about?
I'm taking a lot of notes. I did not think Lock was a champion that worked in pro play.
Okay.
I did not think this champion had the tools to execute a game plan like this.
Understandable.
But turns out, if you play against a team that plays like solo queue, suddenly the champion has a purpose. He has a role. And maybe MKOI is just the team to play Lock against, because I mean Jackie's, what a performance on this champion, making montages left, right, and center.
Yeah, MKOI or SK. We've seen SK are very willing to get down in the dirt in the early game as well. But yeah, incredible stuff from Jackie's. I think they mentioned it a lot on the cast. His laning into the Orianna was super important. The fact that he was able to hit level 2 at the right time, then got the early ganks in from the Jarvan. If you're early in this game, you are screaming at your lanes, saying please, please, please. Do not die in the early game, but then every lane is getting ahead for Giant X.
Yeah, and they just kept dogpiling on Jordan in this game, because it started with him forcing the flash, right? And then it's so simple. Isma rolls up, combo with a flash, not even needed flash in the first gank, I think, and he just puts on a show this game. You see the damage that this champion does when he gets ahead. When he gets that early Lichbane spike, he just starts running away. Also, so much movement speed, so much damage, and yeah, I think Medic said it best. When you're playing a Nocturne, you just want your lanes to be stable. And Elyoya, his laners died 3 times before he even hit level 6.
Yeah, the Magnet Storm Purgatory combination when you're ahead is disgusting.
Nasty.
Like, it's just like, here is a circle. On top of that, lay your circle, please. Oh, we also have a Cataclysm. Another circle. Let's just line them all up on top of each other as Jackie's finishes 13-3, which I believe is the Lock kill record in top tier League of Legends as well. Which is incredibly impressive. Ended with 7 stacks on his ultimate.
Yeah.
I will say, Lock did get nerfed and does fall off a cliff as the game goes on. I think Soul Ignition is a slightly broken ability, which is his grey health. So he gets the movement speed, and then when he takes damage, he can just top it all back up. We saw a couple of plays there where it's like, oh, I got hit by a shockwave. Never mind, my health is back to full.
But you know, I would argue that for an assassin to be viable, they need 1 broken defensive ability.
It's true.
Every good assassin has 1 broken defensive ability. You have Nafiri W, Akali Shroud, and I think this was kind of intended for Locks to be Locks' bullshit ability. That's what it is.
Let's be honest. Let's just give Twilight Shroud the ability to dodge towers again. I think we just make all assassins broken. That was a fun mess.
But you need this, I agree, on very slippery champions. I feel like, and I also do feel like this kind of champion suits Jackie's playstyle.
It really does.
Yeah, made for him. I'm just wondering if they can come up with a similar approach, if they want to continue what they did to MKOI in Game 1. Let's take a look at the draft here, because we said at the beginning of the day, I said at the beginning of the day that I really like the meta right now. I love the meta right now for the fact that you can play around flex picks, which is what they came up with here.
I mean, to me, this is straight up disrespect from MKOI.
Okay.
You see the Casio picked, and they don't assume that this Casio can go into Flakked. Or they just completely ignore it. Because the Casio was picked first, they picked Orianna on free. You can ban the Lock.
Yeah.
Lock is the 2nd best answer into Orianna after Akali. Akali is already banned. But you choose to ban the 80 carries away. You ban the Saya. You ban the Sigs. They do not think this Casio is going bot lane, and they completely give GX this draft for free.
Which is also a big oversight into Flakked. Flakked has always been a mage player.
Exactly.
Even before we went into mage meta, he was one of those players that would bring out the Syndras, bring out the Seraphines, bring out the Ziggs. So I do think, as you say, MKOI just really messed up this draft.
Yeah.
Allowing the Lock through. Now, if MKOI had played safer in the early game, which, again, is the meme, just play safe, right? If they hadn't given all these kills over to Jackie's on the Lock, the game plays out very differently. I think their composition then works, but because they were bamboozled a little bit in the draft, and because Giant X were able to get this lead, all of the things that MKOI tried to do in draft just really didn't have a purpose.
I mean, it strikes me as a team that just has to read that Lock is just not a good champion in competitive. And they got proven wrong.
Yeah.
They got a slap across the face, and now they got to pick the pieces up and go into game 2, because I still favor MKOI in this matchup. I said before that MKOI was going to be Giant X's daddies. And
yeah, it's not looking...
it's a tough hill to sit on right now after a game like this.
We need a paternity test.
Yeah,
let's get the DNA swabs out. Let's find out exactly who
Get Dr. Phil in here as well. Let's make it a thing.
Talking about daddies here, talking about daddies on the casting desk. I'm done. You know what? Let's send it over to break and let's see if MKOI can come back here in game 2. I'm sorry.
This June, 2 titans clashed in the most prestigious challenge in the LEC. Who am I? Now they are back to decide the best Korean Who Am I player on KC.
I feel like I know.
Get ready for more misunderstandings.
Huh? That means? Say again, please.
Azir.
What is Jeer?
What is Azir?
Azir.
Me.
No. What is Azir?
More violent hand rubbing. More allegations.
He's cheating. Yeah. Cheating. He's cheating.
More trash talk.
간 사람을 다 내려야죠.
간 사람을 내리는 거야?
네, 그 안 간 사람을 남겨놔야죠.
And more speedy headshot flicking.
그러면 저희가 뛰어나다고 생각합니다.
The rematch the entire world has been waiting for. The conclusion to the eternal rivalry.
그 라인업 좀 탄탄해가지고.
Friendship will be ended. Scores will be settled. Knowledge will be tested. Kana versus Yehu.
I know!
Coming to you live tomorrow before Carmine Corp versus Fnatic.
Champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call this.
can you sing Die Die?
Dale,
Wait.
let's go.
Guys, keep going. Dale, dale, let's go. Woo!
Somebody I used to know. Oh. Just play.
I'm here, by the way. I'm here.
Oh my god. Can we look here? Can we look here?
Yeah, this one.
Nice. Okay, nice. Good job, guys. Nice turns, okay? Very good fights. Good job. Guys, we found... okay, again, it's the same as Shifters. We found maybe this team is lost. Legit lost, okay?
Okay! Spitting facts here.
I mean,
I guess.
It's been a fact since spring.
It
right?
has, yeah.
Target Jojo was a strategy that we saw used a lot in spring, and Jojo, at the moment, not at the same level he was then. So I'm not surprised that Giant X have said, let's try and kill this guy in the mid lane.
I mean, it is easy to target a mid laner when he loses his flash level 2 1v1. I will highlight that. That shouldn't happen. And it will make it a lot easier. Really good job by Giant X this game. But now going into game 2, I'm a little bit more unsure. Can they actually repeat that from last game?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Fool me once, jokes on me, fool me twice. I didn't come prepared.
Yeah.
Like, can they do it again? Can you replicate that? Do you have another game plan? If I'm GX, I mean.
Yeah, if you still have things like the Akali if you want to go assassin mid, right? I think Giant X also can still go team fight. Like we saw them do it yesterday, although not to the best effects against Shifters. So they do still have some other strings to their bow. I think as well, you have to remember the weight of pressure on MKOI. This is their 6th series of the split. They have 3 more series after this. If they lose this, they are 2 and 4. And they need top 4 to make their roadshow.
Yeah.
They have Na'Vi and SK and Heretics left. Na'Vi and SK don't look like the easiest opponents. Heretics as well, picking up a win against Fnatic yesterday. So there's a lot of weight on MKOI to be winning series like this.
I mean, MKOI losing to Giant X would be a cataclysmic failure. Yeah. Absolutely. I think they really, really need this win. And it starts in the draft, because last game I think draft was a big mess-up for them. And now we're going into the first pick already. Timo will not be the first pick, I'm pretty sure.
I'm thinking Vi. Vi being open here, she's super strong.
Syndra as well is something that comes to mind right now, especially with Orianna and Cassio being out. You can run into the Nivea maybe, but I do like where your head is at. The Vi is nice, just getting engaged.
Evo nas nazad. Vraćamo se u game broj 2 da vidimo da Giantsi mogu da završe ovo ekspresno ili ćemo uletiti i u game broj 3.
That was fast. Victor will be flexed. I think he's gonna go mid to Georgia Pune. He looks really comfortable when he has a laning bully, and I think Victor's not the.
Ja mislim da je Viktor bolji na botu, ako ćemo iskreno, ali ako ona bude lokovana, možda nije loše da Viktor ne ode na bot. Iskreno.
Couldn't do much in the early game. Now it's gonna be by the boys' side no matter what happens.
Yeah, and it's a guarantee of success when we saw the series they played, especially against Fnatic last week. The fact that Elioya was all around the map, and that's the kind of champions that he wants to be on to impact all the side lanes. I'm actually happy with the beginning of the draft here. What do we want to see from GX next?
Yeah, we'll see, because the Leona here is just a good pick, but also blocks the Camille. That is up and available. Poppy is banned. Shen was picked game 1, so Camille value just skyrockets. Picking the Leona just to take away from that, and just one of the strongest early game skirmishers. And having the Leona and Vi works in really good tandem, because the Leona kind of secures the early game skirmishers, and the moment Vi gets level 6, they can combo together, but then Vi is just already so happy. I think Talia would be a fantastic pick. It's a pretty difficult matchup into the Victor in isolation, so maybe this could potentially go into the bot lane for Blackout.
Ooh, the Viper cosplay. Yeah. I like it.
It's a possibility. It also does obviously team up well with the Vi. Works well into the Pantheon as well, because when he sheer vaults forward onto you, you just put down the Unraveled Earth, he gets stunned as he tries to jump in, so then you have a little bit more layering of that CC. MKOI giving Super a safe AD carry, also one of his favorites in the Ezreal, makes a lot of sense, and locks that Victor into mid.
Yeah. What I do lack right now for MKOI though is engage. Sure, you have a Pantheon that can jump in, but I really want to see Alvaro on an engaged champion right now. I think a trap that MKOI often falls into when they draft like this is they send Alvaro on an enchanter, like a Karma Hero 4. It's great for the laning phase, but
Da, beže s Viktorom na mid, šalju Ezreal na bot. Pantheon flex, Talia flex. Ali Talia verovatno djuri Viktora.
I hate playing Rakan into Talia Leona. It is not fun at all unless you can find good flanks, and then we move into the discussion on is MKOI's vision control actually good enough to find good flanks on a Rakan. I think the Nautilus does enough, because if the hook still lands even if you're stunned as you go in, and you have the depth charge for slightly more non-committal engage. You can see Giant X also thinking, well, Bard isn't engaged with the Tempered Fate, so they're trying to get rid of some possibilities for Alvaro here.
Ooh, so they're definitely respecting the Oscarin and Warwick here, setting up for an Ambessa potentially. Could pick it early blind, but for now, I would expect to see support bands coming out. Do you really care about Ambessa blind? I don't think so. I think you can just give it to them, play whatever you want into it. Casante is always a fine option. There's many options. You can go all up as well. It's up and available.
Olaf got banned in the first rotation for MCOY, so...
I'm completely blind.
It happens.
You're correct, but they banned the Karma, which surprises me a little bit, but maybe they just want to secure strong laning matchups so the bike can get to level 6, because the Karma will make that really hard. Pantheon with the lane pressure vessel Karma can be a nuisance in her jungle.
Yeah.
And GX clearly doesn't want to deal with that.
And bot side invades can be a bit of a struggle for Giant X if they do give over that Karma.
Do you pick them Ambessa here because you banned Warwick? No one is blinding Warwick, so this really tells me that they want to blind pick their top laner here and keep the Victor Flex until last.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. The question now is, do Giant X just go for something that can really harass the Ambessa? You could go Vayne if you really wanted to, if you're Giant X.
You could absolutely go Vayne. It's a fantastic matchup. You have good help there with the Talia coming in case you pick a side in a
You've
fight.
already got your front line locked as well.
It's kind of a check right now. They're basically asking Oscarinian, do you have it? Are you him? Will you just lock in the Vayne and ruin Mirwin's day? Because they don't think he will. Yeah. They're basically calling his bluff right now. You are not a Vayne player, you're not gonna pick it. And we'll see if it does. Kai'Sa will be locked in, makes sense. They have a lot of dive already. Who better than to follow a dive than the Kai'Sa?
Yone does a similar thing in terms of following dives as well, obviously with that Fate sealed. Jack's a little bit more of a skill matchup as far as I remember in the top side. Does outscale the Ambessa in the 1v1.
Yeah, a lot of hovers here, but we probably will end on the finishing blow.
Oh, Camille top.
Oh, Camille top. Now that's I forgot
Camille na top. Osim ako nešto... Ne, mora da je Camille.
No, it was actually Bin that brought this out. When Ambessa came out, he started playing a lot of Camille into it. It's quite a slow champion. Camille, ever since they made the lane wider, struggles to reach those walls with the hook shot.
Your hook shot isn't long enough.
Yeah, your hook shot isn't long enough. And, okay, Camille into Ambessa, super volatile. We will have to track this matchup. A lot of resources has to go up there, because if you fall behind in this matchup, either it's the Ambessa or the Camille, you're gonna have a bad time. Nautilus locked in for Alvaro. Thank God they picked some engage, because I thought that was heading the wrong way for a second there.
Znaš da nemam pojma, iskreno ne znam. Da ste mene slušali, ja sam rekao da će koji ovo dobiti 2-0, tako da nemojte mene slušati. Ja bi betovao protiv većine i ne bi stavio puno, to je moj, to je safest bet. Ne znam, legitimno ne znam. Giants ih ubiše prvi game,
Now GX took game 1 here against MCOY. Let's see if MCOY have it in them to sail closer to home here in game 2. Casters, over to you.
It's a tall task. They gotta leave that island where they can just hang out with pretty people all the time, I think. I think that's where they're at Lotus Sea.
And eat yummy food.
Yeah, or are they on the Cyclops Island? It's hard for me to keep track. I haven't read the Odyssey since I was a teenager, so...
I never read it. I just like the movie. Everyone's having fun.
Fine, I like that. All right, fair enough. We'll keep the references flowing then. Between the two of us, we have approximate knowledge of many things. GX MCOY headed back to the Rift. Again, really easy execution. I think for both sides, it's more balanced this time, but GX have a lot of really good CC. So, like to see that, but need to see Alvaro, Elyoya link up and take over.
I already like this approach. Going for the invade. Ooh, blind hook.
Instantaneous hook. Klaken forced to an early barrier. Alvaro taking a big...
They're walking in 3v4.
Flekt je mnogo jak ovdje, samo ne znam zašto se bio, zašto Isma neće se tuče. Isma je u fazonu, braću, uzeo sam W, šta radimo? Ok, ali ovo je malo face check ovdje, izgubit će puno health, ne znam da on radi, ovo forsira i dalje, da.
Was unsure of what the proper reaction was, because they were in the 4v3 for a little while, but this has huge implications for the game, because there's a map split on the bot lane. The Ezreal and the Nautilus will be getting to skip through this early game where they do get to abuse and punish, but Elyoya
opts away from that map split. He wants to go cross back into his Raptors and continue his full clear. Now, why was this important? Why was this invade important? This invade sets up a way later sequence. When I think about the next 5 minutes, he will get 1k smite first, he will get level 6 first. So even though it's a small invade, it will have huge ramifications later.
And it will. So we'll have to keep track of that advantage that they've built themselves. See if GX can find something else they can get to try to fight their way back in. Level 2 favoring the side of MKOI. Jun way too far forward.
Great trading. Abusing the level up timers incredibly well on the side of MKOI. But Flackhead has to base, does not have... Wait, that's not Flackhead, that is Jun has to base.
Flackhead might also have to base. Well, because he just lost a bunch of life. But yeah. Alvaro certainly does as well. So very well controlled.
Did GX not see Helioya across? Or he's just looping around for a little cheeky gang. That's the Isma in a nutshell. Delays a little bit of time. We saw it in game 1. Just wants to get a little bit of action going in the mid lane. But there we go. Helioya still tempo up, looking to finish his full clear, looking to impact that bot lane, because what happened in that trade in the bot side was that this wave will slowly be pushing in this way. Now, that coincidentally, very, very happy for Helioya, ends up and syncs up with his full clear being done. So, a lot of pressure on GX's bot lane because Isma cannot stand here.
Inače, ja ne znam, Mato, da li imaš tu informaciju, ali Klara ima Fortuna login. Nemoj pretiti banom, otiće na tunu, banovat ćete. Unmodovat ćete. Mislim, možeš ti, ja ti samo, znaš, dijelim informaciju da znaš oružija koje ima na svom raspolaganju. Ne verujem da bi igrala toliko prljavo, ali ko zna, znaš, zavisi koji je dan u nedelji.
When is the best time for me to help my bot lane, and it will be now after he's going for these Raptors. Well, Flackhead already basing. He's not enjoying that bot lane situation at all. Honestly, MKOI, this is the early game we wanted to see from them. They are rocking up. They had a plan early game, and they started to become more proactive. This wave state is awful for Flackhead. He is just bleeding minions 24/7. Ezreal is getting a free base. Meanwhile, everyone else on the map is completely happy. This bot lane is the main focus point after this early game.
Really good. And a bounce back that Supa desperately needs, going up against Kaisa, a champion that has been so often taken away from him this time around, though. He picked up the Ezreal for himself. It's a comfortable matchup.
Ja sam imao problem skoro s YouTube-om, mislim, našao sam posao po dešavanjima, gde mi je automatski mi je prevodio chat. Znate kako sam se gubio? Uzima sve poruke na našem jeziku i prevodi na engleski, ali prevodi sirovo. I onda gledam poruku, nije mi jasno šta poruka treba da znači. I onda sam, jedno 2 streama sam pokušavao da vidim kako to da fiksam.
Who's happy from Isma not doing anything? Jojo. Yeah. This Victor is having so much fun. Talia is just lane locked. 20 CS up against the Talia. This is the prime Jojo game.
Yeah.
The game where he just has strong laning phase, strong 1v1, and he gets to abuse from level 1 without any jungle interference.
No jungle interference, no surprise lockpick as Supa takes pretty poor trade. They're not able to proc the plasma stacks, but that one definitely did not work out. Looks like he ate the entirety of the Titan.
Moram u solo queue sutra prekostra da vidim onaj full AP Kaisa. Tako meni na Redditu. Da, baš je. A što je najče, ja sam provalio da, znači, znaš kako je glupo? Nema nigde u chatu, znači kao što gore možda klikneš live chat, top chat, možda klikneš ove 3 tačkice pa imaš tu nešto. Imaš moderation, timestamp, reakcije, a translate je kad kreiram stream. Znači, toliko glupo. I kao jednom kad kreiraš tako streama, laki, tebi je chat zaključen na translate. Ja mislio prvo možda je Google, možda je neki plugin da se instalirao, možda je... Škoj, nije mi jasno kako mi prevodi chat u real time-u, a nisam to tražio. Ja kao... Gledam ono verovatno vamo gde je chat, gde je goal, gde su ove sve, znaš ko... Ne. Kreiraš stream i jedan od 75 novih checkboxova su ubacili kada kreiraš stream da samo uključiš ili isključiš live translation. Ja gledam, rekao, jeste realni. Vreme je da se otvori jedno lagano osveženje i da se uživa ovdje. Onda posle streama mala pauzica pa se uživa uz fudbal. To je okviran plan za večeras, se malo igramo.
but not really good setup of his own.
The way this top lane matchup works, because it's polarizing. There's a Camille. We haven't seen Camille in a while, but in isolation, the Ambessa versus Camille, Ambessa side is happy. She's happy if there is no interference there, because it's 1v1. You get to have more range. Great hook shot.
Gle, iskreno, ako ništa, respekt za Oskara što je uzeo Camille, iskreno. Iskreno, ako ništa, respekt što je izvuko Camille. Sa Lola na futbol. Treba. I iskreno, vidi, Plavi, najiskrenije, Goals je verovatno jedna od najjačih igrica za stream tog tipa. Stvarno je giga fan i pogotovo što možemo tipa nas 10 igramo zajedno. A stvarno nema puno takvih igara, da kao toliko onih check markova čekaju. Znaš, besplatno je, nije zahtevna za komp, može se igra 5 na 5 custom, mislim sad, ajde, može se igra. Realno je legitimno zabavna, turbo je skill based, kao, stvarno mislim da je ono, za stream, za ovo što mi radimo, mislim da je optimalno. Mislim da je baš super, iskreno, Goals. Ima još jedna slična igrica, našao sam, poslan Klari negde na našem Discordu, morat ću okopam do godinu dana. Ima neka koja je 3 na 3, isto tako neki onaj kao friendslop, šta god. Isto uletiš, skineš na brzaka, ima custom igraš, ali 3 na 3, nije 5 na 5. A meni je mnogo draže kad je 5 na 5 jer realno uvek nas bude više. Za gledanje onako, pa u suštini fudbal je, mislim to je ono, znaš. Kapiram, ko voli da gleda fudbal, njemu je još zanimljivije, ko ne voli da gleda, nije mu toliko zanimljivo. Mislim da je to ugao. Znaš, kao ljudi koji vole da gledaju fudbal, njima je sigurno fan. I plus je, opet za ljude koji su tu iz community-a, kapiram, fan, jer slušaju kako se međusobno ljudi ono sprdaju i flameuju, tako da s te strane, znaš, s te strane, da, mislim, slažem se, vidi Kevin, ja prvi recimo, fudbal kao fudbal ne pratim. Meni je iskreno najveći, lično, mislim, gledajte, ja koliko streamujem i meni je content, ono, ja se zabavljam, da se razumemo. Nije kao da ja pravim vama content, ja pravim i sebi content i meni je isto fan. I meni je iskreno kad počnu ljudi da se flameuju, kad počne Marence da sprda pobesnelog što je pobesnili zakampovo u napadu, ono, 45 minuta, meni je presmešno. Znaš, meni je taj trenutak zabavan, iskreno. Kao fudbal, okej, mislim, kao, ono, fudbal je. Ja nisam ga upalio od kad su izbacili iz bete. Kao 1 na 1 ne bi igrao igricu verovatno uopšte. Kao imam FIFA na Sony, upalit ću FIFA. Ali kao taj trenutak gde se svi zabodemo zajedno, isprdamo se, prozivamo se, igramo, meni je to... Pa baš to, Acke. Meni je taj trenutak, ono, community je najzabavniji tu. Fudbal ko fudbal, kao okej, waterpolo odigramo isto, kao meni nema nikakvu razliku. Mislim, bez uvrede ljudima koji vole fudbal, opet kažem, razumem i taj deo. Ljudi koji vole fudbal, to je okej. Meni je skoro, do duše što se fudbala tiče, ja sam gledao Blue Lock, ali Blue Lock je toliko fan, čovječe. Ko je onako 50 što tiče fudbala, pogledajte Blue Lock, ono, goated je. Znači, sad će biti live adaptation. I koliko sam video, decent je. Dobro je, ne kažem da nije dobra, samo, mislim, kao, meni lično nije ništa spec. Kao, znaš, igrica je okej, ali igrao sam i FIFA-u, ili ti FC šta god, FC isto kida, znaš, tako da, znaš, ne radi Goals ništa ono haos mnogo bolje od bilo koje druge igre na tržištu. To je fora. To ću ti kažem, ali taj trenutak gdje je besplatna, lagana za skidanje, ima customa, nas 10 igra, meni je to, ono, pobeda igrice. Ja se nadam, kažem, evo, pisat ću večeras, verovatno sutra ovim developerima, da što pre pogledaju. Pogledaj anime, ne moraš da pogledaš live action adaptaciju. Ima dosta ljudi, recimo, ja sam s Raletom dosta pričao o Blue Locku, jer sam siguran da to da pogleda bio bi mu omiljeni anime. Neće me posluša, ali jednog dana će biti i to. I oni u fazonu, ja ne mogu gledam anime. Sad izlazimo live action adaptacija, možda mu je to bilo malo lakše da stvari. Iako kažem, koncept je samo next level, iskreno.
that right when it started. I'm so happy. Dopamine injected.
That's all you need. GX are late to the play. They can go for a 50-50 if they want, as they now have a control ward in the pit. I assume it spots just the edge of Drake. But they're not going to go for it. They don't want to risk it. And it's just first Drake, so it's not the end of the world. But it's a testament to how in control of this game state Employ are, that they're up on Grubs and up on Drake. Usually not so easy to get one. Oscar Renan is taking this time to go all in, though. A nice flash to the side on that public execution. Oscar's still walking up. Really close fight.
Spooky. The flash was a little bit of a misplay, I might think. It's a nice thing to dodge the public execution, but he lost his kill thread and he couldn't follow up on that kill due to the fact that Merwin still had his own flash out. But we do get to see this side of Camille. We got to the point where Camille is starting to generate pressure for the side of GX, and it's only gonna get worse for Ambessa.
Slow game, jako slow game, da, 12 minuta. Mislim, koji vodi, tako da to je za njih super. Mislim da je ona plavi, to ne znam, nešto, sa odbojkom. Svi kažu da je taj sa odbojkom kao najbolji ikada. Ne znam da Marence gleda, kapiram da Marence ne gleda toliko anime, ali možda bi mu to bilo interesantno. Taj kao anime sa odbojkom je navodno jako dobar. Nisam ga gledao, mislim ima neke igre za telefone za nešto. Nisam gledao anime, ali čuo sam dosta ljudi kao jako, jako dobar.
Hesitant to commit to any kind of play here. Employ don't have the same problem though, as they go all in. Jun forced to flash away before the follow-up CC from the Victor locks him down and just gonna get the flash out. Easy.
Moguće da je hajku. Da, moguće.
There's just no good target over here. Well, Ismail's looking to. He's finally getting angry because he's getting invaded all the time.
Lockup is there. Egg is assault to block all of the initial burst damage, but Flacket is here first. The killer instinct looking good as GX pick up first blood and even out the gold.
Great move from Flacket. That's exactly what they needed. He managed to sneak a little window where he was faster than Supa and that.
Ja bi legitimno poještriti takve, ali nećemo moći. Kako god anime. Ja kažem, eto, ja stvarno sam čuo od mnogo ljudi da je jako, jako dobar anime. Ja basket nisam gledao. Blue Lock sam gledao i Blue Lock mi je jako dobar. Koliko zbog futbola, toliko i zbog likova, koncepta, psihologije iza toga. Jako mi je dobar Blue Lock, Oscar je mrtav. Basic, W reset, pitanje samo ko dobija kill. Panton je promašio Q. Elioja, please. Dobar je. Ako je brutal, ja ti kažem, znači, evo, Popo, verujem, stvarno verujem da je mnogo dobar anime. I planiram da ga gledam, jedan od prvih sport animea koje ću gledati, zašto je toliko ljudi nahvalilo, zašto mi je toliko ljudi nahvalilo, ja ga zovem Haikyuu, ali kapirate, to je odbojku. Mnogo ljudi mi je reklo da je baš dobro. A ono, ako je polu dobar kao Blue Lock, ja sam u fazonu bomba. Ne znam je li gotovo on? Kad završavam Shangri-La Frontier, ne gledam toliko anime koliko bi volao da ga gledam, ali kao polako. Sve polako.
This is a nice change for League of Legends. I wonder how the people at home feel about this. It's a cool change of pace to see kind of every champion from every lane can really just play anywhere.
I can't believe that we live in that timeline.
I mean, look, it's so weird. She's building Grasp instead of Halo Blades. There's no Sundered Sky.
Nije gotov. Šteta.
I don't know if I like this newfangled Camille top, but it seems like it's kind of playable. I still prefer support, but you know, hey.
Okay, buddy, you had enough fun over there. Camille support was always the superior one. You're about to see some big damage because he's about to be accelerated.
Jel on plavi gotov ili on nije gotov? To je jedna stvar što, koliko bi volao da kao gledam i da se nešto završi i to je to. Ali nekako šta god da krenem da gledam nije gotova, to mi se baš ne sviđa iskreno.
Camille top lane, reminding ourselves what it does. If I remember correctly, it's like 1500 true damage.
Čak u teoriji recimo i Hunter x Hunter nije gotov. Inače 16 minuta 1-1, pa zato ne pričam preterano o ovom gameu. Ali kao želim stvari da budu gotove. Adjime Nipo, mislim da sam video nešto, ali vidiš, to je meni jako specifično, što ja gledam jedan tip i dok ne završim ne prelazim dalje. A i dalje nisam završio Baki Hanmu. Ostalo mi jako malo. A mislim ni Clover nije gotov. Clover sam gledao sve što je izašlo 100, koliko 180 nešto epizoda. Tako da Baki Hanmu završavam, što se borilačkih tiče, pa ću poslije da im šta ću. Znam da stiže nova sezona. My Hero Academia isto konačno gotova. Za Cowboy Bebopa su isto ljudi pričali da je giga dobra, nisam gledao to. Clover izlazi sljedeće godine, ako se ne varam. I to znam, Hunter x Hunter kao anime je gotovo, ali nije kao manga, postoji šansa će nastaviti dalje sa onim... Ajde, ne spodam ništa, ali ko je gledao zna. Provalio sam inače jako interesantno, bar nisam vidio, kao nemaš toliko ljudi na Balkanu na YouTubeu koji se bave anime, što je iskreno šteta. Bilo bi cool da imamo kao malo više ljudi koji se bave tim. A ja preferiram kraće anime, iskreno. Nije mi jasno, recimo, dok se i dalje traduju jedan kill po 20 minuta, onaj God of High School. Što sam nešto krenuo da gledao sam na Netflixu, ima fazon 12 epizoda i ko jedan turnir i to je to. Ja sam fazonu nemoguće da je to. Ali, ne znam da li ima da se gleda još negde. A navodno ima baš puno, tako da nije mi to isto najjasnije. Imamo 50% akciju na banovanje Kevina u chatu. Samo se javite.
Knockup is there. Hextech ready to follow. Elyoya over the top. GX thought they had the angle, but they didn't pull the trigger fast enough. Oscar now on the way out.
Ju damage, Eclipse prog bio iz basica. Da. Sljedećih 3 sata, 50% akcije na banovanje Kevina. Imamo također 2 u 1 akciju gdje ako 2 čoveka banuju Kevina, banujemo ga na 4 puta više vremena. Nisam, Ange, nisam. Što najjače, meni je sve to jako cool, iskreno. Nisam čitao ni jednu, ali generalno mi je jako cool. Skoro sam bio sa Klarom, bili smo u knjižari pa smo kupovali mango kao poklon za druga jedno kad smo išli na rođendan i jednu stvari koju smo uzeli je manga i baš mi je bilo cool, gledam ono sve i fascinantno mi je giga sve. I ceo taj deo kao fizičkih kopija i sve to mi je jako cool. Ban Kevin, bukvalno. Monster nisam. Ima puno koje nisam, mislim. I Kaiju, ja mislim da isto treba da... To je navodno giga dobro. Nemam pojma. Mnogo stvari. Jun je mrtav. Ale ona je, da, ne toliko besmrtna. Jeste besmrtna, ali nije baš toliko besmrtna. Vision and we're going to see less and less of these sprays from GX because the main advantage that GX had up until this point and why I believe it's going to swing the other way was the fact that he had a lot of vision control, a lot of vision, then you were not able to see where these sprays are coming from. But as we get more and more gold on the side of MKOI, team comp from GX is going to become a little bit harder to execute just from the... Ne, on se, znači evo, svaki put kad probam da razumem Klarin koncept ovoga nije mi jasno. Znači kvota trenutno na jednu ekipu je 5, na drugu je 3. O, život. Ja mislim da bi svi bankrotirali kad bi im Klara radila brojki njih.
so much less time for GX to scale in this one. But with Flak at 2 items, Jackie's approaching as well.
Klara speedrunuje bankrupt.
At least relatively ready for a fight.
I would say so as well. And this next Drake is important because we find ourselves in a game where both of these Syncons can take Nasher quite fast at this point, even though it's 22 minutes in. The Ezreal Victor will be doing a lot of damage. The Kai'Sa Camille will be doing a lot of
Kada sam od Dvelice čuo da je Giga dobar isto. To nisam gledao, ali sam čuo da je baš dobar. Ja bih bakrirao sigurno. Vidi sigurno. Ali dobro, nema veze. Sve je to for fun. Mora bude zanimljivo. Alvaro nima harness, ali sve na njega bacaju, to je pitanje. Jer on je živi dalje, a Oskar je 0-3, jedničak 40-50 CS-a down, što bi trebao da bude. Nije baš optimalno ovo. I koji onda uzima još jednog Drake. I Giantsi mogu samo da gledaju.
where you give a little bit space, but the fact that Alvaro just ran in there and put his body on the table and says, okay, engage on me, everyone is thinking, well, how much can I commit to just the support? He was not supposed to be here. Why was that funny?
Amazing phrase, putting his body on the table and saying engage on me? Bro, are we writing a fanfic? Okay. A little steamy. The hook on Oscar Ridden, though, I will call out. Great from Alvaro, but also Oscar, oh my god, bro.
It's just you're not ready.
He's not ready, dude.
A lot of times, as a team, you're thinking that, okay, they're going to walk in here, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and then all of a sudden, the Nautilus is getting one-shot, and you're asking yourself, do I really want to one-shot him?
No, he needs to get on the back line. GX are fully grouped. We talked about them really wanting to play for these side lanes, and if you can't play for side lanes, they at least have to play for flank, Soto, but instead, they're grouping up. They're oogaing. They're boogaing. They're just walking in, and MKOI are more than happy.
Oscar is feeling the pressure here because he's already abandoning the side lane play. He was here for such a long time, being desperate for a play. Now he's taking the walk-off chain to the bot lane. He's not even going for the Hydra. All of his side lane push is just so slow, and it's going to take a lot of time to get these sort of moves from Oscar. If he ever wants to find himself or involve himself in this play,
he
can have a lot of impact. He can't really push deep, and he always have to sacrifice CS, so it's always going to be a risk and a trade.
Ne može ići na Guardian, ide na Didi. Didi Trinity je premalo. Dok on završi drugi, Mirvin završava treći. Oscar je baš previše gapovan ovaj game. Baš je previše gapovan ovaj game.
It's also one of those situations where you started building an item when the game was a little bit better, and then you threw a couple of times, and now it just looks like you're trolling your item build. So I've done that many times.
Znači šta je 27, moram da pogledam isto kad je ovaj reveal.
Stuck with this, and you have to make the best of it, and it's just overall not a pleasant position to be in as a top laner.
Yeah, definitely tough. Tricky position at this point in the game. But
a little scafaffle on the mid lane.
A scafaffle, that's what we're going with?
That sounds like it could work.
That sounds like it could work. You know what, I like this. I like making up new words with you. Jackie's
27. avgust, sad sam upravo video, imam jako interesantnu informaciju za vas. Flekt. Možda treba još malo levo, ali fajn, je Supu ubiju. Flekt, ništa, Mirvin gapuje previše, nemaš. Mirvin je previše jak. Gledajte ovaj interesantan info. GTA trailer se događa u istom trenutku kada EBL finale. Kakav unlucky timing, zar ne?
He has been strong this whole game. Jojo is untouched, and you have all these brawlers who love this sort of team fights, these sort of skirmishes. And even though you found the pick on Supa, it doesn't matter. There's just so many more threats on the side of MKOI.
That there are. Mirwin now 2,000 individual gold lead.
Da sam kući za to vreme, šerovo bi vam na Discordu to.
Are you done?
Ali nisam, nema me.
Come on, give me one more. One more quick one and then we can focus.
I guess top laners have been given support. Everyone says support is the easiest role in the game, but when push comes to shove, I don't know, bro.
Okay. Now I feel like you're finally happy. You dunked on top laners for too long.
No, it's fine. Top laners, it's fine. If 80 carries are professional crybabies, top laners are professional victims. So it's fine.
Oh, I'm so good at that. I was such a big victim.
No. And to be fair, your role is pretty miserable in pro play. You have to play tanks. It doesn't seem very fun. You don't get to build AD on Cyan like Mr. Babos. You have to just build tank.
You have to sell yourself very well.
27. u 9 uveče je na Netflixu, tako je. A mislim da je sutra, mislim 28. će biti svugde dostupno, na YouTube-u i sve to. Ali dobro, nema veze, mislim, ja ću vidjeti kad se završi finale, kad dođem kući, moram pogledam što se događa tu. Ovo je bilo clean. Jackies mnogo lepo igra. O! Ju, Jackie smurf. On će da okrene game sam. I koji sad trči na Drakea? Ova dvojica. Ali nemaju damage da ga završe, ja mislim.
This is what we wanted to see from Jigs. These sort of angles, but it just came out of thin air. I was about to say
Jack is just one figure, like, I don't know. Okay.
Jackies baš smurfuje. Mislim, 1-2-4, ali stvarno smurfuje. A mislim, gledajte ljudi, Jackies je na kraju, znači, pre Leca zadnji lani igra u Beogradu, tako da, šta da vam kažem. Ja ga kastovo, naš čovek, Jackies bre, faktički Balkanac. Čovek došao iz Beograda, otišao u Lec, mislim, znaš da bude loše.
But now Blackett is super fed.
Damn, I blinked and I missed it. I blinked and now he's 2.4k ahead. 4 items completed.
Gdje si, Bane? I ovo je najbolji trenutak bio za Giants jer je ovo bio Sol za koji. Da su tu dobili fight, uzimaju Barona i Sol, ovi su izgubili game.
That was the fight where Mirwan wasn't really that involved, and he is still 2,000 gold ahead as well.
Yeah. It's not all done and dusted. It sucks. It sucks to throw that. It's a big swing in terms of psyche, where you're just a lot more excited to play this game. Hold up. He's getting caught. No flash.
Lock up. Oh yeah. On the wrong side of town, caught out. The Hextech ultimate making sure they find that initial lockdown. Super now in trouble in force backs. GX.
They're just collapsing. MKOI just find themselves in this position where they were. I don't know how they were not ready for this because it was quite telegraphed that this play was going to happen.
Mislim, respekt, Giants hoće raniji gol, ja to poštujem, nema tu šta. Oskar je čekao svoj trenutak. On spajkuje u 29. minutu. 0-4 je spike. Ne mogu da brane 0-4 Oskara. Joj, bože mili. Ostatak ekipe Kič mu polomio da ga iznese kao, pa da, znaš, on ipak ono kao nije to toliko loše. Ostamo je u ovom trenutku 80 CS da ono što bi trebao da bude. Ko je na Gnaru? Ko je na Gnaru juče? Ko je na Gnaru juče?
Like this, they walk in, they have numbers, they don't need to be scared of anything. Even though they don't see much from the side of MKOI, the fact that they have the numbers, they feel with the confidence with this battle buff that any fight is a good fight. You walk into that fog, you find someone and you full send it.
Very, very good position now from GX. MKOI though taking space, not looking to give it up for free, and this is the story of the game. Look at all of that orange right up against that brand new stack of green. MKOI. The shift in that graph tells the story of a very specific moment. A great play from GX and a big throw from the side of MKOI. Now MKOI going to need to scrap their way back in. Supa getting locked up. Jackie's over the wall. Supa instantaneously deleted a beautiful solo play.
Ne, to je bilo. Jarvan game je bio priča za sebe. Ok, Jackies radi damage. Jojo pada.
Malbro have to try and make a difference. Jun though, the lock up there. Two supports versus Mirwin. He doesn't have enough power to take them both on. Hell Yo-Yo gonna try to turn it back into his favor, but Oscarina just does too much damage. The flash in just to add insult to...
Aha, znači moraš na automatik da ga... Da bio ti ugašen. Ok, ima smisla. Ima smisla, Gogo. Da. Nije ti se palio Valo, nije ti je... Da, on ti je stavio na disabled i onda si ili ručno mora ga pališ ili na automated kad upališ Rio da se upali... Da se upali servis. Imaš ti milion stvari s tim, znači baš i ono, imaš oni TPM, imaš cijelu check listu, znači to je... Vanguard je baš pakao, iskreno. Baš je pakao od programa. Kaže me, meni se malo kreša kom gledam zašto, kaže vgk.sys. Vanguardov file. I nema zašto, nekad se samo ne složi s nekim drugim driverom i samo odluči da mi plus screen na komp. Užas. Ali šta da radiš?
It's not getting prettier by the moment for MKOI.
No, it is not. Oscar also now at 3 items. It's only going to be more frustrating for Supa and JoJo.
Now I'm happy he didn't go for the Ravnus setup because he has the full team fight starter pack. No one's going through that Camille anytime soon, to be honest.
You liked fighting him when he didn't have any tenacity.
No ADCs on mid lane. Please do not do it again. They're coaching on him.
But you're not safe.
Da. Ajmo da vidimo Supa. Kakav Supa, čovječe. Ma 0 bodova. O, sad se baš raspadaju. Pogledajte gdje je Jojo gore. Gdje je Mirwin dole. Bukvalno pakao. Marence, spomenuli smo te. Da li si gledao bilo koji anime ikada? Neće biti. Mislim, stiću ja svako na Discord trunku ranije. Pre nego što upalim stream da mi uđemo u lobby, da vidimo koje igrače, da podelim kodove ko nema igrača i sve to. Ali skuliram tipa 20 minuta, jedem, proštam Luja i tu sam. Svako čući kažem mi dis malo ranije. Nice, dobro, super za Giants, iskreno. Da li ima nešto posle ovoga, ima futbala za jedno sat vremena, sat i po. Sad ćemo da vidimo kad tačno. To jest nećemo sad vidjeti kad tačno, ali računajte. Pola 11. Sve sa pola 10, pa oko za sat vremena otprilike bi trebalo da bude. Da se ističemo malo. Tako da, cool za Giants-e, nisam očekivao stvarno. Mislim da su ovdje bili veliki underdog. Tako da, ekipa Giants-a uzima win koji ne bi me čudilo da u pola splita, to je sad sljedeće nedelje, da benčuju Mirwina. Jer mislim da je koju drastično potrebno nešto da se malkice vrate u Ima Marence jedan jako dobar anime u odbojici, svi kažu da je giga dobar, pa sam zato bio u fazonu, možda bi ti to bilo interesantno. Svakako, ostavit ću malkice intervju pa gasim stream, kroz nekih sat vremena bi trebali smo live sa futbolom, Patreon ću banati na dis malo ranije da vidimo kome trebaju ovi pekovi i sve to, kako već to ide, tako da ostavljam intervju, kogod gleda samo Let's, uživajte, vidimo se sutra od 17 časova, možda ne govorim Klaru, dodadi neki game, a svi ostali vidimo se na streamu malkice kasnije, ceo stream, Patreon, Game Night, igramo futbol, bit će giga zabavno, tako da vidimo se posle.
Boring, slow enchanter games where you just sit there and then you say we have to engage somehow, and then the Braum has to flash forward and all of that stuff. It was yeah.
Well, the MKOI Odyssey continues as they're once again delayed on their way to Madrid. But a man who was not delayed, a man who had an absolute ton of impact is Isma, and he's sitting by with Lore and Medic and PGX.
Talk about a comeback here, Isma. Thank you so much for joining us for PGL.
Thank you for inviting me.
And any first reactions on this game?
I don't know. Okay. The game, at some point, they had 3 Drakes and it was like 2-6 in kills and it felt really hard to fight. And then we found something on mid, I think on Ezreal or something. and then the game felt so easy. I think our draft, if you can stabilize the game and go even, I think it just branded. So I'm happy.
It did feel like sort of a synergy in terms of both of your drafts. The first draft, as soon as the lock